Chapter 1: The Arrival of the Apocalypse Game. A train laden with death. K231 train. This is Wudu Railway Station. Please respond. ZZ. Wudu Station. Control Center. The operator, gripping the intercom, shouted hoarsely. Yet, all that answered him was static. Alert! Alert! The K231 train is only 3 kilometers from the station. If it does not decelerate, it will be unable to stop safely. A bright red exclamation mark illuminated the display. The chilling electronic alarm reverberated within the control room. Damn it! How could we lose contact? The operator pounded frantically on the control panel, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Have we made contact? The control room door was flung open, and the station master, impeccably dressed with 5 stripes on his shoulders, entered with a grave expression. The operator replied anxiously, "Station master, I don't know what's going on. There has been no response from the K231 train. It's almost at the station, and it shows no sign of slowing down. If it crashes into the station, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have no time. Forget everything else. Immediately implement remote control on the K231 train and initiate emergency braking." The station master decisively issued the command at a rapid pace. Understood. The sound of buttons clicking on the control panel erupted like a torrential storm. The station master hurried to the control room window, gazing toward the waiting area, his eyes filled with worry. A train nearly full to capacity, with at least 2,000 passengers, had gone inexplicably dark. Any mishap would surely cause a national uproar. As a mere station master, he could scarcely bear the weight of such consequences. On the platform, over 100 unsuspecting passengers stood leisurely outside the yellow safety line, forming long, crooked lines. Some were blowing smoke rings, others chatting in pairs, and some were engrossed in their phones. Suddenly, ZZ, the piercing sound of metal scraping echoed throughout the station, sending everyone into a state of alarm as they turned to investigate. In the distance, the K231 train charged towards the station like a frenzied steel beast. At the junction of the train wheels and the iron tracks, a flurry of golden sparks erupted. Heat waves and white smoke billowed from beneath the train, the searing air distorting the atmosphere. The passengers on the platform sensed something was amiss and retreated in terror. What the hell is happening? This is an emergency brake. Something's definitely wrong with that train. Step back, everyone, step back. Amidst the chaos, the K231 train, enveloped in thick smoke and heat, came to a halt at the platform. Simultaneously, dozens of riot squad members armed with shields and batons rushed in. Ignoring the heat waves, they pushed against the retreating crowd towards the train. "Quick, open the doors!" the squad leader shouted anxiously. Clang! The first door swung open. A heavy, metallic scent of blood surged forth from the train. Drip, drip. Crimson droplets of blood trickled down the open train door. "Captain, there are corpses everywhere, many dead bodies." One team member, eyes wide with horror, gazed into the train's interior. Chunks of flesh, scattered brains, hands, arms, intestines, and luggage smeared with viscous blood lay strewn across every corner like refuse. Such a gruesome sight, and the foul odor deeply unsettled everyone's stomach. Even the well-trained riot squad members turned pale, some unable to hold back and retching. The entire train is filled with corpses. There isn't a single survivor. There isn't even a complete body. How could this happen? At the train door, the riot squad leader took a deep breath, suppressing his fear and unease, grasped the intercom, and urgently issued orders. Team 3, immediately inform higher-ups to dispatch personnel to seal off the station. Ensure that everyone's phones are checked. No one is allowed to photograph or disseminate what is happening here. Teams 1 and 2, follow me into the train and see if there are any survivors. Xiao Wang, notify all hospitals in Wudu to send ambulances. And contact the station troops. This situation is beyond our control. We need military intervention. Understood. At that moment, whether train staff or passengers witnessing the shocking scene, they all realized, from this day forth, Wudu Railway Station would become the focal point for the entire world. A train laden with death. This would undoubtedly be the largest terrorist incident in peaceful times. A catastrophe that would shock the entire globe. Fast forward 7 hours earlier, aboard the K231 train's hard seat compartment. "Excuse me, could you let me through?" Lin Fan, clad in a black t-shirt, with a computer bag slung over his shoulder and a suitcase in hand, maneuvered through the crowded aisle. After much effort, he finally reached seat 93, hoisting his suitcase high to place it on the overhead rack. Yet before he could sit down, his posterior was kicked. Turning around, in seat 92 of the same row, a chubby child of around 10 years old, engrossed in his phone, played a loud zombie movie while cheerfully kicking his legs. "Grandma, wouldn't it be great if zombies really existed? Let them bite all the annoying teachers at school, so I wouldn't have to go." Noticing he had kicked someone, the child displayed no remorse. Instead, he glared at Lin Fan, saying defiantly, "You better let all the other passengers on this train get bitten too, so I can lie down and watch my movie. There are too many people on the train, it's too crowded." Surrounding passengers frowned, their expressions tinged with disdain. What kind of language is that from this child? Seriously, is there no one to discipline him? In seat 91, near the window, a silver-haired grandmother took the child's phone and apologized to Lin Fan and the displeased passengers. "I'm so sorry, he's just a little kid. Give me back my phone." The child, indifferent to others' opinions, rushed into his grandmother's embrace, trying to snatch the phone back. When the grandmother refused to let go, the child bit down on her wrist. "Ah!" The grandmother jumped in shock, instinctively releasing her grip. "Why are you biting people? Who told you not to let me play with my phone?" The chubby boy triumphantly waved the phone he had just reclaimed. Reopening the zombie movie, he resumed watching with delight. Ugh, ugh, arg, the unsettling sounds blared once more. The grandmother shook her head helplessly, sighed deeply, and rummaged through her bag to find a pair of headphones to give him, so he wouldn't disturb the other passengers. She then smiled apologetically at Lin Fan, and removed the child's feet from the seat to make space for Lin Fan. Lin Fan said nothing in response. Clang, clang. A slight tremor followed as the train gradually moved forward. Lin Fan settled into his seat, took out his phone, and inserted his Bluetooth headphones, intending to listen to some music and relax. Suddenly, a text message popped up on the screen. "Hello, Lin Fan. There are only 3 days left until the enrollment deadline for new students at Dasha Technology University. Please ensure that you report to the school by August 30th, 2135. Location: 889 College Road, Jinhai District, Wudu City." Lin Fan glanced at it before dismissing the message. Today is August 27th. By his itinerary, he would arrive in Wudu by 6 o'clock this afternoon, leaving ample time. In the next couple of days, he could explore the campus and savor the splendor of this institution renowned for its sci-fi ambience. Just as Lin Fan was daydreaming about the idyllic campus life, suddenly, a rudimentary and tacky game advertisement window popped up on his phone screen. The apocalypse has arrived, a brand new 5D real game, logging into Earth for the first time. The game is about to commence. Player Lin Fan. Please enter promptly. ZZ. Warning. Encountered unknown virus intrusion. Game loading interrupted. Changing game parameters. At first, Lin Fan paid little attention, thinking it was just another piece of malicious promotional junk. But when he saw a series of creepy green garbles appear on his phone screen, his heart dropped. A virus? Could it be from the adult film he watched last night? Damn, this is the brand new phone I just bought. Before he could lament over his phone, the game advertisement window popped up again. ZZ. Game parameters modified. Game reloading. Before entering the apocalypse has arrived game, please watch a promotional video. Chapter 2, the eerie video that predicts the future. I want to live. Seeing the green garbles vanish, Lin Fan finally relaxed. He tapped the close button in the upper right corner, hoping to dismiss the annoying game advertisement. But to his surprise, a high-definition video began to play automatically. It was impossible to close it. Even the headphones that had yet to connect to Bluetooth emitted an eerie sound. "Hello, please make way. It would be best if you could bite the other passengers to death as well. Then I could lie down and watch a movie." Oh my God, she must be insane. She actually bit her own grandson to death. At the video's outset, it simply depicted Lin Fan's experiences upon boarding the train. However, as the video continued to play, the progress bar accelerated, gradually transforming into events that had never transpired in reality. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan beheld the horrifying sight of himself meeting a tragic end on the train. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated in his ears, as if the surrounding light had been devoured by a monstrous beast. The entire carriage was cloaked in darkness. It turned out the train had entered a tunnel. When the train emerged from the tunnel and light flooded back into the carriage, Lin Fan noticed that his phone had somehow fallen onto his thigh. He lowered his head and, trembling, picked up the device. A chill swept over him from behind, and he realized that cold sweat had soaked his clothes. Lin Fan stared intently at the phone screen, not daring to blink. Everything that had just been shown in the video was both a record of the past and a prophecy of the future, frighteningly real. It felt as though an unknown entity was standing in a realm beyond human reach, gazing down with mockery and indifference upon the passengers of the train, including Lin Fan. The humans beneath its gaze were no different from monkeys on display at a zoo. Most alarmingly, these monkeys were destined to die. Eerie, mysterious, terrifying. Before Lin Fan could regain his composure, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly erupted in his ears. Ding! The Apocalypse game has finished loading. For unknown reasons, you have qualified to become a game administrator. Please note, this is merely a qualification. Before this, you must complete the game administrator's assessment task. Within 3 hours, eliminate all the corpse monsters in your train carriage. If you fail the task, you will be devoured by zombies. The Apocalypse game has officially descended into reality. Location: K231 train. The descent has commenced. As the electronic voice faded, Lin Fan barely had time to ponder the meaning of it all when suddenly, the kindly old lady sitting beside him began to tremble uncontrollably. A foul-smelling white foam oozed incessantly from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes rolled back to the point where her pupils were nearly invisible, and veins bulged ominously on her forehead. Her visage was grotesquely terrifying. Old lady, are you all right? Is there a doctor on the train? Someone's foaming at the mouth. The bespectacled man across from Lin Fan looked worriedly at the old lady, shouting hoarsely. Upon hearing the cries, the surrounding passengers quickly gathered around. What's going on? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? How did she suddenly change like this? Attendant, quickly notify the attendant. A rambunctious child leaning against the window blinked in confusion, glancing between the bizarre grandmother and the zombie movie playing on his phone. His expression brightened with realization as he eagerly shook his grandmother's arm. Grandma, are you turning into a zombie? You child, how can you joke at a time like this? The bespectacled man was genuinely irritated with the chubby kid, wishing he could give the little fool a good thrashing if there were no one else around. In the next moment, an even more bizarre situation unfolded. The old lattice torso suddenly bent backward at a right angle, her arms raised high in the air. She stood up from her seat in an exceedingly ridiculous manner, emitting a series of ghastly sounds. Grandma, your acting is amazing. You look just like the zombies in the movie. The chubby child clapped his hands in delight. However, the bespectacled man and the other passengers instinctively recoiled a step. The old lattice posture and state exuded an unsettling aura of horror. Old lady, how do you feel? Are you all right? The bespectacled man cautiously inquired. Erg. A low, guttural growl escaped from the old lattice mouth. Then, she suddenly opened her mouth wide and lunged viciously at her nearest relative, her own grandson, who was clapping and calling out. Ah! Grandma, no! Ah! It hurts! Crimson blood erupted like a geyser from the child's neck, splattering several meters high. Many surrounding passengers were splashed with droplets of blood, recoiling in fright. Lin Fan immediately leapt from his seat, standing in the aisle. The chubby child widened his eyes, desperately calling for help while pushing against his grandmother's head with all his might. His legs stood atop the seat, kicking furiously, as if trying to break free. Yet, the seemingly frail old lady now resembled a powerful beast, her excitement growing at the sight of her struggling prey. She wrapped her arms around the child's head, biting down with savage ferocity. In a mere few seconds, the chubby child was left breathless, his trachea torn asunder by his own grandmother, and he fell silent. The old lady casually tossed aside her lifeless grandson. Looking up, she let out an ecstatic roar, bloodied and wild. Erg. Ah! Oh my God! She must be insane. She actually bit her own grandson to death. Damn it, she wants to bite us too. Quick, restrain her. Don't let her go wild any further. Someone notify the train police. Apprehend her. The crowd reacted swiftly. Almost the moment the old lady killed her grandson, 3 brave men sprang into action. One grabbed each of her arms and pressed down, pinning the crazed old lady to the ground. The last man held down her wildly thrashing legs. Seeing the old lady completely subdued, the crowd finally sighed in relief, avoiding mass panic and chaos. Instead, they pulled out their phones, snapping photos and recording videos, preparing to share them on social media. Only Lin Fan stood there, pale-faced, witnessing the unfolding scene. He knew that the situation was far from as simple as these people imagined. This old lady was not simply insane. She had truly transformed into a monster. Everything was exactly as depicted in the video he had just seen. It had truly come to pass. Lin Fan opened his mouth, wanting to warn everyone to stay away from the old lady. But bizarrely, no matter how he tried to speak, how he controlled his tongue and vocal cords, no sound would escape his lips. The cold mechanical voice echoed again in his ears. Warning! Player Lin Fan is found to have violated game rules. As the opponent is a potential administrator, and this is a first offense, no punishment will be imposed. Only a temporary silence will be enforced. Player Lin Fan, you are hereby reminded. Please refrain from engaging in any meaningless actions. All passengers in this carriage, apart from you, are destined to become zombies. The transformation process is exceedingly rapid and cannot be halted. Even if you forewarn them, it will not change the outcome. Instead, it will incite unimaginable panic and chaos, ultimately trapping you here. Now, leave this place immediately, seek a temporary refuge, and strive to complete the administrator assessment task. This is your only chance at survival. Remaining time until the passengers completely transform. 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Warning: do not attempt to escape the train until all zombies are eliminated. The doors and windows of the entire train will remain fully sealed, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. As the mechanical voice faded, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. In the previous eerie video, he had missed the best chance to escape by helping to subdue the old lady, ultimately being bitten to death by a horde of zombies. At that moment, black and white figures emerged in Lin Fan's mind. The black figure began to roar first. Run! There's no time. Don't worry about the others. You must find a way out before the transformation erupts completely. The white figure retorted defiantly, but so many lives are at stake. In the next moment, the white figure was swiftly kicked aside by the black figure, continuing to shout at Lin Fan. What are you hesitating for? You can't save anyone. You can't even convey the game information. If you don't leave now, you'll only end up dead here. Think about your father. Think about your mother. They are still waiting for you to come home. If you die here, what will happen to them? They have worked so hard to raise you, only to suffer the loss of their child. Lin Fan stood frozen in place, his face ashen as he surveyed the entire carriage, each face reflecting confusion, fear, and furrowed brows, all etched into his memory. In the next moment, the image of his parents' aged, hopeful eyes and smiling faces flashed before him again. Finally, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, saying nothing. He grabbed his computer bag and, turning sideways, pushed his way through the crowd with determination. He wanted to survive. He dared not imagine how his parents would react upon hearing the news of his death. He had to live. Chapter 3: The Unstoppable Corpse Transformation. The Administrator's Grand Gift Package. A burly man, with a face covered in stubble and a large gold chain hanging from his neck, resembling a bull in stature, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, who was desperately trying to push his way out. With a scoff, he remarked, "What are you pushing for? It's just a dead person. Look at you, so cowardly. What a sissy." TUI, as the words of the burly man fell, a middle-aged woman, dressed provocatively, immediately chimed in with a sharp retort. "Look at his trembling body. That I bet he is so scared he wet his pants." Ha ha ha. After a pause, the woman playfully linked her arm with the gold chain man's, saying, "My husband is simply amazing." The gold chain man, evidently proud of his wife's words, puffed up his chest and replied, "Of course, I've seen all kinds of situations that it's just a crazed old woman. What's there to be afraid of? Saying this, the gold chain man lifted his foot and stomped forcefully behind the old lady. The force of his stomp was tremendous, collapsing the old woman's chest cavity several centimeters. However, at that moment, a pair of bloodied, delicate little hands suddenly emerged from beneath the seat and seized the gold chain man's ankle. Those of the little boy who had been bitten to death by the old lady and discarded beneath the seat. This unexpected turn of events sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. How could the dead possibly come back to life? Panic ensued, and everyone began to retreat. Even the three burly men who had initially subdued the old lady dared not remain in place. Freed from her restraints, the old lady suddenly trembled, rising from the ground. Along with the little boy, she grasped the gold chain man's thigh and opened her mouth to bite at the base of his thigh. Blood gushed forth, a shrill scream, chilling enough to make one's teeth ache, echoed throughout the carriage. This scream acted as a trigger. A multitude of bizarre passengers erupted within the carriage, leaping at the other passengers like wild beasts. The first to be targeted was the gold chain man's wife, a middle-aged man who had been dozing beside her, rose without warning and clung tightly to her, voraciously gnawing at her heavily made-up face. "Help! Please don't bite me! Ah, husband, save me! They've gone mad, all of them! Quick, run! Get off my leg, you bastard! Move away!" The scene spiraled completely out of control. Such a strange situation was unprecedented. Everyone was stunned, frantically seeking an escape from this terrifying carriage. Fleeing from these frenzied humans, some dashed towards the front, while others hurried to the back, but the carriage was small, filled with carnivorous monsters. Where could one possibly run? Ultimately, the panicked crowd huddled together, unable to move. The sounds of crying, cursing, and agonized wails mingled with the stench of blood and urine, creating an utterly chaotic atmosphere. On Lin Fan's side, having acted promptly, he narrowly avoided the initial wave of turmoil, escaping the crowd where he might have met his demise. Just as he was about to flee the carriage and enter the next one, a man in his 30s, with pale pupils, suddenly lunged out from the last row of seats, blocking Lin Fan's path, reaching out with a large hand to grasp Lin Fan from below, aiming directly at his groin. Lin Fan, already on high alert, felt every hair on his body stand up in fear. Without a moment for contemplation, adrenaline surged through him, causing all his muscles to tense up instantly, and he quickly bent down and jumped back, narrowly dodging the outstretched hand, and instinctively kicked towards the creature's groin. With a thud, the creature seemed caught off guard by the suddenness of the kick, staggering and losing its balance. Falling to the ground, Lin Fan watched the creature attempt to rise again. He wasted no time, grabbing the notebook in his hand and began to strike fiercely at its back, shoulder, head, and neck, until he heard a crisp crack. The creature lay still on the ground, completely motionless. Only then did Lin Fan toss aside the blood-soaked notebook and continue his escape. But barely 2 steps later, a roar erupted behind him. One of the monsters attacking the crowd had spotted him and turned to pursue. Lin Fan's heart raced to the brink of panic. The game prompts were all true. The speed of the corpse transformation was astonishing. It had barely been a minute since he left his seat, and the outbreak had escalated to this extent. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have surely met his end. Initially, he had intended to run to another carriage for refuge. But upon entering the connection between 2 carriages, he saw through the glass door that the next carriage was also undergoing a corpse transformation, almost identical to his current situation, that if he dashed forward, it would surely lead to his demise. With monsters behind him and the path ahead blocked, what was he to do? In this moment of dire crisis, Lin Fan's eyes caught sight of a green iron door marked as unoccupied. It was the train's restroom. Without hesitation, he pulled open the door and hurried inside, swiftly locking it behind him. The pursuing monster arrived at the door just then, and through the last crack, the overwhelming stench of blood invaded Lin Fan's nostrils. Its pale, murky eyes fixated on him. With a bang, the restroom door was slammed shut and locked. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy knocking resonated outside, relentless for a full 10 seconds before silence fell at this moment. Lin Fan, who had been on high alert, finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Leaning against the iron door, he slowly sank to the ground. The series of events that had just unfolded felt like a brush with death, leaving him no time for contemplation or reaction. He had been so tense that he nearly forgot to breathe. After closing his eyes and taking deep breaths to calm himself, Lin Fan finally managed to steady his panic. He quickly fished out his phone from his pocket, his trembling fingers pressing against the screen. Regrettably, whether he attempted to call for help or reach out to family and friends, the calls wouldn't go through. The phone had no signal, and outside were only flesh-eating monsters. What to do? Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's ear. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully survived for 10 minutes since the game has descended into reality. With the physique of an ordinary person, you have killed a zombie. Showcasing extraordinary performance, the TO assists you in completing the Administrator Assessment task. We shall now present you with a preparatory Administrator-exclusive grand gift package. Would you like to claim it? Lin Fan was taken aback at a grand gift package. How was this reminiscent of a game? No, this mysterious voice seemed to be referencing some end-of-the-world game. Could it be that this was indeed a game that had merged with reality? A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Fan's gaze. That he was a model student who revered science, adhered to materialism, and rejected superstition. Had someone told him before that a game would descend into reality, or that a new player gift package existed in the real world, he would have deemed them a lunatic. Yet now, faced with these supernatural, anti-scientific, idealistic options, he hesitated not a moment, silently intoning in his mind, claim. For he wished to survive. This could very well be his only chance. Chapter 4. Hunting with the Type 1 Compound Bow. The killing plan. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully claimed the preparatory Administrator Novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have received a weapon, a compound bow, equipped with 30 arrows. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have obtained a C-grade skill book. Master of Firearms. Passive. Remember, you have 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 37 seconds remaining. Please complete the Administrator Assessment task as soon as possible. Note: during the Administrator Assessment task period, this carriage will enter a state of complete lockdown, preventing monsters from other carriages from entering, as well as barring trial participants and carriage monsters from exiting. Upon time's end, if the task remains incomplete, the trial participant will be forcibly erased. In the next moment, several items appeared on the restroom floor. A book encased in cotton thread. A modern, sleek, black compound crossbow, approximately 1 meter in length, and a cylindrical quiver filled with arrows about half a meter long. A look of astonishment flickered in Lin Fan's eyes that he had merely approached with a trial-and-error attitude. Yet the items had truly manifested out of thin air. Ever since the end-of-the-world advertisement window popped up, the series of bizarre occurrences had repeatedly shattered his understanding of reality. Prophetic videos. The chaos of corpse transformation, and the mysterious gift package materializing. Each event profoundly impressed upon Lin Fan the terrifying nature of this end-of-the-world game. Every prompt he received was likely not mere words. Once again, Lin Fan cast his gaze upon the countdown timer of the task, his face etched with gravity and turmoil. Should he fail to complete the assessment, he would face imminent annihilation, an irrevocable fate, rendering it impossible for him to remain hidden in the restroom indefinitely. He must eradicate those terrifying, monstrous zombies lurking outside. The specter of death had not lifted. In fact, it had intensified at this juncture. Despite his reluctance, Lin Fan found himself devoid of options. After a brief struggle, he resolutely picked up the pitch-black composite crossbow that lay upon the ground. Hunting Type 1 Composite Crossbow. Material: titanium steel alloy. Composite nylon bowstring. Weight: 4 kilograms. Capable of single-shot or 10-shot firing. Kinetic energy: 300 joules, capable of penetrating a wooden plank 5 centimeters thick within an effective range of 200 meters. Characteristics: silenced. The sound produced upon firing is minimal. Lin Fan grasped the composite crossbow, scrutinizing it meticulously. It primarily comprised 4 components: the bow arms, the bowstring, the mechanism, and the body. Its design was not overly complex. A mere glance revealed its operability. However, when Lin Fan attempted to draw out an iron bolt to load it, he was taken aback. He had no idea where to affix the bolt. Indeed, while it appeared intuitive, it was utterly baffling upon engagement. Realizing this, Lin Fan promptly abandoned his self-directed inquiry and turned his attention to the book bound in cotton thread. Detected C-grade skill book. Master of Firearms. Would you like to learn? Yes. A torrent of immense data surged into Lin Fan's mind. This data encompassed a myriad of arcane theories regarding firearms, crossbows, and artillery, as well as knowledge on ballistic landing points, parameter analysis, and how to calculate factors such as wind direction and gravity during shooting. Not only theoretical knowledge, but also practical shooting techniques, crouching, standing, prone, sitting positions, terrain utilization, and more, seemed as if imparted by a master gunsmith, bestowing upon Lin Fan a lifetime's worth of wisdom. Upon processing this information, when Lin Fan lifted the composite crossbow once more, he felt an entirely different sensation. Engaging the safety, selecting single-shot mode, loading the arrow, adopting a crouch position, and aiming. Everything flowed seamlessly, as if inscribed in his very bones, as Lin Fan reveled in the transformation bestowed upon him by the master of firearms. He slowly lowered the crossbow, his face awash with astonishment. Could it be that a mere skill book could elevate someone so utterly ignorant of crossbow shooting to such proficiency in mere moments? This was simply unfathomable. Once again experiencing the mystique and might of the apocalypse game, Lin Fan suddenly grasped a crucial point. He swiftly pulled out his phone, and amidst a plethora of applications, he quickly located the apocalyptic app emblazoned with a zombie icon that he attempted to click it, but the screen remained unresponsive. Yet in his ears, the familiar, chilling mechanical voice resonated. Activating the game interface. Welcome, player Lin Fan, to the apocalypse. The malfunction is now available for exploration. Ding. The system has detected that player Lin Fan is a selected candidate for the game's administrator role, granting you a unique feature: minimap and monster encyclopedia. Just as Lin Fan had conjectured, upon opening the game, additional functionalities awaited. After the mechanical voice faded, Lin Fan felt a warmth wash over his eyes, and the world before him underwent a transformation. At the apex of his vision, a bright red countdown appeared. 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 24 seconds. This represented the remaining time for the task, akin to a death knell, incessantly reminding Lin Fan that he could not afford to pause. In the upper left corner of his left eye's field of vision, a small square box materialized, presenting a God's eye view of the restroom, where Lin Fan was situated, alongside the corridor beyond. In addition to the visual representation, the box displayed a green dot and a red dot, reminiscent of radar imagery, resembling a mini-map from a first-person game. As Lin Fan observed, a line of descriptive information surfaced beneath the box. Beginner mini-map. Imaging distance of 3 meters. Costing 10,000 points for an upgrade. After perusing the description, Lin Fan took a few tentative steps within the restroom. The previously stationary green dot began to shift, indicating that it represented himself. The red dot, presumably, that signified the monsters. The minimap could only reveal the immediate vicinity within 3 meters, failing to uncover the situation within the entire carriage. Yet several minutes had elapsed, based on prior video content and game prompts. The transformation into zombies had been fully realized. In the train carriage, with 118 seats plus a few standing passengers, approximately 130 individuals were present. This meant that should Lin Fan dare to step beyond the restroom door, he would confront the onslaught of 129 zombies. Armed with only this crossbow, venturing out would be tantamount to a death sentence. He needed to delve deeper into the game, seeking out additional features to enhance his strength or increase his chances of survival. Otherwise, this task would remain unattainable. Resolute in his decision, Lin Fan shifted his focus away from the minimap and continued his examination, in the lower left corner of his right eye's field of vision. 2 parallel icons appeared, one for the mall and the other for the monster encyclopedia. As his gaze drifted, a massive, semi-transparent mall interface materialized before him, at the top of the interface. Lin Fan's points were displayed. 1 point awarded for defeating a monster. Scanning further, he found the equipment section. High-density nylon combat suit, 30 points. Potion section, basic healing potion, 10 points. Skill section, C-grade skill. Gathering, 100 points. After a lengthy examination, Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. Not a single item was within his financial reach. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a nondescript gray gift icon, approximately the size of a sesame seed. Located in the lower right corner of the mall interface, a gift. He hastily clicked on it at today's administrator special offer. T-virus antibody potion, available for purchase at just 1 point. Limited to 5 bottles, T-virus antibody potion. Consuming it provides immunity against T-virus infection for 1 hour during the effect. Should the player be scratched or bitten by a zombie, they will not succumb to the virus. Done an antibody potion against the virus? This was indeed a valuable item. The most terrifying aspect of zombies is that any contact, even the slightest, could lead to infection and transformation into a monster. It could be said that any encounter was a death sentence. This was precisely what made them so formidable. Without hesitation, Lin Fan spent his soul point to acquire the potion. After meticulously scrutinizing the mall interface to ensure no other gifts remained, he reluctantly closed the mall and turned his attention to the final function. The monster encyclopedia. As the screen shifted, it resembled a thick album being opened. The first page showcased an image of a male, approximately in his 30s, transformed into a monster, the very zombie he had previously dispatched. Infected by the T-virus, the ordinary human. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 67 kg. Non-evolved. Characteristics, significantly enhanced olfactory senses. Capable of detecting the scent of blood within a kilometer radius. Though their hearing remains unenhanced, they are extremely sensitive to sound and easily attracted. Drawbacks. Complete loss of rationality, driven solely by primal hunger. With severely diminished visual capabilities perceiving only within a 10-meter range. Weakness. Central nervous system at the nape of the neck. Of course, destroying the skull can also achieve a kill, but the skull is the hardest bone in the human body. So such attempts are not recommended. That it became clear that this was a detailed compendium of the monster's characteristics, that no wonder, after he had struck the nape of that zombie's neck, it had ceased all movement. He had struck its vital point. Moreover, his prolonged hiding in the restroom without any monsters approaching was due to the absence of noise. Those creatures, driven by instinct, were utterly oblivious to the presence of a human concealed within the restroom. With this realization, Lin Fan's mind sparked with clarity. Perhaps he could exploit the monster's characteristics to devise a hunting strategy and complete the assessment task. Chapter 5. Courage is not necessarily tied to strength. With visual acuity diminished, olfactory senses significantly heightened, and auditory sensitivity, while unenhanced, being acutely responsive, how could he leverage these traits to accomplish his task? First, he dismissed the olfactory sense. The entire carriage was suffused with the stench of blood. Even with their enhanced sense of smell, the zombies would struggle to discern any other odors amidst the overwhelming scent. Thus, it came down to auditory stimuli. An idea illuminated Lin Fan's mind. He could utilize his phone's alarm as a sound lure to draw the zombie's attention. He quickly retrieved his phone. The current time was 11:03. He opened the alarm function, setting alarms for 11:10 and 11:11, creating a sequence of 60 alarms, each ringing for 10 seconds. Starting from 11:10 and ringing every minute thereafter. This 10-second interval would serve as Lin Fan's moment to strike. The 50 seconds between each alarm would grant him precious time to escape and prepare his arrows for loading. If his plan succeeded, with 60 opportunities to attract attention, Lin Fan could potentially eliminate the majority of the zombies within the carriage. The feasibility of this plan remains notably high. However, plans are perpetually just that, plans. The distinction between theoretical discussions and practical execution is vast. Indeed, during the implementation phase, should even a slight oversight or error occur, Lin Fan may very well be torn to shreds by the terrifying zombies. After all, one only possesses a single life. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's breathing had quickened, his eyes filled with struggle and uncertainty. Ultimately, he was merely an 18-year-old high school student. He had never even killed a chicken. As time slipped away, with only 1 minute remaining before the first alarm would ring, Lin Fan finally resolved himself. He must take this step, regardless of the consequences. To act would afford him a slim chance of survival. To refrain would surely lead to his demise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan placed his trembling hand on the bathroom doorknob, slowly applying pressure downward, in an effort to minimize sound. His movements were painstakingly slow. Taking a full half-minute to crack the door open, just a sliver that a low, guttural growl seeped through the crack, accompanied by the nauseating stench of blood. Thud, thud. Within his chest, his heart pounded like a war drum. Lin Fan suppressed his fear, and with only 3 seconds left until the alarm rang, gritted his teeth, flung open the bathroom door, and hurled his phone, set to maximum volume, into the train compartment. 1, 2, 3. A resounding and enchanting melody reverberated throughout the entire carriage. Do not evolve further. Do not let the animal kingdom deceive us. We must reveal our claws. The information from the monster compendium was undeniably accurate. At the moment the alarm sounded, even the zombies who had initially spotted Lin Fan were completely distracted by the ringing. The zombies in the carriage charged forward like raging bulls, lunging towards the phone, with not a single one paying Lin Fan any heed. Remarkably, the plan had truly succeeded, with only 10 seconds to spare. Lin Fan had no time to revel in joy or ponder the situation. Instinctively, his arms lifted the compound crossbow, aiming at the cluster of zombies turned away from him, and pulled the trigger. The gunsmith skill activated automatically. Whoosh, a sound so faint it could easily be overlooked escaped into the air. Thud. A half-meter-long black arrow struck the first zombie's fatal weakness at the nape of its neck. The arrow's rapid rotation and immense penetrating power instantaneously pierced through the zombie's neck, shattering its bones. Lin Fan stood at the bathroom door, hands steady on the compound crossbow, his right index finger repeatedly pulling the trigger. Arrows shot through the air, striking one zombie after another with precision. Crack! Before he realized it, the magazine had run dry. Lin Fan hastily withdrew an arrow from his quiver and reloaded. Suddenly, the phone's ringing ceased abruptly. The entire carriage fell silent. The sound of Lin Fan loading arrows became crystal clear in the next instant. All the zombies in the carriage turned to face Lin Fan, their pale eyes resembling those of famished wolves. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. Although his mind understood that the zombies were still quite far away, granting him time to shoot a few more arrows before they charged, his body and mind were at odds in that moment. Mind, you can kill a few more. There's still time, body. Quit the nonsense. It's too dangerous. Ultimately, the body triumphed. He retracted the crossbow, trembling and stiff, and squeezed back into the bathroom. Bang, bang, bang. The minimap displayed a multitude of red dots clustered outside the bathroom door. Lin Fan braced his back against the iron door, feeling the heavy pounding waves against it. His face drained of color. Even his hand gripping the crossbow trembled uncontrollably. This iron door was his last bastion. If it were to give way, he couldn't even bear to contemplate the scene. Fortunately, the iron door proved sturdier than he had anticipated. 5 minutes later, the knocking outside ceased entirely. Ding, congratulations, player Lin Fan. Your score has exceeded 10 points. Unlocking a new function for the preparatory administrator, a tribute panel. Another new function, the continuous waves of excitement left Lin Fan no time to rest. With a thought, he opened the game function interface. Indeed, beside the zombie compendium, a new function for the attribute panel had appeared. Upon entering, a vertical human model materialized before Lin Fan's eyes that wore no clothing, its form being almost translucent, allowing a clear view of its bones. Muscles, blood, and even internal organs. Specific attributes were displayed distinctly: skin, marginally resists microbial invasion and scratches from blunt objects, normal human level, extremely low defense capability. Thigh muscles, 100-meter sprint in 15 seconds, running speed of 6 meters per second, vertical jump height of 60 centimeters with legs fully extended, typical high school student level. After reviewing the data, Lin Fan realized he was merely at the level of an ordinary human. Ding! Strengthening skin to enhance defense requires the expenditure of 1 point. Would you like to strengthen? He could use points to enhance his body. This was a delightful surprise. Any increase in strength would provide a glimmer of hope for survival. Without hesitation, he opted to strengthen. In the next moment, a sudden wave of faint electrical sensations surged through him, coursing over his skin. Lin Fan felt every inch of his skin and pores tighten under the stimulation of the current. It truly worked. Paying no mind to the underlying principles, Lin Fan began to rapidly tap the attribute panel. Skin. Strengthened 5 times. Defense equivalent to leather, capable of withstanding scratches from small knives and the claws of ordinary zombies. Upon seeing this attribute, an indescribable joy welled within Lin Fan. With 5 points remaining, he initially intended to continue enhancing his skin for greater defense, but he realized that besides defense, speed was also critically important for survival. Ding! Waves of electricity surged into his legs. Once the current settled, a sense of fullness and strength surged through the muscles of his thighs. Thigh. Strengthened 5 times, running speed of 8.6 meters per second. Jump height of 80 cm, equivalent to a level 2 athlete. The enhancement of his physique instilled Lin Fan with a newfound sense of confidence. Just then, the phone rang again, capturing the attention of all the zombies. Having learned from his previous experience, Lin Fan was no longer paralyzed by fear that he decisively opened the door, standing firm at the threshold with his compound crossbow, continuously pulling the trigger. Point 3 zombies. 10 zombies. Loaded arrows. 12 zombies. Until 10 seconds later when the ringing ceased, Lin Fan did not halt his onslaught. However, this drew the zombies' attention once more, as they charged toward him en masse. The confidence that had adorned Lin Fan's face drained away in an instant. His mind had no time to process. The muscles in his legs erupted into action. His body retreated to the restroom at nearly double the speed of before, skillfully closing the heavy iron door behind him. Indeed, courage is not necessarily correlated with strength. Chapter 6. Gradual Transformation. Uncontrollable Mutation. Due to Lin Fan's swift entry into the bathroom, the zombies failed to react in time, losing track of their prey and thus refraining from further banging on the iron door. Nevertheless, Lin Fan, hidden behind the iron door, remained in a state of heightened tension. After several deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down, removing his quiver from his back to count the remaining arrows. 8 left. With a thought, he summoned the game store interface. Point balance. 12 points in the previous battle. He had defeated 12 zombies, 2 more than the first round. Steel arrows, 30 pieces. Price, 1 point. Arrows were relatively inexpensive and a necessity. He promptly spent 3 points to purchase 3 quivers, leaving him with 9 points to continue enhancing his body. After expending 5 points, waves of faint electricity surged back into his skin. This time, a peculiar pale blue halo enveloped him. Once the halo dissipated, Lin Fan could distinctly feel that his skin was entirely different from before. The sensation of touching it felt as if he were caressing a slab of hard granite. Yet smooth to the touch. The experience was exceedingly strange. Skin, strengthened 10 times, defense equivalent to rhinoceros hide. Ordinary blades are difficult to scratch, and it can provide significant protection against 5.56 millimeters handgun bullets. After reading about the strength of his skin, Lin Fan was utterly astonished. His skin could be fortified to withstand certain degrees of firearm damage. This was not merely enhancement. It was evolution. Lin Fan intended to continue strengthening. But a message appeared before him. Ding. Your skin's defense has reached the current human physical limit and cannot be enhanced further. TO elevates skin defense beyond this threshold. You must first comprehend the talent for skin enhancement. The physical limit, comprehending the skin enhancement talent. How does one even acquire that? It's not available in the game store. Lin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss, ultimately relinquishing the notion of further enhancing his skin. Glancing at his points balance, he noted he had 4 points remaining, all of which he decided to allocate to strengthening his thighs. Once the tingling sensation subsided, Lin Fan closed the game interface, loaded the arrows into the magazine, and timed his exit perfectly with the sound of the alarm. After several repetitions, Lin Fan became increasingly adept at his hunting. Each time he ventured out, he managed to time his departure with precision. The moment the bell ceased, he would make his escape, leaving the zombies with no opportunity to react. As the battles progressed, the number of slain zombies swiftly surpassed 50 in the narrow aisle between the 2 rows of train seats, which was barely over a meter wide and typically accommodated only 2 individuals walking side by side. A towering mound of corpses began to accumulate, gradually forming a hill over 1.6 meters high. For the instinct-driven zombies, attempting to scale this towering pile of bodies became an arduous task, especially as the number of corpses continued to grow. This had effectively transformed into an exceedingly formidable natural barrier. Thus, Lin Fan decided to abandon any pretense of hiding. He stood atop the backrest of a seat, brandishing a compound crossbow, and from his elevated position, relentlessly unleashed arrows upon the remaining zombies in the carriage. Each arrow screamed through the air, forming a series of black lines that symbolized death. As he observed the zombies falling like wheat under the scythe, Lin Fan's heart began to undergo a subtle transformation. One he was oblivious to, his gaze sharpened, shedding the initial hesitance, as if he had morphed into a hunter. Beyond the growth in his demeanor, his overall abilities were gradually elevated through the enhancement of his points. Thigh muscle, enhanced 10 times. Overall explosive power comparable to that of a cheetah. Sprinting speed reaching 112 km/h, having reached the genetic enhancement limit of humanity. Arm muscle, enhanced 10 times. In just a matter of minutes, his physique had diverged significantly from that of an ordinary individual. In the K231 train, the first carriage was the closest to the driver's cabin to ensure the train driver remained undisturbed. This carriage was devoid of passengers. Aside from electronic instruments, it housed only a workspace for the conductor responsible for scheduling, rendering it a closed-off compartment, blissfully unaware of the monstrous occurrences in other carriages. At this moment, the conductor, with graying hair and disheveled attire, trembled weakly on the sofa. His pallid face bore no trace of color, appearing frightfully ashen. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Conductor, how are you feeling?" "You must hold on. In just 5 hours, our train will reach Wudu. Once we get to the hospital, you will surely be fine." The attendant, approximately in her 30s, with a graceful figure and skin as pale as snow, clad in a purple body-hugging uniform, crouched beside the sofa. She dabbed the conductor's forehead with a tissue while anxiously watching him. She could not fathom why the conductor, who was in good health before boarding, had suddenly deteriorated. "Cold?" The attendant noticed the conductor seemed to be attempting to speak and quickly leaned in closer. "Yes, it cold." "All right, I'll turn off the air conditioning right away." Upon hearing clearly, she hastily switched off the air conditioning and retrieved a spare blanket from the cupboard. Gently draping it over the conductor, "Do you feel better now?" "Cold." The conductor appeared to be fixated on that one word, repeating it incessantly that it was August, and the sun blazed at noon, without air conditioning. One could easily succumb to the heat. How could this be? The attendant furrowed her brow, her concern deepening. "Shall I fetch you a cup of hot water to warm you up?" She stood and approached the water dispenser, filling a cup with hot water. Cautiously, she returned to the conductor's side, supporting his head with her arm, preparing to offer him the water. Suddenly, a hand violently seized her slender, white wrist with immense strength. As if intending to crush her bones, the attendant, taken aback by the pain, looked up in shock, causing the cup of hot water to slip from her grasp and shatter on the floor. What she beheld were eyes no longer belonging to a normal human. Eyes filled with brutality, coldness, and a strange gray gleam that a low growl emanated from the conductor's throat as he abruptly lunged at the attendant, knocking her to the ground with such speed that she had no time to react. A piercing scream echoed throughout the conductor's compartment as crimson blood erupted like fireworks, splattering across the walls, floor, and ceiling. Under the stimulation of the blood, the conductor became even more frenzied, his movements more savage, as he leaned over the elegant body of the attendant, tearing in her delicate flesh. The once beautiful attendant could only lie there, her eyes filled with terror and despair, watching helplessly as her body was gradually devoured. Until the light in her eyes began to fade and her consciousness blurred, she could not comprehend why the conductor, her partner for over a decade, had suddenly transformed into a ravenous demon. As the conductor savagely feasted, a transformation began to occur within him. His aged skin began to swell, forming yellowish pus-filled blisters. With a pop, the blisters burst, revealing pale, worm-like creatures writhing beneath his skin. They resembled caterpillars, but unlike them, these creatures had sharp, slightly curved mouthparts, about 2 centimeters long, reminiscent of the fangs of a bloodthirsty fiend. Enough to chill one to the bone. By the time the attendant was reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones, the floor was littered with those eerie worms, dense and countless. In Carriage 16, the countdown for the administrator's assessment task read, 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 4 seconds. Lin Fan donned a form-fitting black nylon combat suit, which perfectly showcased his muscular physique, with a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder and a compound crossbow in one hand. He walked through the carriage, now strewn with corpses, with a cold, piercing gaze. This black nylon combat suit, purchased with 30 points from the game store, was crafted from high-density nylon material, weighing approximately 6 pounds. It could withstand piercing and cutting from sharp weapons, and even absorb a few rifle bullets. Such formidable defensive capabilities were achieved with minimal weight, embodying a level of technology comparable to that of the highest research institutions on Blue Planet. Capable of developing nanotech bulletproof vests, at this moment, the entire carriage bore no remaining standing zombies, and Lin Fan, amid the carnage, had undergone an indescribable change. His every movement now exuded the confidence of a seasoned warrior, devoid of the naivety of an ordinary high school student. Casting a glance at the countdown for the administrator's assessment task, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. "I have clearly dispatched all the zombies in this carriage. Why, then, does the administrator's assessment task still indicate an incomplete status? What could be the reason? Is there a zombie that hasn't been fully dispatched? As Lin Fan pressed forward, a chilling game alert suddenly echoed in his ears. Warning. Extreme danger. 3 meters ahead, a zombie is undergoing uncontrollable mutation. The rate of mutation is alarmingly rapid that if the mutation completes, the game progress will face unpredictable uncertainties, with the mortality rate soaring to 100%. Please intervene immediately. Chapter 7. Blood Battle with the Boss. Life and Death Crisis. Uncontrollable mutation. 100% mortality rate. Upon hearing the alert, Lin Fan's heart tightened instinctively that he raised his compound crossbow, fingers poised on the trigger, and dashed toward the location indicated by the system prompt. That direction led him to seat number 93 in this carriage. Arriving at seat 93, he was greeted by a grotesquely unsettling sight. On the bloodstained floor lay a massive, crimson cocoon, approximately 1 meter in diameter, oozing a viscous liquid and featuring a grotesque, charred flesh surface. Lin Fan could not discern what this entity was, but instinctively sensed danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his crossbow and unleashed a flurry of arrows upon the cocoon. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation, striking the cocoon in an instant, with a loud bang. The cocoon burst open, releasing a foul-smelling, viscous red liquid that rained down like droplets. Lin Fan had no idea what this unknown substance was, and he dared not let it splatter on him. His leg muscles exploded with power as he swiftly ducked behind a nearby seat that a sharp, furious roar erupted from seat 93T that moment. On the blood-soaked floor, a white-haired zombie slowly rose to its feet. This zombie was none other than the elderly woman who had been the first to undergo transformation in the carriage. At this moment, her appearance had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. In fact, she bore little resemblance to any of the other zombies. Her eye sockets were no longer the hollow white voids one might expect, but instead glimmered with an eerie shade of gray. Even more astonishing was the sight of 2 necks emerging from her shoulders, one supporting her own head, while the other bore a bloodied cranium that a closer inspection would reveal that the extra head belonged to the mischievous child. Most alarmingly, her hands had completely deviated from human anatomy, with sharp claws glistening with a chilling light extending from her knuckles. Her gaping maw revealed a pair of 5-centimeter-long fangs. Even her knees had developed grotesque bony protrusions, as if they were on the verge of sprouting sharp bone spurs. Such an uncanny appearance, coupled with the menacing aura radiating from her, left Lin Fan with no choice but to act without delay. Seizing the moment while the zombie was momentarily stunned, he crawled out from beneath his seat and unleashed a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of metal clashing echoed as arrows that could easily pierce through other zombies struck her neck, only managing to penetrate a mere centimeter. They failed to breach her defenses. With a piercing scream, the elderly woman let out a chilling roar, turning to fix her gray pupils on Lin Fan. With a swift motion, her razor-sharp right claw reached up and effortlessly snapped the iron arrows at their base before his very eyes. The sheer sharpness of her claws was nothing short of appalling. Witnessing this, Lin Fan's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and his mind quickly assessed that engaging in close combat would be unwise. Her offensive and defensive capabilities were far too formidable. It was dangerously imperative to rely on speed to create distance. He retreated rapidly, hastily reloading his crossbow. As soon as he finished loading, Lin Fan continued to backpedal while relentlessly pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed at this moment. The old woman sprang into action, dodging the arrows while rapidly pursuing Lin Fan. It was worth noting that he had used points to max out his leg speed, enabling him to run with the swiftness of a cheetah. Yet, astonishingly, the elderly woman's speed surpassed his by a slight margin. In an instant, they had raced from the rear of the carriage to the front, arriving at a veritable mountain of corpses piled high with the remains of countless zombies. Before Lin Fan could leap over the mound of bodies, a chilling gust of wind swept past him. Turning his head, he saw 2 bloody claws lunging toward his neck with alarming speed. Lin Fan dared not gamble on whether the old woman could shred his combat gear and skin with her dual assault, that in the face of danger, his muscles tensed, and he summoned all his strength to evade to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly claws. Just as he intended to raise his crossbow for a close-range shot, the child's neck on the old woman's shoulder elongated to over a meter, resembling a water snake. An ensnared Lin Fan. His right hand, which held the compound bow, was trapped against his neck, rendering him immobile. With her attacks, speed, defenses, and this bizarre ability to extend her neck, she was practically an invincible boss with no apparent weaknesses. Moreover, this was before her mutation had fully completed. Lin Fan couldn't fathom if he would survive a full transformation. No wonder the game warned that if the mutation wasn't interrupted, the mortality rate would soar to 100%. Entangled by the constricting neck, Lin Fan found himself in an increasingly perilous situation. The old woman's claws struck toward his chest with lightning speed, while the child, now behind him, sank its teeth into his shoulder blade. Ah! The tearing sound of fabric under immense strain echoed in Lin Fan's ears, under the savage bites of the child and the claws of the old woman. Even the nylon combat gear, capable of withstanding gunfire, was torn to shreds. Without the protection of his gear, Lin Fan's natural defenses were insufficient against this diminutive boss's onslaught. The old woman's claws raked across his chest, leaving deep gashes that bled profusely. Meanwhile, the child's ferocious gnawing exposed the white bone of his shoulder. Severely injured and sandwiched between attacks, with the serpent-like neck constricting him, escape seemed impossible. A chilling dread surged from the soles of Lin Fan's feet, racing up to his head. Was he to perish here today? No, I refuse to die. I cannot succumb here. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, Lin Fan began to retaliate furiously. He seized the old woman's head, thrusting his thumb and forefinger into her grayish eye sockets, exerting all his might as if to extract her brain. With a sickening squelch, grayish fluid mixed with blood splattered from her eye sockets. The old woman howled in agony, twisting her head in a futile attempt to escape his iron grip. Regardless of her struggles, she could not free herself from Lin Fan's vice-like hold. The intense pain radiating from her eye sockets provoked a violent reaction, causing her entire body to writhe. Eventually, the muscles in her neck began to convulse violently, and a sharp bone spur, shimmering with a ghostly light, grotesquely erupted from it, aiming directly at Lin Fan's eyes. Chapter 8, Talon Awakening. So you can feel fear too? Lin Fan's body was engulfed in a chill, every hair on his body standing on end. His instincts warned him that the sharpness of that bone spur far exceeded even that of the old woman's claws. Should it pierce his eye, his skull would undoubtedly be penetrated. He dared not hesitate for a moment and hastily released his grip on the old woman's head, instead grasping the bone spur in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. However, the old woman had already forced Lin Fan to the ground, using her entire weight to pin him down. Despite his utmost effort, he could not impede the bone spur's relentless progression. Just as the icy spike drew perilously close to his eyelashes, Lin Fan, in a moment of desperation, bellowed fiercely, feeling a surge of heat course through his body as if every cell were igniting in flames. The muscles in his arms, already pronounced, swelled further, and his skin felt as though it were being torn apart from within by an immense force. Crimson blood surged forth, cascading over Lin Fan's entire form. Yet strangely, beneath the torn skin lay not flesh, but a series of inky black patterns that resembled serpentine scales, intertwining and pulsating as if alive. His left arm now appeared akin to a living python. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for awakening the talent of the python's arm under life and death pressure. Python's arm. When the muscle strength of both arms reaches its peak, the muscle cells will enter a rapid division state, causing an instantaneous doubling of strength. Upon receiving the system notification, a cacophony of sounds erupted from his arms, the sound of countless cells exploding and reorganizing. The horrific sensation of tearing caused Lin Fan to break into a cold sweat, yet an overwhelming surge of power surged from his arms. That in such a dire situation, Lin Fan acted without a second thought. With a mighty roar, he forcibly pushed the old woman off him. The next instant, a resounding crack echoed as the cold, shimmering gray bone spur connecting to her neck was shattered by sheer force. A torrent of blood gushed from the old woman's neck, splattering across Lin Fan's face. At that moment, Lin Fan was consumed by a crimson haze. Ignoring everything else, he gripped the bone spur and thrust it into the gaping maw of the old woman. With a sickening squelch, the spur pierced effortlessly through her skull, as if penetrating a block of tofu. It was astonishing, considering her defenses had withstood even steel arrows, with the old woman's brain pierced. Her expression froze, and all movement and howling ceased. Her sharp claws fell limply from Lin Fan's chest, and the serpent-like neck that had constricted him loosened, along with the child's head, which tumbled to the side. Their eyes meeting Lin Fan's gaze that I in the dimming gray pupils of the child, Lin Fan could discern a flicker of familiar emotion. Fear and pleading so, it too can feel fear. Yet Lin Fan felt no pity. With the last remnants of his strength, he withdrew the bone spur from the old woman's mouth, stubbornly prying open the child's jaw, and drove the spur through its skull completely. Only then did he collapse. Utterly drained, onto a nearby seat, his eyelids grew heavier, and he realized this battle had been far too brutal. Upon his back, shoulders, right arm, and chest, there was not a single inch of unblemished skin. Blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. At that moment, the K-231 train traversed a mountainous forest and emerged into an expansive wilderness. Warm sunlight filtered through the blood-stained windows, casting a gentle glow upon his face. Butterflies fluttered freely amidst the golden sea of rapeseed flowers. By the fields, an elderly farmer led two young girls, around 7 or 8 years of age, as they gazed contentedly at the azure sky, their lips moving as if recounting a delightful fairy tale. Time ticked to 12:09, that there remained 4 hours and 53 minutes until the K-231 train would arrive at Wudu Station. Wudu Station, sprawling over an area of 780,000 square meters with a total building area of 520,000 square meters, boasts 29 platforms and 53 tracks, integrating rail, passenger, road, and urban transport into a modern mega railway passenger station. Since its completion, Wudu Station has stood as the largest station in Dacia and even across the entire Blue Star. Often imitated by various countries but never surpassed that on ordinary days, the passenger flow at Wudu Station exceeds 1 million presently. As the school season peaks, students from all corners of the nation, accompanied by parents sending their children off to school, flock to Wudu Station, pushing the passenger volume to an astonishing 5 million. Such a figure is indeed staggering. The most delighted are the shops and hotels nearby, with daily earnings soaring to tenfold or even dozens of times their usual income. Truly a windfall. However, the most vibrant and distinctive aspect of the station is not them, but the various exits. Buses from educational institutions line the streets, forming a long queue that stretches for miles. Each bus is adorned with bright banners. Welcome new students to Wudu Normal University, wishing students success. And welcome new students to Wudu Institute of Technology. May you ride your dreams and cherish your youth. All 138 higher education institutions in Wudu converge here. Among them, the most striking is undoubtedly Wudu Normal University, with rows of long, elegant legs and a bustling scene that could leave one dizzy from afar. Stepping closer, one is greeted by a fragrant breeze that could easily ensnare anyone within its allure. One might exclaim, "Is this paradise?" Beside the welcome area of the Normal University, on a stone pedestal, a youth clad in a white shirt and jeans fixated on the stunning long legs, unable to restrain his exclamations. Ah, Wudu truly deserves its title as the land of scholars. Such a flourishing academic atmosphere. Look at your aspirations, retorted another youth with a buzz cut, sporting a shirt emblazoned with Thanos' visage, rolling his eyes to be why the way. Have you contacted Lin Fan? Ask when he will arrive. The youth in the white shirt was named Bai Ning, while the buzz-cut boy was Kai Sicheng. Both were high school classmates and close friends of Lin Fan. Since they all applied to universities in Wudu, they had planned to meet up today before heading to their respective schools. Upon hearing Kai Sicheng's inquiry, Bai Ning replied nonchalantly without turning his head, "Lin Fan's phone has no signal. I couldn't get through. He probably is still on the green train running through the mountains. However, he did send me his itinerary yesterday, and he should arrive around 5 this afternoon." Kai Sicheng shot Bai Ning a glance. "You know Lin Fan will arrive around 5, yet you come here so early?" Bai Ning, with an air of righteous indignation, replied, "That kid got accepted to Dacia University of Science and Technology, the top 3 prestigious institutions in Dacia. Even though I couldn't get in, it doesn't hinder my admiration. Arriving a few hours early is only fitting. It's a matter of respect for Dacia University of Science and Technology. What do you know, you mundane person? I can't be bothered to explain." Seeing Bai Ning's audacity, Kai Sicheng was at a loss for words. Having grown up together, who didn't know each other well? When Bai Ning's thick skin emerged, he seemed devoid of shame. No one could outweed him in a verbal spar. Suddenly, Kai Siqing exclaimed, "Damn, Lao Bai, look over there. Those legs are exquisite." Bai Ning, previously solemn, turned around abruptly, asking where? Kai Siqing, with a face full of disbelief, thought, "Is this what you call respect?" Chapter 9. A 001 virus, Golden Finger. So sleepy, so desperately wanting to sleep. No, I mustn't sleep. In the K231 train, in seat 93 of the 16th carriage, Lin Fan, clad in tattered clothing and drenched in blood, bit his lip fiercely, fighting to keep his eyelids from drooping. His injuries were severe. Blood flowed from his chest, back, and shoulders like a gentle stream that if he succumbed to sleep, he could not guarantee he would awaken again. Shaking his head gently to regain a modicum of alertness, Lin Fan hastily accessed the game shop interface. Point balance: 33 points, 128 points earned from killing all the zombies in the carriage, 60 points spent on body enhancement, 30 points on combat attire, 5 points on arrows, basic healing potion, 10 points, stimulates rapid growth of red blood cells, healing injuries. Today, a special admin offer, T-Virus Immunity Potion, 1 point, remaining purchase limit, for bottles. Without a second thought, Lin Fan spent 30 points to purchase 3 bottles of the basic healing potion. A flash of white light appeared as 3 vials filled with red liquid materialized beside him. Enduring the pain from his wounds, Lin Fan shakily reached for 1 potion, mustering all his strength to uncork the wooden stopper that he slowly tilted the vial over his most grievous wound on his chest. As the cold liquid made contact with his torn flesh, a piercing agony shot through him. Beads of cold sweat streamed down Lin Fan's forehead. Despite the torment, he was astonished to discover that the extensive bleeding from his ravaged chest ceased, forming large clots of congealed blood under the potion's influence. The efficacy was astonishing. Without hesitation, Lin Fan grabbed the remaining 2 vials and poured them onto his back and shoulders. After saturating all his wounds with the potion, he had half a bottle left. He thought it would be wasteful not to consume it and downed it in one go. After applying the 3 potions externally and internally, a wave of unbearable itching surged across his chest, back and shoulders, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over him. The scabs grew thicker, eventually shedding to reveal fresh, tender flesh beneath. Such severe injuries were entirely healed in just a matter of minutes. Aside from feeling a bit fatigued, he was restored to his former self. Lin Fan swore that this healing effect was incomparable to any miraculous drug on Earth. It was simply extraordinary. If hospitals had this kind of potion, he believed many lives could be saved from various ailments. What on earth was this apocalyptic game that even such miraculous potions existed? After experiencing another wave of shock internally, Lin Fan gradually collected his thoughts. Seated on a relatively clean bench and accessed the game shop once more, he bought 2 bottles of T-Virus Immunity Potion and a quiver of arrows. Opening a bottle of the immunity potion, he downed it in one gulp. He had already consumed one before the battle, and its effects had yet to wear off. Otherwise, with the old lady's injuries, Lin Fan would have long since turned into a monster. Consuming another bottle was a precaution against any residual T-Virus from his severe wounds. He did not wish to heal only to suddenly transform into a zombie. Next, Lin Fan checked his physical condition again, confirming everything was fine, and finally sighed in relief that he then refocused his attention on the game. Admin Assessment Task Countdown. 46 minutes and 57 seconds. Completed, can be settled at any time. Indeed, after defeating the carriage's boss, the elderly lady, the admin assessment task was accomplished. Lin Fan quickly tapped the settlement button that a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan, for successfully passing the admin assessment task and officially becoming an admin in the Apocalypse game. Task Reward 1. 300 points. Task Reward 2. Admin privileges unlocked. Can log into the game interface to view. Upon seeing the reward of 300 points, Lin Fan initially thought he was mistaken. He had previously toiled to clear an entire carriage of zombies and had only earned 128 points. Killing a boss yielded reward surpassing that of an entire carriage of zombies, of course. To defeat this boss, Lin Fan had paid a grave price, nearly facing death. The inherent dangers are self-evident. The substantial reward points seem quite reasonable under such circumstances, with an abundance of points at hand and no clear plan for their utilization. I shall continue to explore further that I have accessed the game's functional interface, which has undergone significant transformations. Originally comprising 4 features: minimap, Monster Encyclopedia, Attribute Panel, and Marketplace. It now boasts several new additions: Class, Forum, Friends, Chat, Administrator, and A001 virus. The other features are easily discernible by their names. But what on earth is this A001 virus? You are now viewing the A001 virus intrusion log. August 27, 21:35, 10:30 a.m. The Apocalypse game has commenced. Due to a pre-installed virus on the player Lin Fan's phone, certain parameters have been altered, delaying the arrival of the game and implanting a preview of it. 10:41 a.m. Game parameters have been modified, appointing player Lin Fan as the game administrator. 10:42 a.m. A forbidden gate has been established in the aisles of each compartment of the K-231 train, restricting the mobility of the zombies. 10:45 a.m. A prompt has been issued to player Lin Fan to seek refuge in a safe haven. 10:51 a.m. A special starter package exclusively for the prospective administrator has been granted to player Lin Fan. 11:01 a.m. Player Lin Fan has access to enhance or unlock the minimap, Monster Encyclopedia, and Attribute Panel functions has been granted, augmenting his survival capabilities. Upon reviewing this intrusion log, Lin Fan was utterly astounded. The advance warning of the video provided him with a chance to escape the chaotic compartment, along with the benefits acquired in the game, were all due to this A001 virus, a virus pre-installed on his phone. Could it truly be the same virus from the film he watched last night? Goodness, has the virus in those movies become this formidable? Before Lin Fan could ponder further, the virus intrusion log abruptly vanished, replaced by a flurry of green text. Welcome, Game Administrator Lin Fan, to the A001 virus parameter modification interface. Due to repeated alterations of game parameters, the current computing power of the A001 virus has diminished to 70, recovering at a rate of 1 per hour. Should the computing power be entirely depleted, the A001 virus will be unable to evade detection by the game system and will be eradicated. Throughout the ensuing gameplay, when the A001 virus encounters modifiable parameters, it will proactively seek the administrator Lin Fan's input. Please allocate virus computing power wisely. After perusing this segment of green text, Lin Fan's expression was one of sheer astonishment. This could be considered a cheat. Couldn't it? To have an advantage in the game is undeniably exhilarating. Yet after some experimentation, he soon realized that matters were not as delightful as he envisioned. The Apocalypse game was indeed quite formidable. Game parameters could not be altered at will. He could only await the virus's successful infiltration of a game function, which would then prompt him for modifications. Currently, no options were available for alteration, so he had no choice but to set it aside for now. With a thought, the green text shimmered and gradually faded away. His gaze returned to the game interface. Chapter 10. The Evolution of Life. An unread message. Lin Fan first clicked on the class section, revealing a series of information. Player: Lin Fan. Class: Hunter. Hidden Authority: Game Administrator. Arms: Class C. Talent: Python arms. The strength of his arms has surpassed the evolutionary limits of human genes, reaching the intensity of a hunter, and can be further enhanced with points. Upon reading this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Having just slain the old lady and received a reward of 300 points, he promptly invested all of it to max out his arm attributes. He then continued to explore the class introduction. Note: the evolutionary direction of the human body is categorized into 3 main types. 1. The hunter, primarily enhancing physical limbs to gain extraordinary close combat killing abilities. The process of biological evolution is often one of hunting and being hunted. Evolving into a hunter signifies the power to seize control of one's destiny. Evolution condition for hunters: attaining a talent with significant offensive or defensive capabilities in a particular part of the body. 2. To the scout, focusing on enhancing sensory organs and mental acuity. Sensory organs can probe and gather various external information. Foreseeing danger enables one to avoid harm and gain a survival advantage. Evolution condition for scouts: acquiring a talent in one of the 6 senses: vision, taste, smell, touch, hearing, or mental awareness. 3. To the mystic, centered on mastering arcane powers, extremely rare. With unknown evolution conditions. Upon finishing the introduction, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the various enhancements offered by this game pertain to evolution. The term evolution was not unfamiliar to Lin Fan. Most individuals educated in modern times are aware of it. As the most advanced primates, humans have evolved step by step from ordinary apes. However, The process of evolution takes an exceedingly long time, hundreds of thousands of years for humanity to shed its primal traits and become the dominators and symbols of wisdom on Blue Planet. To this day, many assert that humanity has reached the pinnacle of the food chain, with no species or evolutionary direction capable of surpassing it, at least not on Blue Planet. Yet now, a path that could shatter scientific understanding and allow humanity to continue evolving lay clearly before Lin Fan. Hunters, unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's breathing grew more rapid. Had he truly evolved? Instinctively, he raised his arms. With a mere thought, intricate patterns resembling serpentine scales began to manifest upon his arms, swiftly spreading forth as the patterns enveloped his entire arms. They no longer resembled those of a human. Muscles as solid as rock, adorned with patterns akin to a giant python. Should an ordinary person witness this, they would undoubtedly be horrified. However, these monstrous arms concealed unimaginable power. Just then, Lin Fan caught sight of a bone spike, radiating a grayish cold light, lodged in the mouth of a mischievous child on the floor. Without a second thought, he seized it and swiftly slashed at the nearby seat. Clang! The sound of a blade beat as Lin Fan silently reminded himself to stay vigilant. His peripheral vision caught sight of the phone he had discarded earlier, intended to divert the attention of the zombies. He hurried over to retrieve it, only to discover that the screen had been trampled into a shattered mess. Pressing the power button, he was relieved to see the screen light up. He could always replace the screen later. However, as he gazed at the damaged device once more, he noticed an unread message in the bottom right corner of the fractured screen. Upon opening it, he found a text from his father sent just before he boarded the car. Xiao Fan. After dropping you off at the station, I went to the bank and transferred 2,000 yuan to your card. Although our family isn't wealthy, once you're at university, don't be stingy like before. Make some friends, treat them to a meal or two, though we must spend what needs to be spent. There is no need to save money for dad. Once you're in society, having more friends opens up more paths. Most importantly, find a girlfriend. I've heard university girls are easy to talk to. Just as Lin Fan was about to finish reading the message, the shattered screen of the phone suddenly flickered with erratic static. Bang! A loud crackle emanated from within the device. And no matter how he pressed the power button, the screen refused to illuminate again. That moment, he couldn't care less about the malfunctioning phone. He slumped onto a nearby bench, staring at the blood-soaked ground and countless mangled corpses, replaying his father's message in his mind, filled with bitterness that if his parents were to discover that he had killed so many people, they would likely be terrified to death to know that couldn't be right. The apocalyptic game has descended upon reality, and it surely wouldn't be the last time. If the next wave of devastation occurred near his hometown, his parents, being ordinary and aging individuals, would have an exceedingly slim chance of survival. Lin Fan couldn't bear to imagine the panic and helplessness in their eyes if surrounded by zombies. He suddenly realized that even if he evolved into a hunter, powerful enough to slay hundreds or even thousands of zombies, the appearance of just one zombie before his parents would lead to consequences beyond his ability to bear. Therefore, he must become strong enough to protect his parents and friends. He also needed to delve deeper into this so-called apocalypse game, utilizing the A001 virus to thoroughly comprehend its nature. Ding, Game Administrator Lin Fan. Please promptly enter the administrator interface to review the guidelines. The notification interrupted his thoughts, and Lin Fan frowned. Without hesitation, he accessed the administrator interface. 1.do not disclose your identity as an administrator to anyone. 2. The administrator possesses the authority to foresee clues and timings of the next game's onset, but must not reveal any details to the outside world. 3. In the event of uncontrollable variables during the game, the administrator must resolve them promptly to maintain the game's normal operation. Please keep the above guidelines firmly in mind. Note: the administrator status is permanently bound. Once the assessment is completed, it cannot be revoked or voluntarily relinquished unless death occurs. If the game administrator dies within the game, the system will select another player. A gentle reminder: do not contravene any terms. The terms are few. And do not specify the consequences of violations. However, based on Lin Fan's understanding of the apocalypse game, he knew that any defiance would undoubtedly lead to dire repercussions. Despite numerous restrictions, there were also benefits. The administrator could actually foresee the timing and clues of the next game's onset, which was crucial, allowing Lin Fan ample preparation before the next game commenced. Nevertheless, he needed to survive this current descent first. After firmly committing each guideline to memory, Lin Fan closed the rules page. Ding. The game administrator has been appointed, and the game is officially in operation, currently retrieving the number of surviving humans on the train. Ding. It has been detected that there are 27 non-player humans alive on the train, and they are being pulled into the Apocalypse game. Note, if they refuse to be pulled into the game, the system will forcibly eliminate them. Additionally, when the train arrives at the station, non-player humans aboard will also be forcibly eliminated by the game system. Chapter 11. Survivors enter the game. We have no choice. Upon hearing the mechanical announcement, Lin Fan was taken aback. The two extermination rules felt eerily like coercing humans into becoming players. Did this imply that a sufficient number of players were necessary for the Apocalypse game to operate normally? What could the ultimate purpose be? While Lin Fan pondered this, the game notification chimed again. Ding. Player Zhang Ming has entered the game. Ding. Player Qiu Jian has entered the game. A series of notifications ensued. In the next moment, the chat function within the game interface began to vibrate. Lin Fan clicked in to find a desperate message. Is anyone there? Please help me, I don't know what is going on. But the K231 train has turned into a scene from a horror movie. Everyone except me has become a zombie, attacking anyone they see. I'm hiding in the bathroom and can't dare to go out. My phone has no signal. I can't call for help, and then I was inexplicably pulled into this game. This message was from a player named Zhang Ming, who posted in the public chat channel. Soon, other players began to respond. You're on the K231 train too. So am I. Zombies. If those frenzied people outside are zombies, that is quite accurate. Anyone bitten by them will get infected. I'm also hiding in the bathroom of carriage 13. 10 minutes ago, I opened the door to check outside and almost got bitten. Wow, my mom was supposed to take me to Wudu for university, but she was caught and bitten to death by those zombies. Lin Fan's heart sank as he realized. Could it be that all the players in this game were passengers from the K231 train? The communication had likely been severed, leaving them utterly helpless to seek assistance from the outside world. As he read through the messages flooding his screen, filled with pleas for help, complaints, and expressions of panic, it quickly dawned on them that all players were indeed trapped on the train, like caged birds with no hope of reaching out for help. Sighing deeply, Lin Fan reflected on how these individuals were not so different from his own initial encounter with the Apocalypse game. Just as he was about to type a message to inform them of the game's situation, the cold game notification chimed once more. Ding. Large-scale collective mission initiated. Annihilate all zombies on the train. Mission time limit. 4 hours. It is hoped that all players will work together to complete this collective task. Mission rewards. Based on each player's contributions during the mission. Collective mission failure punishment. Elimination of all players on the train. Should you refuse to accept the mission, you will lose your player status for life. Following the full-screen announcement, Lin Fan received a personal notification. Player Lin Fan, as the game administrator, you must ensure the completion of the collective mission and maintain the normal operation of the game. Note, current remaining number of zombies on the train, 2116. After absorbing all the information, Lin Fan frowned deeply. To resolve over 2,000 zombies on the train within 4 hours, even having evolved into a hunter. He felt an immense pressure. At that moment, the public chat channel erupted with chaos. Large-scale collective mission. You want me to go out and kill zombies? If the mission isn't completed, we'll be eliminated. What the hell is this? I don't care about your collective mission. What does it have to do with me? I just want to know how to survive. I have no interest in those madmen outside. Let someone else deal with them. I'll stay hidden in the bathroom. Things may not be as simple as you think. Remember the warning before entering the game. Refusing to enter would lead to elimination. The person who was hiding with me in the bathroom didn't believe it and smashed his phone. The next second, his head exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered all over me. If we fail the mission, we will truly die. This player seemed to be trying to convince others, even sharing a photo in the chat. The image indeed confirmed his words. A headless corpse lay quietly on the floor of a blood-soaked bathroom. Whoa, this is... ugh. Too terrifying. Is this for real? Don't joke around at a time like this, buddy. I'm not joking. Unless I had seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Don't harbor any hopes. This game means death when it says death. So, if I don't accept this mission, it's fine, right? Failing means elimination, but refusing isn't considered failure. I just don't want to play this damn game again. Upon witnessing the final player's remarks, Lin Fan wore a look of profound exasperation. Just as he was about to caution the other players against seeking loopholes within the game, a player with the ideally sane interjected first. Fools, do you think you have a choice? Refusing to become a player will result in immediate obliteration. How could one stripped of their player identity possibly survive? That person adamantly refusing to accept any tasks seems utterly terrified by the zombies outside. No matter what others say, he staunchly refuses to accept a task, let alone confront the zombies. I refuse to go out and face those man-eating monsters. If death is inevitable, I'd rather perish in the restroom. In the next moment, the player who claimed he would not undertake any tasks had his avatar instantly turn gray, that a chilling game notification echoed in the ears of all players. Ding. Player Wu Kai has been forcibly logged out for refusing game tasks, that he will no longer enjoy any game functionality such as player status, the shop, or chat channels, and shall never again become a game player. A friendly reminder. Once this game event concludes, all non-player humans aboard the train will be exterminated, that we urge other players not to follow suit and to actively complete game tasks to enhance their strength for a chance at survival. Li Sei scoffed, "Ha, idiots." No one paid heed to Li Sei's derisive remark, and the entire chat channel fell silent. The emergence of the apocalypse-themed game had completely upended their understanding of reality, leaving everyone at a loss as to what to do next. After a prolonged silence, the first player to speak within the game, Zhang Ming, resumed the conversation. Not accepting tasks means we avoid going out to kill zombies. But ultimately, we will still die that I don't want to die, let alone face a headshot. How about we discuss how to complete the tasks instead? Oh my god, are you insane? There's zombies outside the restroom. Going out is certain death. Another player interjected, in my opinion, we should accept the task and then hide in the restroom until the train reaches Wudu Station. The station's security team will surely eliminate these zombies. Exactly. That way, we can complete the task without having to confront the zombies. Wait, are you all not paying attention to the time? It's 12:45 p.m., and our train won't arrive at Wudu Station until 5 p.m. The task deadline is 4:45 p.m. That if we don't finish the task, we won't survive until the train reaches Wudu Station. Is it all just a matter of dying then? I am done for. In truth, as Li Sei had just remarked, since boarding this train, they had lost all choice. Chapter 12. These three individuals are not simple, just as the players gradually sank into despair. Sending various friendly greetings to their loved ones, a document-like announcement suddenly popped up in the chat interface. Introduction to Zombie Weaknesses, Habits, Characteristics, and Killing Experience, available for purchase and reading for just 1 point. Killing a zombie grants 1 point, no points. You can buy on credit, and the amount will be deducted automatically after killing zombies. This document was, of course, uploaded by linfan.at this moment. He could undoubtedly be considered the most knowledgeable individual about zombies on this train. Possessing the richest experience in extermination, only administrators possess the monster encyclopedia. Ordinary players lack this functionality. Lin Fan's intention was not to profit from the players' points, but rather to empower more individuals with the ability to slay zombies. Otherwise, if others remained holed up in the restroom, paralyzed by fear, he would be left to tackle the collective task of exterminating all the zombies aboard the train alone. The document had barely been uploaded when 3 purchase notifications immediately appeared. Ding. Player Qiu Jiyun has spent 1 point to purchase the information you uploaded. Ding. Player Shimingxi has spent 1 point to purchase the information you uploaded. Ding. Player Li Sei has spent 1 point to purchase the information you uploaded. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Fan's face. Had someone bought it so quickly, so decisively? These 3 individuals had already accumulated points, without resorting to credit. This meant that while others were still in a state of panic and helplessness, they had gained the ability to kill zombies. Moreover, the instant the zombie information was posted, they immediately recognized its value. These 3 individuals were certainly not ordinary. Lin Fan silently noted down their names in his mind. Wait a moment. Shinmingxi, Bomb Cat. That must be a coincidence. Afterward, Lin Fan ceased to focus on the chat content. Time for the tasks was limited. He had to continue hunting. After a brief organization of his equipment, he replaced his tattered combat outfit with a high-density nylon combat suit purchased for 30 points from the game shop, that he then picked up a bone spike from the ground. This bone spike, entirely gray and conical in shape, measured approximately 60 cm in length, with a section at the end that was perfectly sized for gripping that it could serve as a melee weapon. Lin Fan secured the bone spike at his waist, strapped 2 quivers of arrows to his back, and carried a composite crossbow as he approached the adjacent car. Number 15, a heavy steel door blocked his path along the corridor between the 2 carriages. Originally, there was no such door on the train, but the Apocalypse game manifested it to prevent monsters from wandering between cars. Through the glass window of the steel door, he could see zombies, bloodied and disheveled, meandering in the corridor of car 15. Lin Fan placed his hand on the door handle. A game notification chimed in his ears. Ding. All zombies in car 16 have been exterminated. The lockdown door will now open for you. A flash of white light flickered before Lin Fan's eyes as the heavy steel door vanished in a thin air, roaring and howling. The previously aimless horde of zombies in car 15 immediately took notice of Lin Fan's presence and charged towards him with frenzied shrieks. Having hunted an entire car full of zombies and fought a boss to the death, Lin Fan's gaze was as deep and calm as an ancient well, devoid of any panic. He skillfully raised his composite crossbow and swiftly pulled the trigger while retreating in a rapid yet orderly manner. After all, the mountainous pile of corpses in car 16 could serve as advantageous cover. It would be illogical not to utilize it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air, tracing exquisite lines of death. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, he claimed the lives of the 10 foremost zombies in the horde. Before the zombies could surge from car 15 into car 16, Lin Fan had already leapt onto the roughly 2-meter-high pile of corpses, with his left foot forward and right foot back. Both hands gripping the crossbow, he lowered his center of gravity into an exceptionally perfect crouch, loading arrows, and resumed his shooting. As a hunter, Lin Fan viewed these ordinary zombies merely as prey, transforming them into points. By the time the throng of zombies reached the edge of the corpse mountain, he had already slain approximately half of them. The remaining zombies, one after another, struggled to climb the corpse mound like toddlers learning to walk, yearning to savor Lin Fan's delectable flesh and blood. However, awaiting them while let us ponder upon our own survival. How might we vanquish the undead in the absence of weaponry? I consider myself fortunate, having discovered a sturdy stick at the entrance. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted by the ringing of the bell, I stealthily approached and struck one at the nape of its neck, narrowly succeeding in slaying it. After the deed was done, I hastily returned while the bell continued to toll, laughing heartily. To those upstairs, it is truly remarkable. I have successfully dispatched a zombie, yet the air outside is thick with the stench of blood. The moment I opened the door, I was overwhelmed and wretched. Alas, my misfortune struck. I failed to adhere to the timing suggested in the killing guide, and the incessant ringing resulted in my phone being crushed by a zombie within mere minutes. How I longed to acquire a vial of T-virus immunity serum. Such a purchase would alleviate my fears of becoming infected should I sustain an injury. Regrettably, it is priced at 10 points in the marketplace. Too exorbitant. Lin Fan secured the serum for a mere point due to a special discount from the administrator. Other players do not enjoy such privileges. Furthermore, the ability to enhance one's physique and procure the administrator's gift pack are also exclusive to the administrators. Chapter 13. Worthless. Unworthy of existence. While the crowd engaged in animated discussion, Lin Fan quickly noticed a significant detail. The chat channel had initially contained 26 players, yet now only 21 remained. This indicated that during the 20 minutes Lin Fan spent clearing the zombies in Carriage 15, 5 players had perished. Indeed, in times of peace, the majority are akin to delicate flowers in a greenhouse. Even with an understanding of the zombies' behavior and possessing relevant combat experience, most individuals remain incapable of slaying the undead, often too fearful to even venture outside. For those who dare to step out, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Relying on these individuals to complete tasks seems rather impractical. They serve only to satiate the zombies' hunger. With a deep sigh, Lin Fan was about to exit the chat interface when a message from Qiao Jian caught his attention. Greetings, everyone. I am Qiao Jian from Carriage 7. Through this period of trial, I have garnered a fair understanding of the rules governing this apocalyptic game. While I cannot elucidate every detail here, one certainty stands. This so-called collective mission cannot be accomplished within the stipulated time frame, relying solely on individual efforts. Only by gathering a sufficient number of survivors and collaborating as a team can we hope to succeed. Here is the plan. The entire train comprises 18 carriages. My friends, and I have already cleared carriages 7 and 8. The ninth carriage is the dining car, which is relatively safe and clean. Let us all convene in carriage 9. I am confident that among the passengers, there exist others like myself who have grasped the game's rules and possess the capability to eliminate zombies. As you make your way to carriage 9, should you encounter any dangerous survivors, please extend your assistance to other players as much as possible, that we are all striving to survive, complete this mission, and escape this game aboard this train. For those who lack the confidence to confront the zombies, please share your carriage number, and I will do my utmost to guide others to your location. Once Qiu Jiyun concluded, responses flooded in. Shinmingshi remarked, I concur. With the leadership of Qiu Jiyun and Shinmingshi, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Goodness, they've already cleared 2 carriages? Truly impressive. Wonderful. Finally, a capable individual has emerged. I am in carriage 6, overrun with zombies. I dare not venture out. Unexpectedly, Lisei interjected with an untimely remark. I can't believe someone would actively seek to rescue these utterly useless individuals. This statement plunged the chat into silence, followed by an outpouring of indignation. Who are you calling worthless? We are all in the same train. How can you speak so harshly? Do you not understand? This so-called apocalyptic game is designed to sift out the strong and facilitate their evolution. Worthless individuals do not deserve to survive. The players responded with an avalanche of affectionate yet heated retorts, drowning out any further useful information. Lin Fan shook his head and casually closed the chat channel. Qiu Jiyun, Shinmingshi, and Li Sei were, indeed, remarkable figures. Qiu Jiyun, with his words, instilled hope in the panicked and helpless survivors, demonstrating exceptional organizational leadership. Moreover, he had led a few players to clear 2 carriages of zombies, signifying formidable personal combat prowess. Shinmingshi, though her contribution was merely a simple I agree, exuded confidence, indicating her capability to navigate the train and eliminate zombies independently. Lastly, Lin Fan was taken aback by Li Sei's remarks. Although his words were harsh, he had identified the fundamental essence of this apocalyptic game, the process of selection and evolution. Lin Fan shared a similar suspicion. Could it be that he, too, had transformed into a hunter? After some contemplation, Lin Fan resolved to head towards carriage 9, that beyond the time constraints of the collective mission, there was another crucial concern: the mutated zombies. Neither Qiu Jiyun nor the other 2 had mentioned this, evidently having not encountered such a scenario. With thousands aboard the train, Lin Fan found it hard to believe that only one elderly woman would undergo mutation. Should another mutated zombie appear, fully transformed, it would pose a formidable challenge, one that no individual could confront alone. With this thought, Lin Fan gathered his belongings and opened the door to carriage 14. 20 minutes later, he traversed a sea of corpses and continued towards carriage 13. In carriage 13, a young girl donned in a white outfit with red sleeves and a ponytail wielded an oak staff, battling against a horde of zombies. Her eyes blazed with fury, and her movements were as fluid as a dragoness dance. Within the confines of the carriage, she adeptly maneuvered, utilizing the piles of corpses and seating as barriers, evading the zombies' grasp. The staff in her hands extended like an extension of her arm, delivering powerful and precise strikes that severed the zombies' necks with lethal accuracy. Any martial arts master witnessing this would be left utterly astounded. Throughout her onslaught, every movement was devoid of excess or waste. Achieving such fluidity is unattainable without years of rigorous training. Even more astonishing was her ability to unleash just the right amount of force required to dispatch the zombies, neither more nor less. This level of control over her strength was something even seasoned veterans of the battlefield might struggle to achieve. As time passed, the pile of corpses at her feet grew, yet the intensity of her close-quarters combat demanded a tremendous expenditure of energy. Her breathing became increasingly labored, her chest rising and falling dramatically, akin to a windmill in motion. Beads of sweat trickled down her fair forehead, momentarily halted by her long lashes before seeping into her eyes. Her flushed cheeks even emitted wisps of steam. At 86, 87, she counted her kills aloud, maintaining distance from the encroaching zombies as she MO at the other end of the carriage. A girl, on the verge of seeking refuge in the restroom, was suddenly halted by the cessation of a melodious tune. Confused, she turned her head and beheld a ghastly sight: dozens of zombies lunging toward a strange boy who had appeared out of nowhere. What? How could there be someone here? Oh no, I just threw my phone over. Have I endangered him? A pang of alarm surged through her heart as she swiftly shouted toward Lin Fan's direction. Urging run? You must run. It was not my intention. Ignoring her physical exhaustion, she brandished a long stick and charged toward the horde of corpses, her gaze brimming with concern and guilt. However, this feeling of guilt flickered in her eyes for but a brief moment before it morphed into sheer astonishment. Her almond-shaped, strikingly beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed the unfamiliar boy, his arms rippling with muscle like granite, deliver a single, forceful punch that sent a zombie flying, toppling many others along its path, rendering them incapable of rising for an extended period. Most astonishing of all, the creature he had struck down bore a chest that had completely caved in, its bones shattered. What an extraordinary display of strength! Could such power truly belong to a mere human? The girl was filled with uncertainty. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sounds of impact reverberated throughout the carriage, punctuated by the occasional arrow shooting forth, claiming the lives of the undead. This method of combat, alternating between close quarters and the use of a composite crossbow, was a tactic Lin Fan had developed while annihilating the zombies in Carriage 1-4. It not only enhanced combat efficiency, but also significantly reduced the cooldown time of the crossbow. In a mere 6 or 7 minutes, the once daunting horde of zombies, which had compelled the girl to remain vigilant, was annihilated by Lin Fan's ferocious onslaught. This guy, he's incredibly powerful. The girl was utterly astounded. Despite her overwhelming shock, she hastily steadied herself with the long stick and navigated over the fallen bodies toward Lin Fan. Hello, my name is Shinmingshi. That I apologize for not noticing you there earlier. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the girl, and at first glance, he was taken aback by her striking figure, which was undeniably impressive. It was an awe-inspiring sight, particularly as she moved. It was all too extravagant. However, after merely 2 seconds, Lin Fan averted his gaze and began to utilize his administrator privileges to examine other matters. Player. Shinmingshi profession. Nun background. From an ancient martial arts family. Proficient in firearms, staff techniques, and close combat age. 18 height. 172 centimeters weapon. Oak staff, cost 10 points, length 1.8 meters. Average lethality. Combat power assessment. Significantly stronger than an average human, but not yet at the level of a hunter. Thus not posing a threat. So this is Shinmingshi. With her height and figure, she doesn't resemble a bombshell at all. Furthermore, she hails from an ancient martial arts lineage. No wonder Qiujian had the confidence to suggest meeting up in Carriage 9. But that's as far as it goes. While one could admire an 18-year-old girl daring to confront an entire carriage of zombies and successfully slaying dozens, she remained merely a slightly more formidable human. Not a hunter. In this collective mission, the contributions of ordinary individuals were limited. After a brief internal assessment, Lin Fan felt a tinge of disappointment that he had initially believed that Shinmingshi, Li Sei, and Qiujian had all undergone evolution. But it seemed that was not the case. That I'm Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Shinmingshi murmured the name before continuing. I don't think I've ever seen you speak in the chat channel. Are you also headed to Carriage 9? Why don't we go together? Sure. With that, Lin Fan stepped past her, making his way toward Carriage 12. Lin Fan was in a hurry and did not wish to engage in superfluous conversation. However, to Shinmingshi, this demeanor seemed overly arrogant. Before she could voice her thoughts, she was suddenly struck by the sight of the adjacent Carriage 14, where the long corridor was strewn with blood and corpses. Not only in Carriage 14, but even further in Carriage 15, she could vaguely see more bodies lying on the ground. Staring at this scene, Shinmingshi was left momentarily speechless. Did he do all of this? Wait a moment, suddenly realizing something. She quickly Shinmingshi hastily quickened her pace to catch up with Lin Fan, making her way towards car number 9. That indeed, the barricade that once connected car No. 9 and car number 10 had vanished without a trace. However, the path ahead was obstructed by a veritable mountain of seats and luggage, completely sealing off any passage. Lin Fan cast a glance back and, with a decisive fist, struck out. With a thunderous crash, the heavy seats, weighing in the thousands of pounds, along with countless pieces of luggage, instantly collapsed. After forcefully clearing the passage, Lin Fan led Shinmingshi in a car No. 9. Car number 9 served as a dining car, typically devoid of any occupants. Thus, this carriage was free of zombies and the overwhelming stench of blood, an exceptionally rare sight of cleanliness and order. However, there were 4 living individuals present. Three of them were situated in the middle of the carriage, their faces a picture of astonishment as they fixed their gazes on the entrance of car number 9. Good grief. How did the obstacles we piled up at the entrance collapse? Could it be that zombies from other carriages have come? Wait, it seems to be two people, not zombies, few that scared me to death. Lin Fan paid no heed to the commotion of the three individuals and instead turned his attention to the far end of the carriage. He sensed the presence of a similar aura, a hunter. As Lin Fan focused his gaze, another pair of eyes deep within the carriage locked onto him. This was a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age. Dressed in black with a crew cut, slender in build, clad in loose-fitting athletic pants, and wielding two curved blades that a peculiar smile seemed perpetually etched on his face. But it was not a warm smile. Rather, it was a grotesquely wide grin that stretched almost to his ears, evoking a chilling sensation merely by looking at him. Lin Fan's mind stirred as he activated his administrative privileges to examine the attributes of this individual. Player, lycée occupation, hunter background, sent to a juvenile detention center at 12 for theft, sentenced to 3 years for organized robbery at 16, and 8 years for causing grievous bodily harm at 19. After his release, he became a circus clown and an extreme sports enthusiast. Age, 28. Weapon, twin hunting blades. Cost, 100 points, made of manganese steel alloy, entirely black, capable of cutting through iron columns with a diameter of 3 centimeters. Talent, cheetah's swiftness, C-class hunter talent. Strength, trained through extreme sports. Capable of delivering a punch with a force of 0.8 tons at full exertion. Speed, under the influence of his talent, has surpassed human genetic limits, can run at a speed of 136 kilometers per hour, 16 kilometers faster than a cheetah. Defense. Due to frequent injuries, his skin possesses slightly greater defense than that of an average person, but not by much. Life assessment. His life has been fraught with criminality. Since gaining consciousness, he has either been in prison or on his way to one, leading to a rather tumultuous existence. Combat power assessment. Although he has evolved into a hunter, his physical attributes, aside from speed, are only marginally superior to those of an ordinary person, posing little threat to the administrator. Ding, encountering the first evolved player, special administrator privileges activated. Copying others' talents. Upon reading Lycée's background, Lin Fan couldn't help but take a second glance. Such a history was utterly unprecedented. Perhaps it was because he constantly teetered on the edge of crime, always needing to flee, that he awakened his talent for speed at critical moments. However, what surprised Lin Fan was that the game administrator's special privilege could actually copy another's talent, without a moment's hesitation. He decisively copied it. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for acquiring C-class talent, cheetah's swiftness. Note, copying another's talent requires 100 points to activate. 100 points. A mere trifle. From car number 16 to car no. 9, he had slain at least 700 or 800 zombies. Coupled with the 300 points awarded for completing the administrator's assessment task, even after spending some points to enhance his physique and purchase arrows and potions. Lin Fan still had a staggering total of 800 points at his disposal. He activated the talent without delay. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully activating the talent, cheetah's swiftness. His leg genes have surpassed human limits and can be further enhanced with points. Enhance before the game prompt could fully conclude. Lin Fan had already summoned his attribute panel, spending 300 points to boost his leg attribute, speed, to the limits of a hunter. With this, both his arms and legs, strength and speed, had reached the pinnacle of a hunter's capabilities. Note, each enhancement for a hunter requires 10 points. After enhancement, Lin Fan's maximum running speed could reach 240 km/h, double that of a cheetah, utterly overshadowing Lycée's expertise in speed. His strength had also soared to 3 tons, making him incomparable to Lycée. A faint crackling sound resonated through Lin Fan's legs. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. He too had awakened a talent once, driven to the brink where potential erupted in a critical moment. The peril he faced then, even in recollection, sent a shiver down his spine. But this time, there was no risk involved. For merely 100 points, he could acquire a talent. Most importantly, from now on, Lin Fan could directly copy the talents of other players who had awakened their abilities. This meant that as the number of players grew and more awakened talents emerged, the talents available to Lin Fan would multiply exponentially. Just possessing a single body part with a talent enhancement could elevate him from a human to a hunter. What would it be like if every part of his body possessed such enhancements? Not only body parts, but also the 6 sensory organs. Once he awakened the talent for sensory organs, Lin Fan could become a scout. If fortune smiled upon him and he encountered someone with a mysterious talent and successfully copied it, he would embody the fusion of hunter, scout, and mystic. Surely, this was the true power of the game administrator. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt as if this ability was designed so that all players existed solely to make the administrator stronger, akin to nurturing a parasite. During this moment of contemplation and bewilderment, another individual was even more perplexed than he. Li Se, who had been fixated on Lin Fan, found himself utterly unsettled. He sensed that the aura of this intruder had inexplicably surged tremendously to this moment. Confusion, doubt, and bewilderment filled Li Se's eyes. What the hell is this principal? This guy hasn't done anything. Is he leveling up just by standing there? Is there no law? Why? What exactly just happened? Chapter 16. The 3 Evolved Ones. Welcome to car number 9. Regardless of whether Li Se could accept it, the fact remained that Lin Fan's aura had dramatically increased. Whether in shock or exasperation, Li Se promptly categorized Lin Fan as someone to avoid provoking. Although he lived a lawless life, he was no fool who would knowingly kick a steel plate. However, as a hunter, Li Se could sense the change in Lin Fan's aura, a perception lost on ordinary players. At that moment, a young man sporting yellow hair and a nose ring, with an air of arrogance, stood up and swaggered towards Lin Fan. Hey, you two, come here. Upon viewing his attribute panel, Lin Fan realized this was someone who had never even slain a zombie. Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. The yellow-haired youth, noticing Lin Fan's dismissive attitude, immediately wore a disgruntled expression. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. What do you want? Lin Fan inquired, feeling the other's impatience and furrowing his brow. The yellow-haired youth scoffed, continuing, Let me inform you. If you want to stay here and seek refuge, you must abide by our rules. As he spoke, he pointed to Li Se behind him, that he is our boss, Master Se. Every zombie in the adjacent car number 10 was cleared by him alone. From now on, Master Se is also your boss if you don't obey. Dante blamed Master Se for throwing you to the zombies. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind suddenly swept through behind the yellow-haired youth that I in the next instant. Smack! A resounding slap echoed throughout the carriage. The yellow-haired youth felt as though the world had turned upside down, his body flying backward. When he landed, several of his teeth had been knocked out. Li Se had somehow risen and was now standing beside the yellow-haired youth. Just how many times do I have to tell you to shut your mouth? Master Se. The yellow-haired youth clutched his swollen face, his teeth gapped and filled with grievance. The 2 youths who had been following him were equally filled with fear and confusion. Uncertain as to what words had provoked Master Se's wrath, Li Se ignored them, turning instead to Lin Fan, presenting a smile that he believed was amiable, yet was undeniably discomforting. Welcome to car no. 9. After a moment's thought, he extended a hand. I am Li Se, pleased to make your acquaintance. Lin Fan softly acknowledged with a sound before shaking hands with him, while his mind pondered that now both Shinmingshi and Li Se had met him, leaving only the last one, Qiu Jiun, yet to be introduced. He wondered whether this fellow was an evolved being. Noticing that Lin Fan did not seem inclined to engage in further conversation, Li Se, with a sense of propriety, chose not to elaborate and prepared to return to his seat. To that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from the direction of carriage 8. To his surprise, a considerable number of people had gathered in carriage 9. Lin Fan and the others turned their gazes towards the direction of carriage 8, where a middle-aged man carrying a medical box emerged. His eyes were remarkably profound, exuding an aura reminiscent of a learned sage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint gray glow, the size of a mung bean, emanating from the depths of his pupils. From him, Lin Fan could not sense the perilous and oppressive presence characteristic of a hunter. Yet there was an essence that ordinary humans lacked. With the activation of administrator privileges, all pertinent information about the individual was instantaneously laid bare before Lin Fan's eyes. Player: Qiu Jiun. Profession: Junior Scout. Background: Chief Surgical Military Doctor at the Military Hospital of Wudu City. Holding the rank of Major, possessing an extensive understanding of human anatomy, proficient in surgery and treatment of internal and external injuries, with a keen interest in explosive engineering. Age: 30. Weapons: 1. Polyethylene high-performance line. Price: 50 points. Diameter: 0.3 mm, length, 200 meters, extremely resilient, capable of withstanding a pulling force of up to 3 tons, possesses cutting ability. 2. Homemade dynamite 10, crafted from materials like sulfur and nitrate purchased with points. Poses a significant threat to beings with defense below 10 points, cowhide, costing 10 points each. 3. Surgical knife set, price, 20 points, capable of cutting through the skin and muscle tissue of beings with a defense below 10 points for surgical procedures. Talent, thermal sensation, C rank talent. Eyes can detect the thermal intensity of all objects and life forms within a radius of 100 meters. Combat power assessment. Although his close combat capabilities are far inferior to that of a hunter, if given time to set traps, he could pose a substantial challenge. Nonetheless, he remains a non-threat to the Administrator overall. Administrator's special privilege, ability to replicate others' talents. Indeed, he is Qiu Jiyun, not only a soldier, but also an awakened scout with thermal sensing capabilities. Instinctively, Lin Fan replicated the other's talent and immediately activated and enhanced it with points. A tremendous surge of heat rushed into his eyes. An intense burning sensation that made Lin Fan feel as if his eyeballs had been extracted and tossed into a volcano. His vision blurred momentarily. However, the heat soon subsided. Upon regaining his sight, Lin Fan was astonished to find the world before him transformed. For instance, the seats, corpses, and scattered luggage on the ground were enveloped in a chilling shade of white-gray, while those around him were shrouded in a warm red hue. Only, the relatively weak, ordinary humans exhibited a pale red tint, whereas evolved individuals like Li Se and Qiu Jiyun manifested an orange-red reminiscent of dawn. What astounded Lin Fan the most was that thermal vision possessed a certain degree of X-ray capability. Items concealed within luggage invisible to the naked eye could be roughly identified by their thermal shapes. This what thermal sensing entails. Truly remarkable. However, there were limitations, even after enhancing his eye talent 30 times with points. The thermal vision range was restricted to only 400 meters. Beyond that distance, it resembled an ordinary person's vision, capable of seeing objects but lacking any thermal effect. Lin Fan endeavored to utilize the thermal vision effect. Qiu Jiyun similarly activated his talent to scan everyone's conditions and was quick to discern the differences between Lin Fan and Li Se. Despite both being evolved beings, the boy wielding a crossbow radiated a noticeably more intense thermal energy than both himself and the individual with a curved dagger. This youth left him with a sense of inscrutability. After casting a keen glance at Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun proceeded into Carriage 9. Simultaneously, from the exit of Carriage 8, 8 more individuals entered Carriage 9. Trailing closely behind Qiu Jiyun, the first 4 donned black, high-density nylon combat suits, price, 30 points, and wielded short iron rods, price, 10 points. Their steps were steady, and their eyes brimmed with a chilling intent. Their overall demeanor starkly contrasted with that of ordinary individuals, clearly indicating they had faced zombies before. Curiously, Lin Fan accessed the attribute panel for a closer inspection. Among them, 2 served as Qiu Jiyun's bodyguards, while the other 2 were a retired soldier and a security guard. All 4 possessed formidable backgrounds. Though unevolved, they were undeniably elite. With the assistance of these 4 individuals and explosives, it was no wonder Qiu Jiyun could swiftly clear all zombies from carriages 6, 7, 8, and 9. As for the group trailing behind these 4, they appeared to be survivors recently rescued from carriage 6, their legs trembling as they walked, clearly shaken. Upon Qiu Jiyun and his entourage arriving before Lin Fan and Li Se, the previously provocative yellow-haired individual, along with his 2 lackeys, immediately huddled together, gravitating towards the back of Li Se, subtly establishing a hierarchy with Li Se at the forefront. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Xin Mingxi remained motionless, their gazes calmly fixed on the group. In this brief encounter, the assembly within Carriage 9 had already divided into 3 factions. Observing this scene, Qiu Jiyun remained unfazed. Instead, he smiled and addressed the crowd. Greetings, I am Qiu Jiyun. Although we have not met before, we have discussed survival strategies in the End Times game on the chat channel. I believe I should not be a stranger to you. Right? You are Qiu Jiyun. The yellow-haired individual behind Li Se gazed at him with a look of reverence, while his trepidation towards Li Se stemmed from the fear of the weak before the strong. His admiration for Qiu Jiyun was genuine. After all, Qiu Jiyun's actions were truly about saving lives, allowing more vulnerable individuals to survive on this apocalyptic train that he, too, was among the weak. He wished to live. If given a choice, he would naturally prefer to follow a strong individual like Qiu Jiyun, who evidently possessed a certain caliber and principles, rather than the capricious tyrant that was Li Sei. However, he dared not act recklessly, fearing to provoke Li Sei. This psychological shift was not unique to the yellow-haired individual. Even Li Sei's other two lackeys shared similar sentiments. After nodding towards the yellow-haired individual, Qiu Jiyun wasted no time and stated, "It is currently 14:36, and we have only 2 hours and 12 minutes remaining until the collective task deadline. Since we have gathered 15 individuals, let us discuss how to thoroughly cleanse this train within the time limit." Before Qiu Jiyun could finish his sentence, an elderly man, approximately 60 years old, with graying hair and a corpulent figure, abruptly interrupted, "And no, do not count me in. I am afraid I cannot kill zombies. I beg you, please do not make me kill zombies." All eyes turned towards the old man, who was one of the 4 survivors rescued by Qiu Jiyun from Carriage 6. The old man's name was Xiao Fu, and he was exceptionally timid that as he spoke, he suddenly fell to his knees, his face a mask of terror, grasping Qiu Jiyun's pant leg, his voice trembling as he continued to plead. "I truly cannot kill zombies. When I see them, my legs go weak. Just as long as you do not make me kill zombies. Anything else you ask of me, I shall comply. By the way, my son is the district chief of Jinni District in Wudu City, that if you protect me, I can offer you money, whatever amount you desire. Yes, I can also have my son arrange jobs for you, provide you with stable positions, status, and power. As long as I can return alive, I will agree to anything. I beg you." Tears of muddy despair streamed down Xiao Fu's cheeks as his body trembled uncontrollably, clearly terrified to the extreme. However, no one showed him any sympathy. In fact, many gazes directed at him were filled with disdain. Everyone shared this train. Why should he be allowed to hide in the back while others fought valiantly ahead? Just because he had a district chief for a son? Impossible. Whose life was not precious. Yet, Xiao Fu remained indifferent to the disdainful glances, continuing to weep and plead that if Qiu Jiyun did not acquiesce to him, he would not rise. "Oh dear, we have a big shot here. The district chief's father. I like this." Suddenly, a glimmer of mockery sparkled in Li Sei's eyes as he remarked, "From what you imply, your son must have embezzled quite a bit and is wealthy." Li Sei's face was still adorned with that unsettling grin that stretched from ear to ear as he slowly approached Xiao Fu. Suddenly, he thrust his arm around Xiao Fu's neck, although Li Sei did not exert much force. The chilling smile and the primal sense of oppression emanating from a hunter towards an ordinary person caused Xiao Fu to tremble even more violently. "What do you want?" "Fear not. I am a good person. I merely wish to pose a question." "What question?" "How much would your district chief son be willing to pay for his father's life?" The genuine gaze of Li Sei, coupled with that ever-present grin, made Xiao Fu feel that this man was even more terrifying than a zombie. Within mere seconds, cold sweat drenched his back that don't do anything reckless. Seeing Li Sei's demeanor, Qiu Jiyun felt a bit uncomfortable and immediately admonished. Li Sei turned to Qiu Jiyun, placing a finger to his lips and whispering, "Rest assured, I won't act foolishly. I am a law-abiding citizen. I only wish to provide protection. Collecting a protection fee is entirely reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" "Really? Are you serious?" Upon hearing Li Sei's intent to protect him, Xiao Fu's eyes reflected both joy and unease, primarily due to Li Sei's bizarre demeanor, which made it hard to believe. "Look at that expression of yours. When I, Li Sei, speak, I always keep my word." Spit. As he spoke, Li Sei spat on the ground, directing his gaze at Xiao Fu while pointing at the spit, continuing, "See that?" "I see." Xiao Fu dared not refute and could only obediently nod, retracting his neck like a quail. "That's more like it." Li Sei patted Xiao Fu's shoulder. "Rest easy. I am not greedy. 1 million to buy your life. Your son can certainly afford that, right?" "He can absolutely." Xiao Fu, seeing that Li Sei was somewhat crude but not joking, assured him without hesitation, 1 million is hardly a sum for my son. As long as you let me leave this train alive, I will give you 2 million. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Sei's face instantly vanished. "I said 1 million, and I mean 1 million. What does it mean to offer an extra million? Do you not trust me? Or do you look down on me?" Li Sei's unusually serious demeanor left the old man utterly confounded, unsure of how to respond. However, Li Sei did not delve deeper into this matter. Calmly, in front of everyone, he took out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket and presented them to Xiao Fu. I only require 1 million, but words alone are not enough. Let us draft an IOU first. Huh. Xiao Fu was taken aback. Why do we need to write an IOU? Isn't that redundant, without an IOU? What if you default? Li Sei disregarded whether Xiao Fu agreed or not and forcefully grabbed his hand, compelling him to grip the pen. Chapter 18. Is it so proud to have cleared just 5 train cars? The crooked letters sprang forth on the paper. Nearby, a young man with yellow hair saw Li Sei forcibly guiding Xiao Fu's hand to write and quickly interjected, "Boss, if you hold his hand to write, it won't be his own handwriting. It won't hold any legal weight. And no matter." Li Sei dismissed the concern, then took Xiao Fu's hand and dipped it in a bit of nearly dried blood on the floor, forcefully pressing a bloody handprint on the signature line. "All right, now it's done." Cough, cough, the boss is brilliant. The young man paused for a moment, offering a flattery before falling silent. Once the IOU was completed, Li Sei released Xiao Fu, blew on the document, and carefully folded it before placing it in his pocket. He then turned to Qiu Zhiyun and stated, "All right, let us continue our discussion." Li Sei's previous actions caused many to furrow their brows. It certainly did not resemble the conduct of a law-abiding individual. Nonetheless, it must be noted that after signing the IOU, Xiao Fu indeed quieted down, ceasing his clamoring. Observing this, Qiu Zhiyun cast a deep glance at Li Sei and said, "Let us proceed." Just then, behind Qiu Zhiyun, a robust security personnel, namely Feng, spoke in a deep voice. "Commander Qiu, I have a suggestion. The number of people we have gathered is considerable, and we are divided into several teams. This will reduce our operational efficiency and could be fatal in battle that I believe we should select a temporary commander. During combat, everyone must obey the commander's orders to prevent chaos and disarray." Qiu Zhiyun neither affirmed nor refuted his point, but instead looked toward Li Sei and Lin Fan's fellow evolvers. Qiu Zhiyun recognized that these two were the most critical individuals present. Lin Fan was indifferent to this discussion. He merely wished to complete the task swiftly and survive to leave the train. Then he nodded slightly without uttering a word. As for Li Sei, he remained silent, scanning the crowd with his gaze. Witnessing this, the security personnel, Li Feng, spoke again. "Commander Qiu is a graduate of a regular military academy, although he later transitioned to become a military doctor. He has spent a full decade in the army. He holds the rank of a current serving officer at the rank of lieutenant colonel. His military command capabilities are exceptionally strong. Moreover, Commander Qiu is proficient in chemistry and physics, capable of using materials from the game store to create various explosives and traps. His contribution to the entire team is paramount. Only by entrusting command to him do we stand the best chance of surviving this mission." Upon hearing this, even Li Sei couldn't help but glance at Qiu Zhiyun with renewed interest. That a professional soldier, a high achiever, Li Sei had also taken note of the materials in the store, but he felt they were merely ores, hides, blood, and other inconsequential items. That Qiu Zhiyun could utilize these materials to create explosives was indeed surprising. Meanwhile, the other recently rescued survivors, upon learning that Qiu Zhiyun's group was composed of military personnel, had their previously despondent and fearful expressions instantly illuminated with hope. After all, the image of a soldier is deeply etched in everyone's hearts. They are a guarantee of safety. They are active-duty soldiers. How wonderful! Having a professional soldier among us, we are certain to survive. No wonder they could clear the zombies from the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th train cars so swiftly. Only regular soldiers could accomplish such feats. Why consider anything else? Commander Qiu must be appointed as the leader. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Upon realizing that Qiu Zhiyun's group consisted of regular military personnel, the others erupted with excitement. Witnessing this, the young man with yellow hair furrowed his brow and glanced at the taciturn Li Sei, uncertain whether Li Sei was displeased. Regardless, the yellow-haired young man was currently following Li Sei. If he could win Li Sei's favor and have him command the entire team, then his safety as Li Sei's subordinate would be further assured. Thus, the young man quickly spoke, silencing all the voices. So what if they are soldiers? With explosives, the 5 of them managed to clear only 4 train cars. On average, not even 1 car per person. But our brothers say, he single-handedly cleared all the zombies from the 10th train car. If anyone is to command, it must be Brother Say, who is most qualified. As soon as the yellow-haired young man finished speaking, all eyes turned to Li Sei, especially the followers behind Xiao Zhiyun, who were utterly astonished. Their success in clearing the 4 train cars was primarily due to explosives and traps. Without those, they could never have achieved such results. Yet, Li Sei clearly lacked the ability to create traps and could only engage the zombies in close combat. Under such circumstances, he had single-handedly cleared an entire train car of zombies. What kind of combat prowess was this? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Sei remained silent, but behind him, the young man with yellow hair and his 2 companions felt a wave of satisfaction, their faces glowing with pride. However, 2 individuals displayed little reaction to this impressive achievement. One was Lin Fan, and the other was Shen Mingxi. Shen Mingxi blinked her large eyes, first glancing at the astonished crowd, and then at Lin Fan beside her. A strange feeling stirring within her. The fact that Xiao Zhiyun's 5 cleared 4 train cars while Li Sei cleared 1 alone, was that truly astonishing? In Lin Fan's presence, what did that even mean? Lin Fan was a formidable individual who had single-handedly fought his way from the 16th to the 10th train car, a total of 6 train cars. Although Shen Mingxi provided a slight assist in the midst of it all, she was acutely aware that the number of zombies she had slain was far from sufficient to fill a single train car. In other words, the combined efforts of Xiao Zhiyun's team and Li Sei had not surpassed the feats of Lin Fan alone. What was there to make a fuss about? She pondered how the others would react upon hearing this news. Nevertheless, Lin Fan seemed disinclined to speak, and Shen Mingxi felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Thus, she chose to remain quietly behind Lin Fan, watching as they continued to boast that moment. A game notification echoed sharply in everyone's ears. Ding. The time limit for the collective mission has surpassed half. Only 2 hours remain until its conclusion. It has been detected that more than half of the entire train has been cleared, reaching a total of 11 cars. The game is about to enter its final phase. Upon hearing the game's alert, a look of confusion washed over most of the faces present, as they struggled to comprehend what this final phase entailed. Soon, however, someone noticed another issue. Guard Li Feng stared blankly at Xiao Zhiyun. Commander Qiao, didn't we only eliminate zombies in 5 cars combined with Li Sei? How could it report 11 cars? Is there a mistake? As soon as Li Feng's words left his lips, Xiao Zhiyun and Li Sei immediately reacted, their gazes shifting toward the very young, yet remarkably mature Lin Fan, who had scarcely uttered a word. 11 cars, minus the 5 they had cleared, indicated that there were still 6 cars worth of zombies eradicated without their knowledge. If anyone possessed the capability to accomplish this, it would undoubtedly be the enigmatic youth standing before them. Could it truly be this fellow's doing? One person clearing 6 cars. How did he manage that? Chapter 19. Slaughter Mode. Zombies on the move. The others, noticing Xiao Zhiyun and Li Sei's focused attention on Lin Fan, quickly realized something. They all turned to him in disbelief and shocked. In the next moment, the game notification chimed once more. Ding! The final phase of the Apocalypse game has officially commenced. Announcement. The game will transition from survival mode to slaughter mode. Slaughter mode, unlocking the sealed doors between all train cars. Note: in slaughter mode, players must either unite to eliminate all zombies and complete the mission, or face complete annihilation, resulting in automatic failure of the mission. From now on, each player's death will be publicly announced. We hope you are fortunate enough to complete the collective task and survive. Good luck. As this segment of the game notification rang out, everyone was momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a wave of sheer terror etched across their faces. Slaughter mode? All doors to the cars unlocked. Did that mean all zombies on the train would be free to roam? Before they could recover from their shock, another game announcement blared in their ears. Announcement: player Zhang Ming has died. Zhang Ming? Guard Li Feng immediately reacted, his brow furrowed. I remember him. He was a survivor in the soft sleeper of car number 2 who had sent me a distress signal. I informed him about the zombie's behavior. As long as he stayed silent in the restroom or soft sleeper compartments, he would be safe. How could he have been killed? Beside him, another guard, Luo Qing, spoke up. Could it be that he panicked upon hearing the game's announcement? Perhaps he inadvertently made a noise and attracted the zombie's attention. Lin Fan, who had remained silent until now, immediately dismissed this possibility, that he had a faint recollection of Zhang Ming. He was the first to seek help in the chat channel when others were still skeptical of the Apocalypse game's ability to erase someone. He was a cautious individual who, even in dire circumstances, would instinctively prioritize his own safety. How could he possibly have made a noise out of sheer panic? Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Chiojin swiftly opened the chat channel. In the absence of knowledge about the conditions in other cars, this was the optimal source of information. The second car, being a soft sleeper, contained several compartments. He recalled there were still a few people in there. Car 2, what is your situation? Player Li Hao. Zombies are on the move. There are footsteps all around the door. Wait, why is it that I haven't made any noise, and there is no sign of blood in the compartment? Yet those zombies know I'm hiding in here. Damn it, they're about to break down the door. Announcement. Player Li Hao has died. Chiojin, damn you promised to come rescue me. Where are you? You real liar. A total fraud. Announcement. Player Zhao Feng has died. Something is breaking down the iron door of the restroom. It's incredibly strong. This is not the kind of power the zombies I saw before possessed. Announcement. Player Wu Qian has died. The chat channel erupted with curses and expressions of impending doom, accompanied by a series of system notifications, causing all the faces in Car 9 to go pale, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. They had no idea what was happening in the front cars. Why were they, who had previously felt safe hiding in restrooms and compartments, now falling one by one to swift deaths? At this point, even Li Sei, Qiu Jiyun, Lin Fan, and Shin Mingxi wore serious expressions. Lin Fan quickly accessed the game interface, entering the A001 virus function zone, attempting to shut down slaughter mode. However, after a series of actions, he found it utterly unresponsive. Even the virus could not influence the progression of the game. Qiu Jiyun, being a professional soldier, remained calm amidst the chaos. Instead, he discerned crucial information from the chaotic messages. Li Hao, Zhao Feng, and the previously deceased Zhang Ming were all from Car 2. Meanwhile, Wu Qian and the others who had died afterward were from Car 3. From the sequence of player deaths and the information they left in the chat channel, it was evident that the zombies at the front of the train were rapidly advancing toward the back. Moreover, there seemed to be some unknown entity capable of breaking down restroom doors and locating hiding players. Could it be a mutated zombie? Lin Fan thought with a grim expression. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary zombies. Only mutated ones could achieve that. Lin Fan's greatest concern, the scenario he most dreaded, was unfolding. The entire train, aside from the elderly lady, housed another mutated zombie. He anticipated that this creature would be at the front. He couldn't help but wonder if this one had undergone mutation. If it had, they might truly be in trouble. Mutated zombies? Upon hearing Lin Fan's sudden declaration, Qiu Jiyun and the others quickly turned their attention to him. Lin Fan did not hold back. He succinctly relayed everything he knew to everyone. Yes, this train is not only filled with the less intelligent ordinary zombies, but also contains an exceedingly special kind, mutated zombies. Highly dangerous. During my encounter in Car 16, I managed to slay one. Albeit it was not fully mutated yet, and I interrupted its transformation. Even so, I nearly lost my life to it. The one I encountered had a speed of approximately 40 meters per second. Faster than a cheetah, its strength was around 2 tons, surpassing that of a brown bear. Its skin was so resilient that even a precision steel crossbow bolt couldn't penetrate it. At this revelation, every pupil in the room, dilated to the size of pinheads, Li began to mentally assess the possible outcome if he were to face the mutated zombie Lin Fan described. He could only arrive at one conclusion. If Lin Fan was telling the truth, encountering this creature would lead to certain death. Lin Fan managed to slay it. Qiu Jiyun and Shin Mingxi shared a serious demeanor. As evolvers, both Li Sei and Qiu Jiyun recognized that Lin Fan had no reason to fabricate lies, and Shin Mingxi, having witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary combat prowess firsthand, believed that such a man would not resort to deceit. However, the ordinary individuals present were less convinced of Lin Fan's claims, or rather, they were hesitant to accept the existence of such terrifying mutated zombies that in the face of such beings, they could see no hope of survival. It was akin to prey animals confronting predators, engulfed in helplessness and panic. Isn't it comical? Did you truly think that mutated zombies would appear as seamlessly as in a bioweapon apocalypse? Commander Chiu and his team had exterminated 4 entire cars of zombies without encountering a single mutated one. That how could you be the only one to face such a creature? If what you claim is true, how did you survive? Exactly, it's impossible. You're a fraud. Admit it. Are you concocting this tale to scare us? What ulterior motive do you have? Are you attempting to seize command through fear? Panic incessantly proliferated within the crowd. Their words grew increasingly fervent, eventually becoming overtly aggressive. The root of their actions lay solely in their desperate attempt to mask their pitiable cowardice, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 20. The Onslaught of the Undead. Panic among the masses. The clamor was deafening. Amidst the uproar caused by the crowd, a surge of nameless fury ignited within Lisey's heart. He extended his hand and seized the throat of the loudest individual. Buzzing incessantly, like a bothersome fly, "You worthless trash, can you not silence your mouths?" The man whose throat was gripped looked at Lisey in sheer terror, his face reddening. That it was not until the individual was on the verge of losing consciousness that Lisey coldly huffed and tossed him to the ground. His gaze swept over the others, who had fallen silent, obediently closing their mouths, before he turned his attention to Lin Fan and Qiu Zhiyun. With a slightly hoarse voice, he inquired, "What are your thoughts moving forward?" Qiu Zhiyun, with a grave expression, replied, "The mutated zombies, coupled with the horde, if not handled properly, may lead to our demise right here." Lin Fan nodded, proposing, "From this moment forth, I suggest Qiu Zhiyun take on the role of temporary commander. After all, he hails from a military background and possesses greater expertise in this matter than we do. If we wish to survive, we must act swiftly." Agreed. Without hesitation, Qiu Zhiyun turned and swiftly issued commands. "Luo Qing, Li Feng, you two, immediately organize the others. Rapidly set traps in carriages 8 and 10. Then seal off both ends of carriage 9. Construct a defensive line to repel the zombies from both ends of the train." As he spoke, Qiu Zhiyun reached into the medical box at his side, retrieving a high-performance polyethylene line. Tossing it to Li Feng, "I have previously instructed you on how to set traps. Go now." After receiving the line, Li Feng promptly departed with 2 others. Simultaneously, Luo Qing shouted to the others, "You lot, move those seats and luggage over to the aisle of carriage 9. Remember to leave some gaps for us to launch our counterattacks. Do not completely block it off. You go craft spears. The one with the yellow hair, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear?" Upon realizing that Qiu Zhiyun had bypassed Lisey and was issuing orders directly to him, the yellow-haired individual frowned and quickly turned to Lisey. "Brother Say, go." Lisey didn't even glance his way, simply stating. Seeing Lisey's indifference, the yellow-haired man had no choice but to comply, joining Lisey's other 2 subordinates in the flurry of activity. Before long, all the ordinary players were in motion. Shortly after, a towering wall of obstacles had been erected at both entrances of carriage 9. After taking a brief look, Qiu Zhiyun no longer focused on it. Instead, he pulled out a marker from the medical box and crouched down, seemingly sketching something. Lin Fan and the others gathered around, discovering that Qiu Zhiyun was drawing a floor plan of the train. According to the system notification earlier, there were 18 carriages in total, and currently, 11 had been cleared, leaving 7 carriages still infested with zombies. Carriages 17 to 18. In 1-5, that carriage 1 was the conductor's office and had no passengers, rendering the zombie count negligible. As he spoke, Qiu Zhiyun marked these carriages with an X on the map. However, as far as I know, our K-231 train is at full capacity. Each carriage likely harbors at least 130 zombies. This means there are approximately 520 ahead and 260 behind us. The margin of error should not exceed 20. Thus, the total number of zombies ranges between 780 and 800. Let us consider the worst-case scenario and assume 800. As Qiu Zhiyun spoke, he marked each carriage's zombie count and the total on the terrain map. Most critically, near the front, lurked an unknown and formidable mutated zombie. Currently, without the barrier to isolate the zombies, once combat ensues, we will have no respite until every last zombie is annihilated. This is our present predicament. Qiu Zhiyun lifted his head, surveying Lin Fan, Lisey, and Shen Mingxi in turn. Through thermal sensing, he discerned that both Lin Fan and Lisey were evolved beings, destined to be the main force on the battlefield. Although Shen Mingxi had not evolved, the heat contained within her muscular tissues far exceeded that of an ordinary person, barely qualifying her for independent combat. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Zhiyun continued. The threat posed by ordinary zombies is not particularly significant. They cannot breach our defenses. Even if we had to wear them down, we could exhaust them in due time. The most pressing concern is that unknown mutated zombie. It is the true variable in this scenario. Therefore, our objective is clear. Our primary combat goal is to concentrate our efforts to jointly eliminate the mutated zombie. Relying on them is unrealistic. Ultimately, it will rest upon the four of us. Upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's detailed and lucid battle plan, Lin Fan and the others did not voice any objections, all nodding in agreement. Satisfied that no one opposed his arrangements, Qiu Zhiyun nodded, subsequently inscribing a number beneath the terrain map. 28. He did not explain this number to anyone. Its meaning was only known to him. It represented the probability of victory he had calculated based on all available information. Data, and the comparative strengths of both sides that it was not particularly high, as he remained uncertain about the mutated zombies' combat capabilities, as well as the true fighting strength of Li Se and Lin Fan. However, he habitually envisioned all scenarios in the worst light. Afterward, he stowed the marker and slowly rose, glancing at the four of them. Li Se, Shin Mingxi, I recommend you both purchase high-density nylon combat suits from the mall. If your points are insufficient, I can lend you some. Previously, Li Se would have scoffed at the idea of buying a combat suit, but now he dared not be reckless that he promptly procured a suit from the mall and donned it decisively. As for Shin Mingxi, having just purchased a hunter's long gun, her points were limited, necessitating a loan from Qiu Zhiyun to acquire the combat suit. Just as Shin Mingxi had just put on her combat suit. Rumbling, the distinct roars of zombies suddenly surged from the front of the carriage. In the next moment, the entire train began to tremble violently, swaying precariously. The scattered luggage on the floor quaked in rhythm with the tremors. As if even these lifeless bags sensed the looming dread that no, the zombies are coming. My God, why are there so many? This is terrifying. We cannot withstand this. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Worms. Do zombies possess intelligence? Behind the defense line, the four players rescued by Qiu Zhiyun gazed at the seemingly endless horde of zombies rushing toward them from afar, their faces drained of color, devoid of blood. Even armed with the spears they had just crafted, they found no solace or sense of security. Xiao Fu and another individual were rendered paralyzed by fear, seizing the opportunity while the guards and others were preoccupied with the approaching horde, and bolted backward. As for where to run, they had no idea. They simply fled. Just as Li Feng and Luo Qing, who had just set up traps and defenses, returned, they were infuriated at the sight. Their eyes practically turned red with rage as they bellowed, "Do not run. Did you hear that? Damn it, you're acting like deserters." However, the fleeing individuals paid no heed to the guard's shouts, retreating without looking back. Boom! Suddenly, the train plunged into a tunnel. Light was instantly devoured by darkness. In this pitch-black carriage, the distant, concentrated roars of the zombie horde sounded even clearer, more haunting, echoing as if right beside them. The atmosphere of fear thickened. The crowd, already on a razor's edge, completely shattered. Within the blood-soaked carriage, the stench of excrement and urine wafted through the air. The mounting terror within more individuals was magnified infinitely in the darkness. "It's over. We are surely doomed. Run. Staying here is a dead end." Panic engulfed everyone. All sought to escape, but just then, in the depths of the night, a chilling wail of sheer terror pierced the air. Xiao Fu and another individual leading the charge were seized by Qiu Zhiyun, whose face was a mask of fury. Qiu Zhiyun had evolved his eyesight, endowed with thermal vision, even in the pitch-black confines of the carriage. He remained unfazed. After grasping the two men, Qiu Zhiyun, in a fit of rage, kicked one of them before forcefully throwing them to the ground. "Run. Where do you think you can escape to? The entire train is sealed until the collective mission is completed. Are you unaware? Do you think there are no zombies behind us? Remaining here provides a defense. Escaping will only hasten your demise. If you wish to survive, arm yourselves and fight. At this moment, you are not fighting for others. You are fighting for your own lives. Win, and we all live. Lose, and we all perish. Good heavens." Even the typically composed Qiu Zhiyun was visibly incensed, resorting to dialect in his fervor. His words had some effect. Although fear still gripped their hearts, they recognized the truth in Qiu Zhiyun's assertions. They had no path of retreat. Their only chance for survival lay in defending the ninth carriage. Soon, the train emerged from the tunnel. Golden sunlight streaming through the windows and illuminating the faces of the passengers, yet failing to impart any warmth Yes, everyone hesitantly retrieved their spears and returned to the defensive line. The horde of the undead approached. Gazing through the gaps in the barricade, they beheld the grotesque, bloodied faces of the zombies, a dark tide ominously manifesting in the distance within the seventh carriage. Each carriage measured 25 meters in length, placing the distance from the seventh to the ninth carriage at a mere 50 meters, a span that an ordinary person could traverse in under 10 seconds at a normal run. Though the zombies moved slightly slower in their collective charge, it would not be long before they reached them. The ground quaked more violently with the encroaching horde, and the nauseating stench of blood grew, increasingly potent. 40 meters, 25 meters suddenly. The foremost three zombies had their heads severed clean off. In midair, a long, blood-soaked line became visible, quivering ominously before their eyes. This was, of course, the high-performance polyethylene line that had been previously strung across the eighth carriage. The line was exceedingly thin, yet possessed remarkable strength. When a rapidly moving object passed through it, these slender threads became the most fearsome cutting tools. This trap spanned the entirety of the eighth carriage, stretching a full 25 meters. For those mindless zombies, driven solely by instinct, attempting to cross would require them to sacrifice their lives to sever all the lines. The eighth carriage had become their death zone. Observing as one zombie after another had its head severed by the polyethylene line, the previously panicked survivors widened their eyes in shock. They had only ever witnessed such terrifying traps in films, but witnessing it in reality was an indescribable shock. However, before they could revel in their relief for long, their astonishment swiftly morphed into disbelief. Outside the barricade, the polyethylene line had claimed the lives of only a handful of zombies. Yet the ones that followed began to crouch low, evading the deadly lines as they continued to advance toward the defenses. This sight left Li Feng and Luo Qing, the architects of the trap, utterly astounded, their faces registering disbelief. Having slaughtered so many zombies alongside Qiu Zhiyun, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. What was happening? These zombies were avoiding their traps. Had they not lost all semblance of intelligence? Qiu Zhiyun, Lin Fan, Li Sei, and Xin Mingxi also observed this peculiar occurrence. Lin Fan and Qiu Zhiyun, both possessing thermal vision, were the first to notice the anomaly. These zombies were unlike any they had encountered before. Nestled within the skin at the back of their necks were grotesque, worm-like creatures. The worms bore a resemblance to caterpillars, but unlike the green hue of true caterpillars, these were a sickly milky white, complete with sharp, 2-centimeter-long mouthparts that appeared particularly repulsive. It was uncertain whether these worms enabled the zombies to evade the traps, as the zombies traversed the cutting zone and reached the barricade formed by heaps of seats and luggage. They launched a full frontal assault on the wall. The already tenuous barricade trembled violently, with numerous suitcases dislodging and tumbling to the ground. "Quick, block them!" Qiu Zhiyun bellowed, retrieving a fist-sized, entirely black homemade explosive from his medical kit. Igniting the fuse before hurling it through the narrow gap at the bottom of the barricade, the explosive rolled between the legs of the horde of zombies. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed, and the explosive's deafening roar reverberated throughout the carriage. Countless shards of metal erupted, striking the legs, torsos, arms, necks, and heads of the zombies. Combined with the force of the shockwave, all zombies within a 3-meter radius of the explosion were sent sprawling to the ground. A few zombies were completely decapitated, unable to rise again. Yet many others, despite having severed limbs or exposed entrails, continued to shove and struggle their way toward the ninth carriage. In the grand scheme of things, the damage inflicted by a single bomb was rather minimal. Its greater effect lay in disrupting the rhythm of the zombie horde's advance. Just then, Lin Fan raised his compound crossbow, swiftly pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot forth from the gaps in the barricade like invitations to death. Each arrow found its mark precisely at the back of the zombies' necks, along with those grotesque worms. Each shot resulted in a kill. Chapter 22. Fighting for family. We must survive. Initially, the others paid little heed to Lin Fan's use of the crossbow. After all, the zombies' weakness lay solely at the back of their necks, and hitting that target was no easy feat. They believed Lin Fan would be hard-pressed to slay many zombies. Yet mere seconds later, their dismissive attitudes transformed into profound astonishment. Lin Fan's arrows were all lethal, on occasions when two zombies stood in a line. He could even achieve a double kill with a single arrow. How could this be possible? The most incredulous were Luo Qing and Li Feng.as, regular soldiers and entrusted guards of Qiu Zhiyun. Their military prowess was beyond question. Yet, if they had been tasked with shooting zombies with a crossbow under such circumstances, even 1 kill out of 10 shots would have been considered remarkable. This young man was hitting every target. Such shooting accuracy was exceedingly rare, even among the ranks of the military. His rate of slaughter surpassed even that of Commander Chiu's explosives. What manner of monster was this boy? As Lin Fan discharged 10 bolts and reloaded, the zombie horde surged once more toward the barricade. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of impact, thuds, and the roars of the undead echoed once again. Li Feng and Luo Qing exchanged glances. Gripping their long spears tightly and thrusting outward while shouting at the top of their lungs, "Quick, everyone, get moving, stab them!" Yet only a few responded. Only the retired soldier who had been following them from the start, along with a burly security guard, had the courage to take action. The others were paralyzed by fear. At that moment, merely standing at the barricade, brandishing their spears without fleeing, was the utmost they could muster. The timid Xiao Fu glanced at Li Sei beside him, nervously asserting, "Mr. Li, we owe you a debt. You must—" Li Sei had been intently scanning the horde for mutated zombies when Xiao Fu's interruption caused him to frown slightly. Without sparing him a glance, he replied casually, "With me here, you won't die." Hearing Li Sei's reassurance, Xiao Fu's excitement grew. All right, Mr. Li, you are truly a good person. Rest assured, once we return, I will ensure my son sends you money at the earliest opportunity." Xiao Fu, focus on what's ahead. At that moment, seeing Xiao Fu still rambling, Qiu Zhiyun shouted in anger. Xiao Fu shrank back, wary of provoking Qiu Zhiyun, and turned to face the monstrous horde with terror etched on his face. Morale was dangerously low. This situation could not continue. Qiu Zhiyun immediately raised his voice to all. "If the horde breaches the barricade, we will all perish. If you wish to live, grip your weapons tightly." Seeing this, Li Feng quickly chimed in, "What the hell are you afraid of? Think of your wives. Think of your children. If these monsters get off this train, they will face the same fate as you. Most importantly, if you die here, your wives will be with someone else. Your children are about to call someone else father. Can you tolerate that? Can you fight like a true man for yourself and your family?" Li Feng shouted, his spittle flying, splattering onto others' faces. Yet his coarse words profoundly stirred the hearts of those around him. The mere thought of their wives and children potentially facing these monstrous beings, of their elderly mothers left uncared for if they were to perish, brought tears to everyone's eyes. Each individual trembled, adrenaline surging through their veins, as if the fear within their hearts had diminished somewhat. "Damn it, I must survive and return," exclaimed a bespectacled, balding, middle-aged man, his eyes wide with determination as he roared. Grasping his spear, he thrust it outward with fervor, as though those monsters were truly intent on harming his family. "My daughter is only 8. If she calls someone else dad and encounters a beastly creature, I would die without peace. I must return alive." Another voice chimed in, "I must go back too. That treacherous woman at home is being courted by others that if I don't return, she'll surely make a fool of me." As their emotions ignited, more and more people began to display courage for battle, spears raised in the gaps of the barricade. However, they were merely ordinary individuals, lacking any combat experience, thrusting their spears blindly. Unaware of how to slay the zombies at that moment, Shimishi took it upon herself to assume the role of instructor. "Lift your spears higher. Aim for the zombies' throats. Only by piercing through and damaging the central nerves at the back of the neck can we eliminate them. Remember to use your waist for power. Steady your hands. That way, your thrusts will accurately kill the zombies." Under Shinmingshi's guidance, the killing postures of these ordinary people gradually became more standardized. Before long, the bespectacled bald man let out an exhilarating roar. Look! The zombie I stabbed has fallen and won't rise again. Damn it, I killed one. Even ordinary folks could slay zombies." This was incredibly uplifting news for everyone. Thus, this group of ordinary people continued to thrust their spears outward, preventing the zombies from easily approaching the barricade, achieving significant defensive effects. Suddenly, the chilling roars of zombies echoed from behind. Qiu Zhiyun decisively commanded, "Zombies are approaching from the rear of the vehicle. Shinmingshi, take a few people to defend that side." As he coordinated, he pulled out 3 explosives and tossed them to Shinmingshi. "Understood," Shinmingshi responded. taking the explosives and sprinting towards the rear defense line with the two individuals who had initially followed Li Si. However, the zombies charging from the back were different from those at the front. They did not comprehend the need to avoid traps. One after another, they stumbled into the polyethylene lines, their necks severed in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, dozens fell, as the polyethylene lines were completely severed. The original horde of nearly 300 zombies dwindled to just over 100. Upon witnessing this scene, Shin Mingxi was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. With this, the pressure on the rear defense line was drastically reduced. Even if it were just Shin Mingxi alone, she was confident she could hold the line. As time passed, the rear defense remained steadfast, but the front line grew increasingly precarious. The zombies demonstrated an understanding of transporting and clearing their fallen comrades to prevent blockage. Relentlessly assaulting the barricade, the situation was dire. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive explosions erupted. Soon, Qiu Jiyun's stockpile of explosives was entirely depleted, and Lin Fan's crossbow bolts, having been fired relentlessly, were now too hot and required cooling. Consequently, the zombies outside became even more reckless, beginning to batter against the barricade that if this continued, the defense would inevitably collapse. Analyzing the situation in his mind, Qiu Jiyun quickly instructed Lin Fan and Li Si. "Hold on a bit longer. I will procure more explosives." With that, Qiu Jiyun swiftly withdrew from the defense line, purchasing various materials from the game shop to craft explosives on site, clang in less than a minute. A stack of suitcases at the midsection of the barricade was forcefully dislodged by the zombies, creating a half-meter-wide breach. In no time, a zombie thrust its upper body through the opening, flailing its claws wildly, its milky eyes glaring as it roared at the crowd. "Roar! Not good. The zombies are about to break in. Quickly, someone stop it." The ordinary people who had been thrusting their spears outward were instantly paralyzed with fear, their faces turning pale at the sight of a zombie emerging above them. However, in the next moment, a shadow shot through the air, executing a nearly imperceptible kick towards the zombie. Bang! The zombie, not yet fully inside, was struck with tremendous force and sent flying back through the breach, crashing into a throng of zombies outside, causing chaos among them. Lin Fan expressionlessly retracted his leg, his right arm tensing as he lifted a chair and smashed it against the breach, reinforcing the defense. The crowd's expressions shifted from fear to bewilderment in an instant. What just happened? A zombie weighing over 100 pounds was kicked out like that. That iron chair must weigh at least 200 pounds. Yet he lifted it single-handedly and hurled it so high. What incredible strength! As the saying goes, outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders discern the nuances. Even Li Si couldn't help but glance twice at Lin Fan. He had become a hunter precisely because of his awakened leg strength, and he felt quite confident in that regard. Yet, Lin Fan's kick, he knew he could never muster such force. The sensation of being overshadowed by another's strength left Li Si feeling somewhat disgruntled. 10 minutes later, having crafted a new batch of explosives, Qiu Jiyun returned to Lin Fan and Li Si's side, softly stating, "Thank you for your hard work." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly darted past outside the barricade, crashing forcefully against it. The power of this shadow was astonishing. The barricade, which had withstood countless assaults from ordinary zombies, was instantaneously breached. Countless suitcases and debris were sent flying in all directions, raining down upon the crowd like hail. Not good. Seeing this, Qiu Jiyun's eyes widened in alarm as he retreated to avoid the falling debris while urgently shouting to everyone, "The defense is broken! Everyone retreat!" The event transpired far too swiftly. Apart from Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, and Li Si, 3 evolved individuals who could react in time. Others were caught off guard. One person was immediately struck down by a chair that fell from above. This unfortunate soul was the elderly Xiao Fu. The heavy iron chair pinned his leg, causing his thigh to bend at an alarming angle, clearly indicating a broken bone. The excruciating pain forced Xiao Fu to the ground, wailing in agony. His cries attracted the attention of the zombies that had broken through the barricade, that a horde of fearsome, grotesque zombies surged toward him. Terror and dread filled Xiao Fu's eyes as he pleaded with Li Si, who was several meters away. "Li Si, help me, please. You promised to protect me. If I die, you'll never see that million." Hearing this, Li Si looked earnestly at Xiao Fu and replied, "Rest assured, even if you die, I will demand the debt from your son." That million is as good as mine. W. Xiao Fu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Si's words. Just then, the chilling roars of zombies echoed in his ears. He turned to see a gaping maw lunging at him, snapping at his nose. With a horrified scream, Xiao Fu was completely engulfed by the horde. An ever-growing mass of zombies surrounded him, voraciously gnawing on his frail, withered flesh. At this moment, no one could save him. The one most afraid of death was the first to perish. How absurd! With no obstacles remaining, the tide of zombies soon surged from the adjacent carriage into the next. At this juncture, Qiu Jian had no time to concern himself with Xiao Fu's fate, but he hastily accessed the game shop, spending 120 points to purchase 4 iron shields measuring 2 meters long and 5 meters wide, commanding Li Feng, Luo Qing, and that security guard. You 3 take the shields and stand at the forefront. Block the horde. The rest of you, find a way to attack. The 3 individuals who were called out immediately seized their shields and sprang into action. Now, as the zombies surged into carriage number 9, if they could not repel these relentless creatures, the ensuing casualties would be unimaginable. That it is crucial to remember that even a slight scratch from a zombie could lead to viral infection. Moreover, the antibodies available for purchase in the marketplace are limited to 2 vials per person per day. That in the previous skirmish, most individuals had already exhausted their supplies of the medication within just 2 hours. The horde of corpses was drawing ever closer. Defend, bellowed Qiu Jian. With a resounding clang, the shields were slammed down in unison. Boom! The first zombie collided violently with the shield, followed by the second and third. Within mere breaths, the area before the shields was densely packed with zombies. That a peculiar scene unfolded. The horde refrained from attacking the shields. Instead, they howled and pushed forward with their hands, as if attempting to crush Lin Fan and his companions into a pulp. Inside the protective barrier, Lin Fan, Qiu Jian, Shun Mingxi, Li Sei, and the other ordinary individuals, realizing the gravity of the situation, could do nothing but brace themselves against the shields, unleashing all their strength to withstand the terrifying force pressing from outside. Everyone, push harder. Hold your ground. What on earth? Why are these zombies pushing us? Could they be trying to force us against the wall and crush us to death? Exclaimed Li Feng and Luo Qing, both exerting themselves while wearing expressions of confusion. At the same time, Shin Mingxi, her eyes filled with bewilderment, remarked, "These zombies are acting strangely. Previously, they not only avoided traps, but also instinctively evaded our attacks. Now, they have entirely abandoned their assault on the shields to encroach upon our space for survival, with no extraneous movements at all. That it is as if someone is manipulating them. They're mutated zombies," Lin Fan declared without hesitation. Indeed, Qiu Jian nodded in agreement. These zombies resemble a well-trained army, exhibiting a remarkable level of organization and intent. If they weren't being controlled, such behavior would be unthinkable, if I'm not mistaken. The key lies within the parasites in their necks. That is the only aspect that distinguishes them from other zombies. And that shadow that breached our defenses earlier must be the mutated zombie. It is currently hidden among the horde. Everyone must exercise caution. Chapter 24. The eerie ability of liquefaction and immortality. Boom! Before Qiu Jian could finish his statement, the shadow reappeared, moving with such extraordinary speed that no one could react in time. The shield positioned against the wall on the far right was suddenly hurled away by an overwhelming force. The individual wielding that shield, a security guard who had been following Qiu Jian since the outbreak, had his arms torn apart in the process. Crimson blood erupted like fireworks, splattering across the faces of everyone present. By the time Lin Fan and the others comprehended the situation, the security guard had been dragged into the horde amidst a heart-wrenching scream. The shadow vanished from sight as well. This sudden turn of events weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This mutated zombie was far too bizarre. They had come so close to the shadow this time, yet they still failed to discern its movements. Even Lin Fan and Qiu Jian's thermal vision could not detect how it had appeared and disappeared. At that moment, a wave of zombies surged through the breach created by the shadow. This is bad. The horde is charging in. The closest to the breach, Luo Qing, reacted first, thrusting his spear forward in a desperate attempt to halt the advancing zombies while screaming at the top of his lungs. Qiu Jian also grabbed a spear from his side and decisively ordered, "Everyone, gather together." But the dense mass of zombies could not be contained. They lunged into the crowd like wild beasts through the gap in the shields. In no time, 2 individuals were knocked to the ground. "Oh no, you beasts! Ah, help me!" The mutated zombies seemed to understand the principle of capitalizing on chaos, attacking once again while the crowd was in disarray. Swish! The shadow re-emerged. This time, its target was none other than Li Se. As it suddenly appeared before him, extending a bloody claw towards his heart, Li Se felt a jolt of fear, his body erupting with adrenaline. The instinct for survival propelled him into a full display of his hunting abilities. The muscles in his legs bulged, and a pattern reminiscent of leopard spots manifested upon them. His entire body swiftly veered to the left, narrowly evading the deadly claw. However, the next moment, a scream shattered the air near Li Se's ears that, Seigo, help me. It was Huang Mao's voice. It turned out that while Li Se had dodged the lethal strike, Huang Mao, following closely behind, had been exposed before the shadow. The shadow, unable to kill Li Se, did not relent. Instead, it seized the opportunity to pierce through Huang Mao's chest with its bloody claw, extracting a still-beating heart. This time, the shadow did not retreat. It stood there, stuffing the heart into its mouth and chewing it before Li Se's horrified gaze. At that moment, the group finally discerned the true appearance of the shadow. It had half-white hair and wore a 2-striped train conductor's uniform. The exposed skin was riddled with pockmarked holes, evoking a sense of horror and disgust. Most critically, its pupils were no longer the typical pale hue of a zombie, but instead exhibited a strange gray. Upon closer inspection, one could almost perceive a mocking glimmer within its gaze. Whether it was due to the anger provoked by that gaze or not, Li Se's legs surged with power, launching him at a speed of 134 kilometers per hour. He propelled himself forward like an arrow, aiming his hunting blade at the creature's throat. Observing this, the conductor's eyes were still filled with mockery, as if to belittle Li Se's speed. Its leisurely form swayed and retreated rapidly into the horde. It is important to note that Li Se's full-speed sprint surpassed that of a cheetah. Yet even so, he was still too late to prevent the conductor from escaping. This infuriated Li Se to the point where he felt his lungs might burst. Just as the conductor was about to vanish into the masses, a series of glowing green text materialized before Lin Fan's eyes. Detected that the mutated zombie's power is severely beyond limits. Do you wish to weaken it using a 001 virus? Option 1. Weaken to 80 of current strength, requiring 5 virus power. Option 2. Weaken to 60 of current strength, requiring 10 virus power. Option 3. Weaken to 50 of current strength, requiring 15 virus power. Note, current virus power remaining is 31. Reduce it to 50. Lin Fan made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Ding, parameters modified. As the notification sound of the virus echoed, a stream of ominous green code surged. Unnoticed by anyone, into the conductor's cold veins, racing wildly. The conductor suddenly froze. The previously mocking gleam in its eyes vanished, replaced by shock, astonishment, and confusion. Why is my strength dissipating? Could that man with the curved blade be behind this? Damn it, what has he done to me? The conductor regarded Li Se with newfound wariness, unwilling to delay, and hastily retreated. But it was too late. Lin Fan had long been waiting for this moment. A flash of white light accompanied by a faint sound of something piercing the air erupted. A pale bone spike erupted from the conductor's neck and pierced through its throat. Fear washed over the conductor's face. It slowly turned its head, revealing a youthful visage, yet its eyes were chillingly cold. How is this possible? The conductor seemed to question with its throat. These upright, walking humans were merely fodder. How could it be harmed by mere food? Witnessing this scene, the previously enraged Li Se now wore a cold smirk, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Fool! While others may not grasp the extent of Lin Fan's terror, Li Se had his suspicions. The reason he had taken the risk to attack the conductor was that he knew Lin Fan would take action, that he was creating an opportunity for Lin Fan. If anyone could deliver a fatal blow to this mutated zombie, Li Se believed that aside from Lin Fan, no one else could. The instinctual danger sense between hunters is incredibly acute. Even if Lin Fan had not frequently showcased his abilities, he could not conceal them from Li Se's perception. At this moment, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Xiao Jiyun's eyes. Lin Fan was truly full of surprises. Although he had always understood that Lin Fan's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even surpassing both himself and Li Se, he still did not expect Lin Fan to successfully launch a surprise attack on the mutated zombie. Upon confirming that the entirety of the opponent's nape had been pierced, Qiao Jian let out a long breath. Logically speaking, in such circumstances, the other party had no possibility of survival. Not only Qiao Jian, but even Xin Mingxi and all the other survivors had their gazes fixated on Lin Fan and his bone spikes, eagerly awaiting the moment the train conductor's corpse would collapse to the ground. As long as they eliminated this mutated zombie, the collective mission would be deemed more than halfway accomplished, although the ordinary zombies were numerous. Their danger diminished significantly without the mutated zombies' command that a little time spent clearing them away, and they could return home. They could all escape this sudden apocalyptic game alive. Everything would be over. However, just as this thought blossomed in everyone's minds, the train conductor's body suddenly surged with ripples akin to flowing water that a sense of foreboding surged in Lin Fan's heart, leaving him no time to react. The next moment, the train conductor, whose nape had been pierced, transformed into a puddle of gray liquid before the astonished and bewildered eyes of the crowd. It flowed across the ground, swiftly retreating, and in the blink of an eye, it burrowed into the body of a nearby zombie. All that remained in the spot it once occupied was a train conductor's uniform adorned with 2 epaulets. Witnessing this unfathomable scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. No, it had been pierced through the vital spot. How could it still be alive and transformed into liquid? Could it be that this mutated zombie was immortal? What the hell were they fighting for? Ugh, roar. The zombie, now infused with gray liquid, let out a ferocious roar, its originally pale pupils instantly transforming into eerie gray glimmers. Quickly, kill it. Lin Fan and Li Se reacted almost simultaneously, rushing toward the mutated zombie. However, having learned from its previous misstep, the mutated zombie no longer acted recklessly. With a flash, it deftly mingled into the tide of corpses behind it. Visually, this mutated zombie bore almost no distinction from the ordinary zombies, save for its gray pupils. Furthermore, it emitted no intense thermal fluctuations from within. Even Lin Fan and Qiao Jian's thermal sensing could not capture its position. Soon, it completely vanished from sight once more. Chapter 25. The Choice. You are wagering the lives of others for a chance at your own survival. How despicable. Li Se, wielding his dual-edged hunting blades, was frantically slaughtering the ordinary zombies blocking his path. His eyes filled with rage and unwillingness, alongside a hint of gravity. The speed of the mutated zombie far surpassed his own, that he could not guarantee that he would be able to react in time during its next ambush. Moreover, the fact that the mutated zombie could survive even after having its nape pierced meant that it could afford countless mistakes before they discovered its weakness, while he only needed to falter once to lose his life. Lin Fan's complexion darkened. Even though he had diminished the mutated zombie's strength by 50, its bizarre liquefaction ability still caught him off guard. He hurriedly summoned the A001 virus panel. ZZZ. Parameter adjustment failed. The mutated zombie can no longer be weakened. Upon receiving this result, Lin Fan sighed in resignation, pondering how to eliminate the mutated zombie. Simultaneously, Qiao Jian, while hunting zombies with his spear, calmly analyzed from our previous encounter. I have summarized several key points. First, the mutated zombie's defense does not appear to be high. It even refrained from clashing directly with Li Se's hunting blades. Second, its sensory perception seems lacking. Otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't have been able to approach it so easily for a sneak attack. Third, I noticed that during the final chase, the mutated zombie's speed was inferior to Lin Fan's. It escaped primarily due to the geographical constraints, which greatly limited us while it could utilize the tide of corpses. Fourth, and most crucially, when subjected to a lethal attack, it immediately transforms into a liquid state and swiftly attaches itself to an ordinary zombie. This aspect is exceedingly peculiar. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up as if they had grasped a pivotal point. Without hesitation, Qiao Jian continued, I deduce that when it transforms into a liquid state, it is likely at its most vulnerable. There's a significant chance it could perish if attacked. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to flee. This implies that during our next encounter, If we can once again force it into a liquid state and ensure that no other zombies are within a certain radius of its body to facilitate its attachment, we can ultimately eliminate it. After listening to Qiu Jiyun's analysis, Li Sei took over the conversation, adding, "Your hypothesis holds considerable merit. However, we currently face an even greater dilemma. There are still at least 300 ordinary zombies remaining. Slaying them will not be a simple task. During this time, no one knows how many times the mutated zombie can ambush us or from where it might emerge. The last ambush has already startled it. If it becomes more cautious and ceases to provide us with opportunities to strike, it may very well eliminate us before we finish off the ordinary zombies." Unless here, Li Sei's eyes narrowed slightly. "We use explosives. Simultaneously detonating a large quantity of explosives would allow us to clear out these ordinary zombies in one fell swoop. It would leave the mutated zombie with no corpses to inhabit. At that point, I would like to see where it could hide." "No way." Qiu Jiyun firmly rejected Li Sei's suggestion. "The explosives I've configured this time have a 30 increase in nitrate content and include some advanced materials for ignition and detonation. The explosive power will be double that of before. Moreover, the quantity is also greater than previously. While it could indeed clear out a significant number of zombies at once, do not forget, we are all confined within this carriage. The space is far too limited that if the explosives detonate, not to mention whether the mutated zombie will be forced out, it is highly likely that we will be the first to perish." Seeing that Qiu Jiyun disagreed with his opinion, a flicker of rage flashed in Li Sei's eyes that I can't afford to be concerned about that anymore. Fortune favors the bold. If you want to survive, you can't avoid risks. How could everything go so smoothly? This death game is fundamentally a gamble of lives for a chance at survival. Do you still not see that? As Li Sei's extremism unfolded, Qiu Jiyun remained steadfast in his stance, shaking his head resolutely. "You are an evolved being. You will undoubtedly survive this explosion. That is why you dare to say such things. But what about the ordinary people? You are wagering the lives of others for your own chance at survival." At that moment, as Li Sei and Qiu Jiyun were embroiled in their argument, suddenly, a shadow surged forth from behind an ordinary zombie in front of Qiu Jiyun, rapidly enlarging in his sight. The mutated zombie, having just been forced to flee after being attacked, did not choose to lie low for a period. Instead, it executed a swift counterattack. How unexpectedly brutal to strike again so soon. This was beyond anyone's anticipation. Although Qiu Jiyun was also an evolved being, his evolution focused on vision, placing him within the reconnaissance system. His physical attributes had seen considerable enhancement compared to ordinary individuals. Yet he could not be compared to those evolved beings whose primary focus was on their physical prowess as hunters. Even though his body reacted immediately, moving to the side, he still failed to evade. RIP. The high-density nylon combat suit offered no resistance against the mutated zombie's assault, being torn asunder. A searing pain surged through Qiu Jiyun's left shoulder and chest. Even a medical kit strapped to his side, containing explosives, fell to the ground. "Damn it! Dare to touch my boss!" Luo Qing, who had been guarding Qiu Jiyun's side, saw this and his eyes turned red. Without a second thought, he pounced on the mutated zombie, fiercely embracing its waist to prevent it from attacking Qiu Jiyun again, while also obstructing its escape. The emergence of the mutated zombie naturally drew the attention of Lin Fan and Li Sei. However, since the mutated zombie dared to launch a sneak attack, how could it not be on guard against these two threats? At that moment, Lin Fan and Li Sei found themselves completely surrounded by a dense horde of zombies, with layers upon layers closing in on them. These zombies, driven by a reckless determination, launched a frenzied assault, their intent unmistakably clear: to hinder their movement. After confirming that the two troublesome individuals could not rush over immediately, the mutated zombie looked down at the human clinging to its waist, its eyes filled with brutality. Luo Qing's chest was instantly pierced by a bloodied claw. The heart, lung lobes, and even a portion of the stomach were ruthlessly extracted, leaving little doubt that survival was impossible. After dispatching another victim, the mutated zombie exhibited no greed and swiftly prepared to depart. However, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Luo Qing stubbornly clung on, his battered form clinging tenaciously to its body. After a couple of attempts to shake him off proved futile, the mutated zombie paid little heed, considering him merely a sweet morsel to carry along. After all, with its immense strength, the weight of a single person hardly impeded its speed. Turning away, it made its way back towards the horde of corpses. How infuriating! It had escaped again. At this moment, Li Sei and Lin Fan had only just broken through the throng of zombies and reached Xiaojiyun. Witnessing the mutated zombie retreating into the mass of bodies, their expressions soured. This creature was not only formidable, but also cunning. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Sei's eyes as he picked up a medical kit from the ground. While Xiaojiyun might concern himself with the lives of ordinary people, Li Sei had no such qualms. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: obliterating the mutated zombie. He understood that once this fiend was dealt with, the deadly game aboard the train would effectively come to an end. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a lighter, igniting all the fuses within the box, 8 explosives, and then hurled it with all his might towards the direction the mutated zombie had fled. Bellowing, "To hell with you, scum!" Chapter 26. The Awakening at Death's Door. Take care of my parents. As Lin Fan watched the medical kit soaring through the air, his complexion dramatically shifted. He had heard Xiaojiyun describe the explosive's power. Although his defenses had been fortified to a level comparable to rhino hide, he dared not withstand the tremendous force of such a massive explosion with mere flesh and blood. He shouted a warning to everyone. "Be careful, the bomb is about to explode." Immediately, he snatched up a shield from the ground and positioned it before him. Xiaojiyun and Shun Mingxi were just behind him. Those who heard the warning glanced first at Li Sei, who was hidden behind the shield, then at Lin Fan. Upon seeing the medical kit flying through the air, panic ensued, and everyone scrambled to find cover. Those with shields raised them high, while others improvised with tables or the corpses of zombies for protection. Meanwhile, the mutated zombie had also noticed the explosive package hurtling toward it, its eyes flashing with confusion. Although it did not comprehend what it was, it could infer from the crowd's reaction that it was certainly no good thing. It hastily retreated with Luo Qing's body, striving to increase the distance between them. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming force suddenly descended upon its body, slamming it down toward the floor. What? In shock, the mutated zombie glanced down at Luo Qing, who was clinging desperately to its waist. It seemed as if he were experiencing a last surge of vitality. The once lethargic Luo Qing was now invigorated, blood streaming from his forehead, veins bulging, and his eyes glowing with an eerie gray light. Most astonishingly, his arms visibly thickened, sprouting tufts of brown fur until they were completely covered. Bare strength. Genetic breakthrough in both arms surpassing human limits. Capable of unleashing immense power equivalent to 1.6 tons. Luo Qing had awakened. Among the 2,000 passengers aboard the train, only 3, Lin Fan, Li Sei, and Xiaojiyun, had managed to awaken their talents and become evolved beings. A mere 1 in 800 chance, underscoring the difficulty of such an achievement. Unbelievably, Luo Qing had awakened in a state of near death. Awakening was the greatest reward and enhancement bestowed upon players in this apocalyptic game. Once a human successfully awakened, regardless of whether they had once been a frail wretch or an utterly helpless child, the power that transcended human genetic limits would endow the awakened with unimaginable strength, transforming them into fearsome beasts. Most crucially, this was only the first instance of the game manifesting in reality. Those who awakened during this initial occurrence would achieve heights and accomplishments beyond measure in the future. However, tragically, Luo Qing's chest had been completely pierced, his innards extracted, and he had lost more than half his blood. Even awakening a talent and becoming a hunter could not restore him. His life was irrevocably lost. Akin to the final fireworks of a summer night, briefly splendid, yet fleeting. But in this moment of brilliance, the mutated zombie was utterly terrified. Luo Qing's power surged, pinning it down, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the medical kit that had instilled panic in everyone drew ever closer to the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was now truly alarmed. With an enraged roar, its razor-sharp claws lunged towards Luo Qing's head. Bang! The large hand, covered in brown fur, seized the claw. Luo Qing's face was pale from blood loss. Yet his eyes blazed like an inferno, fierce and unyielding. "You think you can escape? Not a chance," he bellowed, raising his other hand to firmly grasp the airborne medical kit, with a surge of strength. He pressed the mutated zombie down to the ground, then grasped its cheeks, forcibly stretching its mouth into a grotesque grin, and began to stuff the explosive package into its maw, though it was impossible to fit the entire package. This action sent the mutated zombie into a frenzy, shaking its head violently, low growls emanating from its throat, its eyes filled with unadulterated fear. Witnessing this, Luo Qing coughed blood, his laughter maniacal and unrestrained. "Are you scared? Huh? Weren't you just so arrogant? Keep it up, I'm going to blow you to bits today. Old Chio, remember this. You owe me a life. When we get back, take good care of my parents." As he beheld the blood-soaked, tattered yet valiant figure of Luo Qing, Qiujian roared with red-rimmed eyes. Luo Qing. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails drew blood, that a blinding light, thick smoke, and waves of heat erupted from the medical kit and the mutated zombie's mouth, followed by a thunderous cacophony of explosions, echoing like 1,000 thunders. The shockwaves reverberated through the train car, causing blood to trickle from the ears of both humans and zombies alike. 8 high-yield explosives detonated simultaneously, creating a small mushroom cloud right at the site of the blast. The entire ninth car resembled a tempest of flames. From above, one would witness the K-231 train, hundreds of meters long, writhing as if it were a colossal centipede. The terrifying shockwave tilted the entire train body 30 degrees to the right, one side of the wheels entirely lifted off the tracks, as though it could derail at any moment. Ultimately, whether due to the protective rules of the apocalyptic game or other reasons, the train did not derail. With a resounding clang, as the iron wheels crashed back onto the tracks, the earth trembled for miles around. Within the ninth car, smoke and heat billowed incessantly, the horrifying shockwave accompanied by countless fragments shot toward every corner like rain. Clang. Several fragments struck Lin Fan's shield, instantly piercing through it. The remnants continued their trajectory toward Lin Fan, Qiujian, and Xin Mingxi. Even the residual force of the fragments left deep, varying gashes upon their high-density nylon combat suits. The velocity of these flying shards surpassed that of bullets. If Lin Fan and his companions were left in such a state of disarray, one could only imagine the fate of others. Within the train car, the sounds of shields and bodies being pierced mingled with anguished cries. As for those without shields, they might not have had time to scream before being obliterated. Chapter 27. You cannot save anyone. Not even yourself. Explosives truly are the most perilous inventions of human society. After what felt like an eternity, as the thick smoke began to disperse, the ear-piercing cries of agony and the roars of zombies faded into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the stifling heat in the air. Qiujian shook his head, peering beyond his shield. His eyes fell upon a horrific scene. Corpses sprawled haphazardly across the ground, their once thick blood now desiccated and congealed, resembling repugnant, dried-up nasal mucus. The entirety of the ninth car resembled a hellish landscape. A figure staggered forward, stepping precariously over the sea of flesh. It was Li Sei. This survivor, who had endured alone and evolved, was not merely a stroke of luck. While others were still grappling with the aftermath of the explosion, his mind was already racing. Killing ordinary zombies yielded 1 point. What about slaying a mutated zombie? This is akin to battling a game's dungeon boss. The finest rewards are undoubtedly found upon the boss itself. Why does Lin Fan possess such unparalleled strength? It is highly likely that he had once vanquished a zombie that had not fully mutated, thereby acquiring immense rewards that others could only dream of. If he could slay a fully mutated zombie, he would surely surpass Lin Fan. Currently, at the epicenter of the explosion, the mutated zombie reduced to a liquid state was visibly in dire condition, having even lost its ability to move. The surrounding ordinary zombies had been entirely eradicated, leaving no viable targets for possession. It was indeed the perfect moment to strike, despite having his leg pierced by shrapnel and his head ringing from the shockwave, causing his steps to falter and his figure to appear quite disheveled. Li Sei's gaze remained resolutely firm, even radiating an uncontrollable excitement. 10 meters, 5 meters, the grayish-white liquid at the explosion center drew ever closer. His hand, gripping the dual blades of the hunter, trembled uncontrollably, and his lips stretched into a grin that reached the back of his ears. However, in the next moment, a gust of wind swept past his ears, and a figure swift as lightning suddenly dashed past him, leaping directly to the edge of the grayish-white liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, pale bone spikes plunged down violently. Splash! The liquid splattered in all directions. No, Lise bellowed in anguish. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he staggered forward step by desperate step, praying in his heart that the mutated zombie had not yet perished. There was still a chance. Yet, as Lise bore through the agony and reached Lin Fan, the dispersing liquid began to emit plumes of white smoke, followed by a foul stench wafting towards him. Once the smoke cleared, the liquid had transformed into chunks of thoroughly cooked flesh immediately thereafter. A game notification echoed in everyone's ears. Ding. A parasitic mutated zombie, fully mutated, has been detected within the train, and it has been slain by player Lin Fan. The game has determined that the remaining zombies on the train can no longer pose a threat to players. The collective mission of this apocalyptic game has concluded ahead of schedule, eradicating all surviving ordinary zombies and non-player humans within the train. That Lise stood there, his eyes vacant. The grin that had stretched across his face vanished entirely. This was outrageous. A cooked duck had been snatched away right before him. And it was a blatant theft. As the game notification faded, beams of white light, disregarding the train's roof, descended violently from above. They automatically locked onto the pile of corpses, targeting those zombies that had been stunned but not yet dead from the explosion. Boom! Dozens of zombie heads suddenly exploded, their brains splattering across every corner of the carriage, even landing on the survivors' clothing. Witnessing this bizarre and terrifying scene, the majority of the survivors felt no thrill from completing the collective mission. Rather, they pondered in their hearts whether, had they chosen to hide in the restroom and not emerged, their fate would have mirrored that of these zombies, locked on by the mysterious white light and executed with a bullet to the head. At that moment, the expressions on everyone's faces reflected for words, lingering dread. Just as the crowd was still reflecting on their narrow escape, a voice filled with rage suddenly erupted. "Gan Lin Yang, who permitted you to detonate the explosives? You murderer!" Following the sound, Qiujin was gripping Lise by the collar, his eyes wide with fury, shouting at him, "Murderer? You speak the truth." Lise did not deny it, regarding Qiujin with a serious expression. "But allow me to share a harsh reality with you. Open your eyes and take a look. Count how many people are still alive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 people. Although I never intended to save anyone from the start, it was my detonation of the explosives that allowed them to survive. And you have always aimed to save everyone. Given the circumstances, how many do you think you could have saved? Who could you lead off this train alive? You couldn't even save your own comrade. You saved no one, not even yourself. I was the one who saved their lives, including yours. You ought to be grateful to me. I'll thank your mother." Qiujin could no longer contain his rage and swung a fist at Lise's face. However, Lise, being a hunter, possessed superior physical attributes and combat reflexes compared to Qiujin. He swiftly countered with a punch to Qiujin's abdomen, causing the already injured man to crumple to the ground. Yet, the pain in his body paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. The sacrifice of a comrade, his own helplessness, and Lise's cutting words felt like a scythe, mercilessly scraping at his soul. He truly wished that he were the one to perish. After venting his frustration, Lise's initial displeasure over the boss being stolen faded somewhat as he tilted his head to look at Qiujin. "What? Not satisfied? Stand up. Enough with the words. Let us settle this with our fists. I will not stop until you submit." Seeing this, Li Feng, whose combat suit was tattered and body covered in wounds, struggled to rise from the ground. "Lise, if you want to fight, I'll fight you." The retired soldier who had been following Qiujin since the onset of the apocalypse stood up as well. "Damn it. I can't take this anymore." "You selfish person. What right do you have to speak of Officer Qiu?" Finally, even the bald, bespectacled man who had been saved by Qiujin and survived the explosion approached, declaring, "Damn it. I'm putting this on the line. If you go after Officer Qiu, I'll risk my life to stand against you." Chapter 28. Cherish this hard-won life. That Li Feng and the others formed a line, standing protectively in front of Qiujin. Fists clenched, glaring at Lise. Were they planning a group assault? Yet, Lise remained undeterred, a grin spreading across his face. "But can we not escalate this?" Just as tensions flared between Qiujin's group and Lise, Shinmingshi suddenly shouted, "I truly cannot comprehend you men. There are zombies, and you fight to survive. When there are no zombies, You still fight. What are you fighting for? Do you wish to render the sacrifices of others meaningless? Can you all just calm down? Upon hearing this, Li Sei cast a displeased glance at Shin Mingxi, then instinctively glanced at Lin Fan, who remained silent beside him. Finally, he scoffed and ceased to speak, opting instead to find a clean spot to sit down alone. Officer Chiu, are you all right? Chiu Jian remained half-kneeling on the ground, his face pale, shaking his head at Li Feng and the others without uttering a word. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fists revealed that his heart was still in turmoil. Lin Fan and Shin Mingxi also observed Chiu Jian, understanding that the sacrifice of Luo Qing weighed heavily upon him. However, it was precisely due to Luo Qing's sacrifice that so many could now continue to live. In truth, both Lin Fan and Shin Mingxi felt immense gratitude and admiration for the iron-willed soldier, as well as for Chiu Jian. Otherwise, Shin Mingxi would not have intervened. Yet, neither of them was very close to Chiu Jian, and though they wished to offer comfort, they were at a loss for words. The atmosphere felt so heavy that after a deep sigh, Shin Mingxi turned her gaze toward the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. This life-and-death crisis had dramatically altered her perspective on many things. For the first time, she realized how precious sunshine, open fields, greenery, and the simple ability to awaken each morning truly were. Everything in life ought to be cherished. Lin Fan glanced at the others, nodded slightly, and ultimately said nothing. But he walked to the side, opened a scattered suitcase, and picked up a garment to wipe the bone spikes. However, his gaze soon flickered with confusion. The previously pristine white bone spikes now bore a hint of gray at their tips. He wondered what impact this grayish hue might have on the spikes. Initially, Lin Fan utilized his administrator privileges to examine the information on the bone spikes, finding it unchanged from before, but he then poked the spikes against a nearby metal seat, which remained as sharp as ever, effortlessly piercing through it. Unable to deduce anything further for the moment, he secured the bone spikes back to his waist and accessed the system store, purchasing a healing potion. Just as he prepared to down it in one gulp, he suddenly caught sight of Li Sei leisurely pulling a sewing kit from his pocket, deftly threading a needle. What on earth was he doing? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Fan's mind. The battle had concluded, and they were merely awaiting the game system to issue the task settlement. At this moment, why was Li Sei extracting needles and thread? He observed as Li Sei employed a lighter to sear the blade of his hunter's knife. Once the blade glowed red, he plunged it directly into his thigh. A flurry of movement ensued as he retrieved a bullet fragment the size of a fingernail from within the flesh. He then picked up the prepared needle and deftly inserted it near the wound, beginning to stitch. The entire process was executed with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation or delay, even as the pain caused veins to bulge on his forehead and beads of cold sweat to form. He uttered not a single word, truly a man of grit. As Li Sei continued to stitch, Lin Fan finally had an epiphany. He was tending to his own wounds, such a sight he had only witnessed in films. He had never encountered it in reality, which explained his initial lack of comprehension. Glancing at the healing potion in his hand, and then at Li Sei's pained yet resolute expression, Lin Fan hesitated momentarily before speaking with an odd expression. May I interject? Are you not aware that the game shop offers healing potions? With a little injury like that, I reckon half a bottle would suffice for recovery. Moreover, the effects are remarkably effective. There's truly no need for stitching. Does it not hurt? Li Sei, initially engrossed in mending his wound, was taken aback by Lin Fan's words that he lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan. Perplexed, what healing potion? Just this. Lin Fan shook the light red potion in his hand. It's not expensive, merely 10 points per bottle. Before Li Sei's eyes, he uncorked the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Mere seconds later, the bleeding from his shoulder and the abdomen, where the bullet had grazed, ceased immediately. Moments later, scabs formed, and with a swipe of his hand, the scabs fell away, revealing skin as smooth as before. Li Sei glanced at the tender flesh newly sprouted on Lin Fan's skin, then at his own wound, which was only half-stitched and still oozing blood. After an extended silence, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he growled, "Mind your own business. I prefer stitching it myself. Is that a problem?" Lin Fan shrugged, offering an expression of indifference, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Sei, still clutching the needle and thread, stared at his legs wound. A look of exasperation etched on his face that if he stitched it now, he would appear foolish. Yet if he chose to take the potion, it would seem he lacked the resolve. In a fit of stubbornness, Lise gritted his teeth and completed the stitching. He then swiftly accessed the game shop and purchased a bottle of recovery potion. Ignoring the strange looks from others and downed it in one go, observing his obstinate demeanor, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a series of game notifications echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, Game Administrator Lin Fan, for successfully completing this collective task of the apocalypse. Task contribution. Minimum 1 star, maximum 5 stars, collective task completion reward. 1,000 points. Reward for killing parasitic mutated zombies. Special material, Chaos Core. Chaos Core? New administrator privileges activated. Automatically obtain clues related to the next game arrival. Next game arrival clue. A location in the Gina district of Wudu City. Specific location undetermined. The exact location will be communicated to all surviving players 1 hour prior to the game's arrival. Countdown to game arrival. 72 hours. Lin Fan was not surprised by the 5-star task contribution. However, the collective task reward of 1,000 points brought him a measure of joy, albeit only slightly. Yet when he saw that the reward for slaying mutated zombies was a chaos core marked with 3 question marks, he was left utterly bewildered. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a cool, walnut-sized gray sphere into his hand, its material unknown. Activating his administrator privileges to check its attributes yielded the same 3 question marks. He squeezed it firmly, but it remained unyielding, its texture distinctly hard. What on earth was this? Lin Fan's expression grew peculiar. He certainly had no intention of using this object as a weapon, as the game system indicated it was a material, not a weapon. Unable to discern its purpose for the time being, he simply tucked it into his pocket. Then Lin Fan took note of the clue for the next game arrival, which pointed to a location in the Gina district of Wudu City. The Gina district was vast. The game system had only indicated somewhere, which was far too vague to ascertain a precise location. Fortunately, given Lin Fan's current speed, as long as he was in Wudu, it would not be difficult to reach the designated arrival point within an hour after the game issued its notice. Chapter 29. The next arrival point must be Wudu. The collective task settlement rewarded me with 80 points. At last, I can afford a high-quality nylon combat suit. With that on, the next time I face zombies, I can simply stand there and let them bite me for 3 minutes. Damn it. Let us see if they can even manage to bite me. Inside the carriage, a loud cheer erupted. The bald, glasses-wearing man shouted excitedly, raising his right hand to scratch his shiny head, while casting glances at Li Feng and the retired soldier. Humans possess an innate tendency to compare themselves with others, especially when newly rewarded. They wish to see if others received more than they did. 80 points. That's a tad low, Li Feng remarked, glancing at the bald glasses-wearing man. Having fought alongside him previously, Li Feng had come to regard him as a half-comrade, and thus spoke candidly. I have 120 points. Old Zhao, what about you? The retired soldier, named Zhao Dahai, a robust man with thick lips, appeared amiable as he responded to Li Feng and the bald man's scrutiny. I also have 120. I am considering whether to spend 100 points on a more powerful weapon. Indeed, acquiring a good weapon is essential. Damn it. Old Zhao, could you refrain from discussing this in front of me? You can afford it, but I cannot. By the way, do you know how many points Commander Qiu received as a reward? As they chatted, the 3 turned their attention to Qiu Zhiyun. Although he was still feeling somewhat down, he felt grateful for the support shown by these 3 to seeing their eager gazes. He decided not to keep them in suspense, saying, I received slightly more than you, totaling 300 points. What? 300 points? The bald man exclaimed in astonishment. To him, this was a fortune. Unbeknownst to the bald man, there were rewards even more precious than points, but Qiu Zhiyun chose not to disclose this. Not far away, sitting alone in a corner, Li Se furrowed his brow upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's reward. Commander Qiu received 300 points? Why did I only receive 280? I clearly killed more zombies than he did, and I was the one who threw the explosives that obliterated hundreds of zombies. He felt a sense of injustice but had no place to voice it, so he reluctantly accepted the outcome. However, aside from points, Li Se had received a supplementary reward for assisting in the boss kill. 10 enhanced talent potions. These potions were not available for purchase in the shop and were specifically designed to enhance the talents of awakened individuals. Li Se's talent was speed. Enhancing it would significantly increase his velocity. Currently, he could reach a speed of 136 km per hour when sprinting at full throttle. If he used all these potions, his speed could escalate to 216 kilometers per hour. Do not underestimate this speed of 216 kilometers. Converted to seconds, that translates to an astonishing 60 meters per second. Lin Fan could directly enhance his speed with points, currently reaching 240 kilometers per hour at the limit of the C-grade hunter talent. Typically, even a car's maximum speed hovers around 180 kilometers per hour, implying that once Li Se completed his enhancements, even police cars would be unable to catch him. Contemplating this, Li Se could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He also grasped why, as fellow hunters, Lin Fan surpassed him in speed and strength. He likely received such potions in advance. At that moment, as Li Se pondered how many enhancement potions Lin Fan had received for being the player who killed the boss. A question posed by Shen Mingxi captured everyone's attention. Have you noticed that the rewards also included a special note from the game system, stating that all players must participate in the next game arrival? I saw that too. The retired soldier Zhao Dahai interjected, his brow furrowed. They even strictly forbade us from disclosing any information regarding the Apocalypse game to outsiders. Anyone who fails to participate in the next game or divulges information will be eradicated. And so, the conversation continued. The game has failed to provide us with a clear indication of the specific time and location for the next arrival. IT merely stated that we would be notified 1 hour in advance. What if, at that moment, we find ourselves too far from the designated arrival site to make it in time? Are we simply to await our annihilation? Such a setup is utterly unjust. As some began to voice their grievances, Li Feng and the bald man could not help but interject their own complaints. Indeed, this is profoundly unreasonable. Is this wretched game merely concocting excuses to eradicate us? Why should we be informed in advance? At that moment, Li Se suddenly remarked, "Is it so you can have time to lay traps? Or perhaps to find a safe house in advance, acting like a coward? How absurd! We have already experienced an arrival once. How can one still be so naive?" With Li Se's sharp retort, Zhao Dahai and Li Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, yet they could find no counterarguments. They turned their gazes towards Qiu Zhiyun. "Commander Qiu, what is your perspective?" After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Zhiyun slowly replied, "The reason they do not disclose the specific time and location is to prevent us from taking unnecessary risks of being annihilated while attempting to reach the arrival site for evacuation or warnings. As for whether we can arrive promptly at the designated arrival site once the game notifies us, you need not worry. The game's intention is not to eradicate us. I believe the next arrival location is discernible." The bald man, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Are you suggesting, Commander Qiu, that you know the location of the next game arrival?" Qiu Zhiyun shook his head. "I can only identify a general area. At the very least, I can assure you that within 1 hour of the game's notification of the specific arrival site, we will be able to reach it." A general area? At this moment, even Shen Mingxi turned her gaze towards Qiu Zhiyun. With a hint of concern in his eyes, Qiu Zhiyun continued, "Wudu. The next game arrival will undoubtedly be within the vicinity of Wudu. However, due to limited clues, we currently cannot ascertain the precise location within Wudu." "Why Wudu?" Li Feng was taken aback for a moment, "Because the final destination of this K-231 train we are on is Wudu. I suspect that this game arrival was deliberately chosen for this train, likely to transport us, the surviving players, to Wudu." Upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's analysis, Li Feng and the others were suddenly enlightened. "Wow, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that before? In that case, we cannot easily leave Wudu before the next game arrival. Otherwise, if it arrives suddenly, we won't even have time to return. By the way, Commander Qiu, can you estimate the approximate time of arrival?" Just as the group was discussing the timing and location of the game's arrival, Lin Fan was perusing the administrator's rules, which strictly prohibited revealing any information about the game's arrival to anyone, including other players. Although Lin Fan knew the arrival location was within the Jina district and that it was 3 days away, he could not disclose this information. That IT was quite frustrating. Fortunately, he opened the game shop interface and inadvertently stumbled upon something valuable: the space backpack. Featuring a built-in independent space of 10 cubic meters, priced at 100 points. Lin Fan had accumulated quite a few items, including a compound bow, arrows, bone spikes, and a core of chaos, all of which were somewhat cumbersome to carry. A space backpack would allow him to store everything securely and conveniently. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. After placing all his belongings inside, he suddenly caught sight of a newly added feature in the game shop: administrator-exclusive function, recycling. This allowed for the recycling of weapons, arrows, materials, etc., in exchange for points, with value determined by quality. Lin Fan casually pulled out an arrow lodged in a zombie's neck and attempted to recycle it. Ding! 100 damaged arrows can be recycled for 1 point. A single arrow cannot be recycled. While it may seem trivial to recycle 100 arrows for just 1 point, even the smallest of gains should not be wasted. After all, those damaged arrows were of little use. After tossing the first arrow into the space backpack, Lin Fan began collecting arrows scattered throughout the train. Ding! Arrow recycling successful. Gained 1 point. Ding! After recycling all arrows. Lin Fan has earned a total of 10 points. Upon checking his points balance, it had reached 1610. This was undoubtedly a staggering sum. The combined points of Qiu Jiyun, Li Sei, and the other 6 players did not even match Lin Fan's total. Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand, pondering how to utilize these points to enhance his abilities. First, he eliminated the option of using points to strengthen his physique. His body had already been upgraded to the limits of a hunter. Without comprehending a new talent, he could not continue to enhance it. Regardless of how abundant his points might be. As for weaponry, he was well equipped with bone spikes for melee combat and a compound bow for ranged attacks, which sufficed. After briefly scanning the weapons section of the shop and finding nothing appealing, he exited and navigated to the skills section. Initially, he held little hope for the skills available for purchase, as they consisted primarily of gathering, mining, cooking, bandaging, and nursing. Supportive skills that, while practical, did not align with his aspirations that he merely intended to browse. Just as Lin Fan was about to exit the skills section in disappointment, he caught sight of a minuscule gift package icon in the lower right corner. His eyes lit up and he quickly clicked on it. Administrator Exclusive Skill Package. Upon opening, you may randomly obtain 1 Administrator Exclusive Skill. Price: 15,000 points. As Lin Fan, the administrator, has completed the game's initial collective task. The first item can be purchased at a 90 discount. Limited time offer. 1,500 points. Limited time offer countdown. 2 hours. 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Should additional special tasks or achievements be completed, further exclusive packages and limited time offers may be obtained. Staring at the price of the administrator exclusive skill package, Lin Fan was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Is this for real? 15,000 points. Is this even something a person can afford? Fortunately, there was a limited time offer. Otherwise, Lin Fan had no idea when he would be able to afford an exclusive skill. At such a high cost, it must be something extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent 1,500 points to purchase it and opened it immediately. Ding! Congratulations to Administrator Lin Fan for obtaining the exclusive skill. Killing Instinct. Killing Instinct. Life should blossom in blood. By forging instincts through slaughter, the masses shall tremble in fear. Killing Instinct enables the wielder to instantly analyze the most optimal method of killing based on their physical characteristics, weaponry, environment, and other factors, granting absolute mastery over their body. Note: Killing Instinct possesses a vast disparity between its upper and lower limits. If you are merely a mediocre fighter, acquiring this skill may elevate you to a slightly better fighter. However, if you are a formidable existence, then Killing Instinct will bestow upon you boundless possibilities. Slaughter may even become an art form. As the game's notification faded, Lin Fan barely had time to savor the advantages that Killing Instinct provided before a potent killing intent surged within him. It felt as if he yearned to tear apart everything in his path, even the world itself. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently landed on Shun Ming 11. In the next instant, dozens of methods to eliminate her flooded his mind. For instance, he could ambush her from behind while she was distracted by the group's analysis, using a bone spike to strike her neck, or unleash a barrage from the compound bow. A single punch to pierce her chest, a swift kick to shatter her skull, and so forth. Each method of execution would leave Shin Mingxi without a moment's notice, leading to her instantaneous demise. Not only Shin Mingxi, but even the others in the compartment, such as Qiu Jiyun and Li Sei. Lin Fan merely glanced at them, and various optimal methods of killing manifested in his mind. This was instinct, the instinct for slaughter. Quickly, Lin Fan managed to regain control over the sudden surge of Killing Instinct. Shin Mingxi and the others, yet to evolve, remained engrossed in their discussion regarding the timing and location of the game's arrival, completely oblivious to Lin Fan's transformation. However, Li Sei and Qiujin felt an alarming sense of foreboding in that fleeting moment. They exchanged shocked glances at Lin Fan. What had just transpired? Why had they suddenly sensed an aura of death emanating from him? But soon, as Lin Fan suppressed the killing instinct, the shock in their eyes morphed into confusion. Could it have been an illusion? They promptly dismissed that notion that IT could not possibly be a mere delusion. It must be Lin Fan's extraordinary prowess that has suddenly granted him an unimaginable enhancement. After casting a profound glance at Lin Fan, Qiujin did not dwell on it further. Yet in Li Sei's eyes, a deep-seated wariness flickered to life. At that moment, he resolved to distance himself from Lin Fan. He abhorred the feeling of his very existence being under threat. Bang! The train window shattered instantaneously. Li Sei, without uttering a word, leapt out of the window. Clatter, clatter. The train continued to surge forward along the tracks. Chapter 31. The Stalwart Soldiers of the Great Xia. The sudden upheaval left the remaining 6 individuals in the carriage momentarily stunned. Why did this fellow just jump out of the window? No, wait. I recall that after the game descended, the entire train was sealed off and impervious to damage. Even Qiujin's explosives could not breach the windows. How did he shatter the glass? Now that we have completed the collective task, surely the lockdown has been lifted. Hearing this, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the carriage, strewn with blood, corpses, and dismembered limbs, finally fixing his eyes on Qiujin. Old Qiu, what time is it now? Qiujin glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. 16:02. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan decisively stated, "Everyone, judging by the time, we have now entered the territory of Wudu. It is about time for us to leave. Otherwise, by the time we reach Wudu Station, we might fin. This, by all accounts, is a life akin to that of deities. I assert this. Even if you attempt to cast me away, I shall not depart. I will not leave. Old Qiu, you owe me a life. Remember to take good care of my parents." The silhouette of Luo Qing, along with a cascade of memories, surged through Qiujin's mind like a fleeting panorama. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand had already ascended. Scalding tears cascaded onto the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious. His hand traversed his chest, resting against his temple, as he faced the scorched earth below and rendered a precise military salute. At that moment, the train had reached above the vast lake. Zhao Dahai hastily cautioned, "The train has reached the lake's surface." Hearing this, Qiujin cast one last lingering glance at car number 9 and bellowed to everyone, "Jump!" 6 figures leaped successively from the train. Whoosh, clatter. The howling wind intertwined with the thunderous sound of the train racing along the tracks, filling the ears of those present. The elevated bridge loomed 20 meters above the lake surface. In their rapid descent, the bald man and Zhao Dahai were so tense that they forgot to breathe. Eyes shut tight, hollering wildly, "Da-da plop, plop plop." The sounds of splashes echoed in succession. The once smooth and mirror-like emerald lake erupted as if struck by 6 colossal stones, creating tumultuous waves that spread out for dozens of meters. Several egrets frolicking at the lake's edge were startled into a flurry of anxious cries, flapping their pristine wings and soaring into the azure sky. Splash! 6 heads emerged simultaneously from the lake's surface, fresh air rushing into their lungs, bestowing upon them a sensation akin to paradise. How wonderful it is to be alive! I am still alive, by the gods. Gazing at the verdant waters beside him, the pristine clouds above, and the vibrant mountains in the distance, everyone could not help but unleash a chorus of hoarse roars to be why the gods. Having grown accustomed to the stench of blood aboard the train, the sudden change left me somewhat disoriented. Is everyone all right? Qiujin turned his gaze to the group. Upon confirming their safety, he beckoned them to swim towards the shore. The emerald lake bore witness to the 6, leaving behind a conspicuous trail of crimson water, stained by the blood of zombies, other survivors, and their own. From a high vantage point, the stark contrast between the blood red and the lake's green was jarring. Once they reached the shore, the majority of the blood on their bodies was washed away by the lake. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly realized something, that he fixed his gaze on the still drifting blood in the water and the fish swimming beneath the surface. His expression grave as he spoke. "By the way, we were all splattered with zombie blood earlier. Now, this blood has mixed into the lake. Do you think it could infect anyone or any animals that come into contact with or drink the water?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Chiojiyun immediately shook his head. Though my knowledge of the zombies on the train is limited, they differ significantly from those depicted in films at the very least. Their blood cannot cause infection. After all, we have been splattered with zombie blood numerous times while dispatching them, even on our skin and in our eyes and nostrils. Each of us can only purchase 2 immunity potions, valid for merely 2 hours, that if zombie blood could cause infection, we would have transformed into zombies long ago, that if I am not mistaken, their primary means of infection are through their teeth and claws. Much like venomous snakes, while venom can be lethal, snake blood poses no danger. Simultaneously, Shinmingshi pointed at the fish beneath the lake surface, stating, "Look at the fish in the water. They show no signs of change upon encountering the blood." This was sufficient to corroborate Qiu Jiyun's hypothesis. With Qiu Jiyun's reasoning and the validation from the fish, the group felt a sense of relief. However, to be prudent, they decided to linger a bit longer to continue observing the fish's reactions. Based on their previous experiences, the time frame for zombie infection was usually between 1 to 3 minutes. As long as they surpassed this time frame, there should be no unexpected outcomes. The 6 remained silent, disregarding their damp clothing and bodies, quietly seated by the lakeside, feet nestled in the soft sand, watching the carefree fish below. After several minutes, the fish exhibited no abnormal reactions. During this time, 2 egrets flew down, landing at the lake's edge to drink and play. Gurgle. It was unclear whose stomach grumbled, but after such a lengthy period without food, the fish showed no signs of infection. Even the egrets that had drunk from the lake remained unharmed. It appeared that Commander Chio's conjecture was indeed sound, that we haven't eaten for almost a day. Why don't we find a restaurant to grab something to eat? Zhao Dahai turned to the group. Speaking somewhat sheepishly, Lin Fan, who had consumed around 50 pounds of food on the train, was not particularly hungry, but upon hearing this, he suddenly felt a hollowness in his stomach. All right, the others readily agreed. However, they soon encountered a dilemma. Everyone's phones had been damaged while attracting zombies with music and were left behind. Without mobile navigation, they were lost in this wilderness, unaware of where any restaurants might be. The group exchanged glances, unsure that I'll climb up high to see if I can spot a town, Lin Fan suggested. Stepping forward, he approached a nearby tree towering over 20 meters, leaped up, and with a swift motion, scaled to the treetop. Standing atop the tree, Lin Fan found himself astonished by his own agility. Yet he quickly recognized that this must be an ability bestowed by his instinct for survival. As long as the thought of climbing a tree entered his mind, his body would naturally perform the most expedient and efficient climbing actions. This was an unexpected boon for Lin Fan. After surveying the surroundings, he soon spotted a small town approximately 30 miles to the southeast. Leaping down from the tree, he returned to the group. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the bald man, Zhao Dahai, and Li Feng regarding him with eyes wide in disbelief, as if he were a monster. In their eyes, Lin Fan had become indistinguishable from a creature of legend. That tree was at least 20 meters tall, and Lin Fan had effortlessly scaled it. Not even a monkey could match that speed. How on earth did he accomplish such a feat? It wasn't just Lin Fan. Even Li Sei's physique was markedly different from that of an ordinary person. They must possess knowledge of something beyond their understanding, which explained their extraordinary strength. The bald man and his companion swallowed hard, eager to inquire further, as the prospect of gaining strength could offer them a glimmer of hope for survival when the next game arrived. However, Lin Fan was typically reticent, and they hesitated to press him. Aware of their curiosity, Lin Fan declared, "I understand your doubts. Let us first find a place to settle down, and I will explain everything to you." Upon hearing this, Li Feng and the others brightened, nodding eagerly. Lin Fan then revealed the location of the town to them, but they did not rush to leave. Instead, under Qiu Jiyun's suggestion, they first visited the game shop to acquire clothing. Hats, masks, and tactical backpacks for weapon storage. Due to Shinmingshi's long rifle being too lengthy, ordinary backpacks could not accommodate it. She, like Lin Fan, had to spend 100 points to purchase a 10 cubic meter game space backpack. Subsequently, with a flushed face, she darted behind a large tree to buy a set of red sportswear. Hastily changing, Lin Fan opted for a black t-shirt, black hat, and jeans, simple yet durable, and quickly changed. The urban area of Jina District, Lunan Town, was alive with the sounds of cicadas and sporadic car horns, echoing through the narrow streets. The remnants of the afternoon's heat radiated from the gray-white concrete pavement, beneath the shade of the trees. An elderly man in a white vest reclined lazily in a rocking chair, fanning himself and savoring the pleasures of life. Two children, around 4 or 5 years old, wielded homemade slingshots, aiming at the road and teasing one another. "You fool! You can't even hit the bird's nest in the tree. Rebound! You are indeed the fool. If you dare, show me your skills. Just watch." A slightly plump child casually picked up a small stone from the ground and wedged it into the pouch of his slingshot. He squinted one eye, aiming skillfully at a bird's nest perched on a tree branch. Gradually, he pulled back the elastic band taut. Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Fan and 5 others, clad in casual attire, sporting various styles of backpacks, caps tilted on their heads and masks covering their faces, entered the quaint town. To evade the surveillance cameras beneath the utility poles, they could only walk along the shady expanse beneath the towering trees lining the streets. Coincidentally, the 6 of them reached the very tree that the little boy was targeting. Suddenly, Lin Fan's ears twitched, and he instantly detected a sharp whistling sound racing towards his head from the left. Without even glancing, he merely tilted his head aside, effortlessly dodging the stone hurtling towards him. Thud! The stone struck a metal gate. "Haha, you're the fool. It hit the iron gate. Impossible. It must have been the wind just now." Following the sound, Lin Fan turned his head and locked eyes with the 2 children that he merely cast them a fleeting glance, unperturbed by the earlier incident. Yet in the eyes of the 2 children, Lin Fan's gaze was akin to that of the most terrifying beast in existence. They felt as though they were being scrutinized by a monster. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Wah wah! The 2 children crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear, and burst into tears. An elderly man, seeking shade under the tree, also noticed the children's cries and the group of 6 when his gaze met Lin Fan's. He trembled, nearly toppling from his armchair. Unbeknownst to him, his aged skin was now adorned with a multitude of goosebumps. This gaze, in his youth, the old man had been a soldier, having fought countless battles. Crawling out from piles of corpses that it would not be an exaggeration to say he had emerged from the depths of death itself. Yet, even so, upon encountering Lin Fan's gaze, he felt a flicker of panic and palpitations. Who on earth is he? In this peaceful era, devoid of war, how could anyone possess such a terrifying and heart-stopping stare? No, it's not just him. Even the 5 accompanying him are not ordinary. This must be reported to old Zhang immediately. These individuals are exceedingly dangerous. The old man took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within him, and continued to feign slumber in his armchair. Only after Lin Fan and his companions departed did he hastily rise and dash into his home. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained completely oblivious to the 2 children's sudden tears and the old man's frantic escape, all triggered by a mere glance from him. In fact, it wasn't just him. Qiu Jiyun, another evolved individual, could similarly terrify ordinary people with just a look. Even those who had not evolved, Shun Mingxi, Zhao Dehai, the bald man, and Li Feng, had undergone a drastic transformation in their demeanor after slaying over 2,000 zombies throughout the train journey. From the moment they stepped off the train, they had become the most dangerous beasts in this world. They simply had yet to realize it. The 6 soon found a restaurant in the private room. As Lin Fan handed the menu, which he had filled out, to a young waitress, he inadvertently noticed her hands trembling. "You seem quite nervous?" "No, I'll get your dishes right away." Qiu cast a deep glance at the flustered waitress and suddenly realized that the aura of evolved individuals like himself and Lin Fan must exert tremendous pressure on ordinary people accustomed to a peaceful life. Clearly, they needed to find ways to conceal their presence. Otherwise, trouble was bound to ensue. As dish after dish was brought to the table by another server, Qiu lowered his voice and addressed the group. "Everyone, eat quickly. We must leave. It's not safe here." Upon hearing Qiu words, the group felt a chill in their hearts, but they trusted his judgment and did not inquire further. They promptly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat with fervor. However, before they could satiate their hunger, a series of indistinct screeching sounds echoed from outside the restaurant. Chapter 34. The train arrives at Wudu, shocking the world. Had this been an ordinary person, they might not have noticed the peculiar sounds. Yet, Qiu Jiyun, with a decade of military service behind him, immediately halted his chopsticks, his expression shifting drastically. "This is bad. We've been." Before Qiu Jiyun could finish his sentence, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted within the restaurant. Boom! The door to their private room was abruptly kicked open. 7 officers clad in bulletproof vests and wielding firearms stormed in, their guns trained on Lin Fan and his companions that don't move. "What are you doing?" Li Feng sprang to his feet, staring at the officers. "We have received a tip-off. I suspect you 6 maybe wanted criminals associated with an overseas crime syndicate. Put your hands on your heads and squat against the wall." "What?" Shen Mingxi exclaimed in bewilderment. "You must be mistaken," the police captain barked back. "There's no mistake. You'll find out when we take you in." Meanwhile, the officers monitoring Lin Fan and his group instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. To be honest, when they first received the order from Captain Zhang, suspecting that there might be terrorists here, they had been skeptical. After all, this small town was hardly a hot spot for wealthy individuals. So how could it attract the attention of terrorists? But the moment they laid eyes on Lin Fan and his companions, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over them, especially when facing the young man in the black shirt. It felt as though a frail child had stumbled upon a mighty lion on the savannah. Even with guns in their hands, they felt no sense of security. Thus, upon entering, their demeanor was unyielding and assertive, as if this was the only way to mask their own discomfort. Yet a closer look would reveal that their hands trembled, much like the earlier waitress. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan sighed deeply. There was no way his group would comply with these officers, and it seemed the latter had no intention of allowing for any explanations. Shaking his head, Lin Fan refrained from uttering another word. His leg muscles exploded with power at an astonishing speed of 66 meters per second. Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The officer tasked with watching Lin Fan could hardly believe his eyes. The next moment, a sharp pain radiated from the back of his neck, and his legs buckled as he collapsed to the ground, unable to fire a single shot. Not just him. Nearly all the officers who had entered were knocked unconscious at the same instant. The instinct for slaughter showcased its might once more, allowing Lin Fan to masterfully wield both his strength and speed, while swiftly identifying the optimal solution to the current predicament, after incapacitating everyone in an instant. Lin Fan recalled that Xiao Jian had asserted they should not linger here. As if he already knew they had been exposed, he turned his gaze towards him. After exchanging a solemn glance with Lin Fan, Xiao Jian spoke gravely. "You're wondering about the reason for our exposure? It's the aura that we need to leave this town." As they walked, Xiao Jian took the lead in exiting the private room. Li Feng, Shen Mingxi, the bald man, and Zhao Dehai followed closely behind. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, his eye caught sight of the leftover food on the table. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through the pockets of the fallen officers, retrieving a wallet and taking out a stack of cash, but he stepped out of the room and placed all the money on the unattended cashier's counter before joining the others in departing. Meals ought to be paid for. This was a lesson instilled in him since childhood by his father, that on the 27th of August, 2135 at 5:02 p.m., Wudu Station, Line 18, waiting platform. Billowing smoke and heat swirled incessantly on the platform. Vivid red blood dripped onto the searing tracks, producing a hissing sound of scorching at this moment. The K231 train lay like a weary beast before the crowd. Hundreds of passengers, initially poised to board, turned pale at the sight of the hellish scene inside the train, filled with corpses and bloodstains. The entire train is filled with corpses. Heavens, who could have done this? It's too horrifying. Wow, Mama, I'm scared. Quick, run. If the murderer comes out, we're all doomed. In the wake of blood and death, the already panicked crowd descended into utter chaos. In a frenzied rush, everyone is desperately fleeing the Wudu train station, seeking to escape this terrifying hell on Earth. On the second floor, within the central control room, the station master, graying and clad in a uniform adorned with 5 stripes, stands before the glass window, gazing at the horrific scenes unfolding on the train and the utterly chaotic waiting platform. His face is long since drained of color. Initially, he had assumed that the disappearance of train K231 was merely due to equipment failure. Little did he know that this train had tragically transformed into a vessel of death. Such an occurrence has never before transpired in the annals of world history. Having dedicated 2 decades of service to Wudu Station, he is acutely aware of the monumental ramifications that will ensue once this incident is made public. The nation, and indeed the world, will be thrown into turmoil. His body trembles uncontrollably, and his eyes are filled with dread. Yet while everyone else may panic, he cannot afford to as the station master. He bears the weighty responsibility of overseeing Wudu Station. Even if he were to face execution for this calamity tomorrow, he must fulfill his duties and obligations as the station master today. Quickly, mobilize all security personnel within the station. First, stabilize the crowd on the platform. Do not allow them to scatter. From this moment forth, seal off the entire Wudu Station. Entry and exit are strictly prohibited except for the military, the Safety Investigation Bureau, hospitals, and bomb disposal units. Simultaneously, initiate signal jamming. Prevent anyone within the station from disclosing the situation outside. Hurry, ascertain if there are any survivors among the passengers. If there are, spare no effort to rescue them at all costs. At 5:05 p.m., in the communication room of the Wudu garrison, the general, wearing a single star insignia, bellowed into the telephone with wide eyes. "What did you say?" "Repeat that. At Wudu Station, train K231 is filled with corpses. Thus far, we have not located a single survivor. The situation has exceeded our capacity to manage. Immediate military support is required." Upon hearing this, the general's hand trembled violently, a tempest of shock swelling within him. Over 2,000 passengers have perished aboard the train. In this era of peace, such an event is simply unprecedented. My heavens, Chapter 35. Please trust us. We will be your most steadfast support. 10 minutes later, a convoy of troop transport trucks, laden with soldiers, surged forth from the garrison like a dragon. All levels of the military received the urgent directive. All units immediately enter a state of heightened readiness. Enforce a complete lockdown of Wudu Station. Without superior authorization, no one is permitted to enter or exit the station. Furthermore, all photography, recording, or dissemination of information is strictly forbidden. Not only the garrison but also the Safety Investigation Bureau, hospitals, bomb disposal units, and other major administrative bodies of Wudu dispatch large fleets toward the station. To facilitate their movement, the Road Management Department even established temporary exclusive lanes. The cacophony of horns from various units echoed continuously in the bustling thoroughfare, causing shock among unaware pedestrians. What on earth is happening? Goodness, that's the vehicle of the highest official of the Wudu Safety Investigation Bureau. The garrison, safety bureau, hospitals, and bomb disposal units. Why is everyone mobilized? This is a rare occurrence. Look, they all seem to be heading in one direction. It appears to be Wudu Station. What on earth is going on? Time progressed to 5:25 p.m. at Wudu Station. Exit B8 at the welcome vehicles from various universities, which were supposed to depart around 7 p.m., were now hastily retreating due to unforeseen circumstances. Without the tall figures to admire, Kai Siqing and Bai Ning sat idly on a nearby stone bench. "Old Bai, didn't you say Lin Fan would arrive at 5:02? It's nearly 5:30. Where is he?" Bai Ning scratched his head, furrowing his brow. "How the hell would I know?" Just then, a transport vehicle resembling a green dragon screeched to a halt before exit B8. The soldiers clad in bulletproof vests and green helmets, armed with military rifles, disembarked in perfect formation, swiftly establishing a perimeter around the exit, forming a line stretching for kilometers. Over 1,000 soldiers were deployed to secure just one exit. Witnessing this scene, Kai Siqing and Bai Ning were left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Are we about to go to war? Are you out of your mind? This is Wudu. This is the heart of the Daxiao Empire, the most prosperous city. Even if war were to break out, there's no way an enemy could reach here. Before Bai Ning could finish, 2 soldiers with rifles approached them sternly. From this moment forth, Wudu Station is under military readiness. Everyone must vacate the area immediately. Hearing the soldiers' command left Kai Siqing bewildered. "But our friends are still inside the station. They haven't come out." "I will repeat myself. Please leave at once." The soldier's demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Not only Kai Siqing and Bai Ning, but others nearby were also being driven away. Some merely passing by left upon hearing the warning, but many, like Kai Siqing and Bai Ning, remained, anxiously awaiting their loved ones. Voices of dissent arose among the crowd. "My son is on train K231. He hasn't come out yet. The station 1T let us in. Now you're here too. What is going on? What do you want from us? Why can't I reach my girlfriend on the phone? You must give us an explanation. I just want to know how my daughter is doing. We 1T leave until we see our loved ones." As the situation escalated, The crowd, filled with worry for their loved ones, could no longer ignore the reality that something was amiss at the station. Once ordinary citizens, they were now defiant, refusing to depart without answers, demanding to see their friends and family. Among them, a woman in her 40s, visibly agitated, began filming the soldiers and the station with her phone, shouting, "My daughter is on train K231. She was supposed to have come out half an hour ago, but still hasn't tea. No filming allowed." One soldier, seeing this, turned pale and urgently interrupted her. Yet the woman seemed oblivious, continuing to film and yell, "Look, they're yelling at me. Soldiers are bullying ordinary citizens. Is there no law, no justice?" As the commotion escalated, other onlookers began to rally behind her, even obstructing soldiers attempting to stop her recording. Despite repeated warnings yielding no results, a sergeant with 3 stripes forcibly pushed through the crowd. After saluting the woman, he seized her phone, deleted all footage, and returned it, saluting the crowd again, saying, "Everyone, please remain calm. We will provide an explanation regarding the situation at Wudu Station in due time. The military does not wish to make things difficult for anyone." Hearing the sergeant's words, the crowd quieted, turning their attention toward him, but he paused, his expression serious, and continued, "I am sure you all understand. Each soldier, upon donning their uniform, has taken an oath to defend Dacia, to safeguard our territory, and to protect the people. Please trust us. We will be your most steadfast support. We will never become your adversaries." As he spoke, the sergeant deeply bowed, offering a 90-degree salute to everyone present. Chapter 36. Nationwide Manhunt. "We must locate the individual who escaped through the broken window." The sergeant's actions quelled some of the pent-up anger within the crowd, that we do not wish to clash with you soldiers. Nor do we want to make things difficult for you. All right, since the soldiers have already expressed their concerns, let us wait a little longer, observing as the emotions of the crowd gradually begin to settle. The company commander once again bowed deeply to everyone, saying, "I appreciate your understanding." However, before he could finish his statement, the husband of the woman whose phone had been taken suddenly let out a furious roar and charged headfirst towards the military's defense line, shouting, "I only have one daughter. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to live. Move aside. I must go in and see." Unfortunately, the line guarded by thousands of soldiers was not something an ordinary person could breach. 2 soldiers immediately subdued him with their bare hands, pinning him to the ground. "Let me go. My daughter, she is only 18. She cannot be harmed," as he cried out, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a hoarse tone crept into his voice. Hot tears streamed down his dark, rough cheeks. Witnessing this scene, even the 2 soldiers who had been restraining him felt a tremor in their hearts. Yet, they were soldiers, bound to unconditionally trust the judgment of their superiors and strictly adhere to military orders. Nonetheless, their grip relaxed considerably, striving to avoid causing any harm to the man. The scene unfolding at the B8 exit was mirrored at every exit of the Wudu train station. The commotion was not limited to the station's entrance. Inside the Wudu train station's main conference room, the commanding officer of the station troops, adorned with a 1-star insignia, sat solemnly at the head of the table. Military officers of school rank and above sat to the left of the table, arranged according to their ranks, while the highest-ranking official of Wudu, along with district heads, various responsible personnel, the Security Investigation Department, the Bomb Disposal Unit, the Station Master, and the Hospital Director filled the right side of the table. Additionally, clerical staff and security personnel from various units stood against the walls of the conference room, which spanned several hundred square meters and had seldom been filled to capacity since the station's establishment. At this moment, the room was teeming with people. Aside from the clerical staff and guards in the back, anyone seated at the table could command respect and deference from countless individuals. Such a high-level meeting should have been exceedingly serious and formal. However, at this moment, it bore little distinction from the chaotic crowd outside the station. The passengers aboard this train were not merely relatives of ordinary citizens. These officials also had loved ones among them. Director Zhang, my father, Xiaofu, was also a passenger on K231. Please, once all the DNA comparisons of the deceased passengers are complete, you must inform me of the results. And me, my daughter, was also on that train heading to Wudu. You must thoroughly inspect every corner of the train. I refuse to believe she is dead. She is my only daughter. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, please be quiet. Amidst the clamor from District Chief Xiaoku of Jina District and other family members of the victims, The military governor slammed his hand on the conference table, commanding silence that I can understand your emotions, and no one, including our military, wishes to witness such tragedies. However, the unfortunate event has already transpired. The most crucial task now is to uncover the truth behind the deaths of over 2,000 passengers aboard K-231. Only then can we provide the families of the victims with a clear explanation and work towards comforting and stabilizing them. Right now, we are utterly in the dark. We do not even know what to say. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the entrance. "Come in." The governor furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the door that a two-striped four-star general, drenched in sweat, pushed open the conference room door. "Governor, the relatives of the passengers outside refuse to leave the station. Although our soldiers have gradually managed to suppress the situation, it remains too volatile that if this continues, I fear it will inevitably provoke public outrage. We must find a way to handle it." Hearing the report, the governor shook his head gravely. "I fear it is not just public outrage, that if this matter is not handled properly, the entire world may descend into panic. You go and continue to stabilize the situation outside. Remember to be gentle and urge the soldiers to restrain their excessive actions as much as possible. Use words instead of force that we are discussing how to handle this, and will notify you promptly." "Understood." The general cast a deep glance at the governor, saluted, and exited the conference room. "Let us resume our meeting." The governor addressed the attendees. "Now I will assign tasks to the hospital. I expect all DNA identifications of the deceased to be completed by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, followed by matching with the passenger information of K-231 that identify those who survived and escaped through the broken windows, and submit the list to the Security Investigation Bureau. At this point, the governor had already sent personnel to K-231 to inspect the situation in advance. The train was filled with corpses, and not a single living soul remained. This indicated that the culprits behind this atrocity had likely fled beforehand, especially since several windows in the ninth carriage were indeed shattered. Upon hearing the governor's orders, the hospital's chief, Director Zhang of the Wudu Military Hospital, immediately stood and saluted, assuring, "We will complete the task." The governor nodded and shifted his gaze towards the Security Investigation Bureau. "As for you, your responsibility is to collect any evidence left by the perpetrators aboard K-231, including fingerprints and weapons, by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once the hospital provides you with the list, regardless of whether the evidence you collect can identify them as the culprits, you are to activate the Skynet system. Issue a nationwide manhunt for all individuals on the wanted list. Within 3 days, you must apprehend them all, if they're confirmed to be the perpetrators. I want them to pay the most grievous price for their actions. Even if they are not, we will still obtain crucial leads from them, as they likely have close ties to the criminals in this incident." Upon hearing this, the personnel from the Security Investigation Bureau stood without hesitation, pledging to complete the task. "Bomb Disposal Unit, you are tasked with investigating the traces of explosives in the ninth carriage of K-231. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I want a detailed analysis of the explosive power and a breakdown of the materials used. We need to determine how the criminals smuggled the explosives onto the train to prevent similar incidents in the future." "Understood. We will ensure the task is completed." As the governor's words fell, the bomb disposal unit stood and saluted in response. After a series of commands had been issued, the governor rose with a serious expression and rendered a standard military salute to all present. "The train tragedy is unprecedented, its impact unparalleled. On behalf of the entire Wudu and the 10 billion citizens of the Great Xia, I implore you all, the leaders of the Security Investigation Bureau, Hospital, and Bomb Disposal Unit stood in unison and responded, "Rest assured, Governor, given the urgency of the situation, the heads of various departments had their tasks cut out for them." There was no time for idle chatter. They quickly departed the conference room with their respective clerical staff and guards. However, one individual remained seated, his head bowed, showing no intention of leaving. That he appeared middle-aged, with a refined demeanor, yet his hair was completely white. It was none other than the highest-ranking official in the city, Nie Yuanming. Observing his silence, the governor sighed inwardly and placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking softly as if reminiscing with an old friend. 10 years ago, Wudu was just an ordinary city. Today, it has blossomed into the vibrant place it is. You have invested considerable effort to achieve this, that I know you must feel troubled by this grave incident. But now the people need you." Nie Yuanming lifted his head, locking eyes with the governor. Concerns about public sentiment, compensation for the aftermath, and media pressure. Do not worry about these, that I will handle them. Voodoo. I regard it like a child I have raised. I will not allow anyone to inflict harm upon it. Seeing that Nye Yuanming remained composed despite the train incident, the governor felt a sense of reassurance. Good. As long as we are here, Voodoo will not fall into chaos. As the clock struck 18:30 in the vicinity of Jina Primary School in Voodoo City, Lin Fan sat poised at the head of the tea table in a private room on the second floor of a tea house. Beside him was Shun Mingxi, while Zhao Dehai, a bald man, and another individual occupied the seats across from them. All four maintained an upright posture, leaning slightly forward, their faces adorned with expressions of eager curiosity. On the table, a purple clay teapot emitted wisps of delicate white steam. Lin Fan patiently elucidated to the group, stating evolvers can be categorized into three distinct types: hunters, scouts, and mystics that my evolution direction, alongside Li Sei, is that of a hunter, while Qiu Jiyun's orientation is a scout that as for mystics. No one has emerged as of yet, and my knowledge on the matter remains limited to become an evolver. One must first awaken their innate talent. At that moment, as Lin Fan expounded upon the intricacies of being an evolver, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes at Jina Primary School, the school gate. A throng of children, their large backpacks bouncing and radiant smiles illuminating their faces, surged out of the school building. They spilled out. The children were greeted by the sight of a pink Patrick Star and a yellow SpongeBob SquarePants standing just outside the gate. Both characters were clutching an array of star-shaped balloons, beckoning to the children. Instantaneously, the children erupted with joy, flocking curiously towards SpongeBob and Patrick. "Hello, little friends," came the gentle voice of Chiojin emanating from within the Patrick suit. "Wow, it's Patrick Star. He's my favorite. Can I give you a hug?" A young girl, her cheeks flushed with excitement, stood before Qiu Jiyun, her bright, innocent eyes sparkling with hope. "Of course," Qiu Jiyun replied, gently crouching down within the confines of the costume and affectionately ruffling the girl's hair with his pink plush arm, offering her a balloon tied with a blue star. "Patrick Star has come to your school to deliver balloons. Would you like to play a little game with him?" Yes, the girl exclaimed enthusiastically, nodding fervently as she eagerly accepted the star-shaped balloon. From his pocket, Chiojin produced a marker and handed it to the girl. "Hold on to this pen and, as I instruct, write on the balloon. Begin by writing the character 1 in the center." "Yes, just like that." "Now, write a shorter one below it," as Chiojin directed her with meticulous strokes. The girl soon inscribed the character onto the balloon. Meanwhile, Li Feng was similarly engaged with the other children. Before long, 4 children had sequentially written the phrase across 4 different balloons. Remarkably, neither Chiojin nor Li Feng had uttered any words that could breach the game's regulations. Even the phrase had been cleverly split into 2 entirely unrelated terms. Consequently, the game system issued no penalties or warnings, leading to a remarkably smooth progression that a glimmer of excitement began to shine in the eyes of both Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng. Success seemed imminent. However, in the very next moment, bang! Just as they prepared to instruct the children to write a 5th character, the balloons inscribed with words suddenly exploded. Simultaneously, a terrifying surge of electricity coursed through Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng, akin to touching exposed high-voltage wires. Without any time to react, both men collapsed to the ground, writhing and convulsing like worms, foam spilling from their mouths. That instant, Lin Fan, who was engrossed in explaining the essence of evolvers to Shin Mingxi and the others, was suddenly struck by a flash of green light. Detection activated for players Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng, attempting to disclose the existence of the constituting a severe violation of game regulations. That 8001 virus modification mode has been autonomously initiated. Game Administrator Lin Fan, please select the severity of their punishment. 1. Immediate annihilation. No virus computational power required to strip them of their player status and forcibly erase their memories regarding the apocalyptic game, costing 5 virus power. Note: if a player loses their status outside the game's activation period, they will perish within 3 days. 3. Reclassify their actions from severe violation to borderline, necessitating only a minor penalty, costing 10 virus power. Note: current virus power remaining 68. 50 power will automatically restore after the game activation ends. The remainder can be replenished at a rate of 1 per hour. Upon seeing the options presented by the A001 virus, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Old Xiao and Li Feng meticulously devised their plan. Yet it has failed. Fortunately, I possess the A001 virus, which can provide them some cover for their actions. At the school gate of Jina Primary School, Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng curled up on the curb, wore expressions of agony. Suddenly, a cold game notification echoed in their ears. Warning. Players Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng are prohibited from promoting or revealing any information regarding the existence of the Da. Please refrain from any further borderline behavior. As the notification faded, the electrical sensations coursing through them began to ease slightly. Both men lay helplessly on the ground, their bodies still twitching as they gasped for breath, their eyes wide with disbelief. To leak the existence of the game constitutes a severe violation of the rules, and if detected, it should be a certain death. Yet now, we have merely been deemed borderline. What on earth is happening? Before they could ponder the situation further, the anxious voices of the children reached their ears. Uncle Patrick Star, Uncle SpongeBob, are you all right? Who has a little genius phone watch? Quickly, call 120 for them. The residual electricity continued to torment Xiu Jiyun, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Gasping for air, he summoned an unyielding willpower to suppress the pain and convulsions, managing to force a smile that it's all right. No need to call 120 to Uncle Patrick Star just accidentally ate and expired. Delicious crab burger, I'll be fine shortly. Uncle Patrick Star, how could you be so foolish? My mom said that expired things must never be eaten. Uncle Patrick Star, I have a bottle of water here. You should drink some. Chapter 38. Are the suspects SpongeBob and Patrick Star? Listening to the children's concern, although Qiu Jiyun's body continued to convulse under the electric shocks, his heart swelled with warmth. Their willingness to risk for the sake of others stemmed from this very warmth. Time passed, and gradually, the electrical surges diminished, prompting the children to heed Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng's insistence and head home. Afterward, the two supported each other and made their way back to the tea house where Lin Fan and the others awaited. We have failed, was the first sentence spoken by Qiu Jiyun as he entered through the door. The expressions of Lin Fan and the others turned solemn. Subsequently, Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng recounted their experiences to the group. While listening, Lin Fan rhythmically tapped his finger on the tea table. When he heard Qiu Jiyun mention they had successfully written the 4 characters of, a look of astonishment filled Lin Fan's eyes that he asked the game administrator possessing the A001 virus. His understanding of the game far surpassed that of other players. Logically, these 4 characters should have been impossible to inscribe. Yet, Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng had managed to turn the impossible into reality through their method. This revelation suggested that the game system's surveillance of players was not without its flaws. Lin Fan's mind raced, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. He seemed to grasp how the game maintained constant oversight of each player's actions. Shared perception. Every player's visual, auditory, and tactile senses were perpetually monitored by the game. Yes, that was it. Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng's clever manipulation of the characters had gone unnoticed initially because the game had not detected any violations within their sensory inputs. It was only when they prepared to verify the results and turned their attention to the 4 balloons inscribed with that the game became alert. With this understanding, Lin Fan's mind quickly formulated a plan to circumvent the game's surveillance. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng. In truth, you have not entirely failed, at least from my perspective. You have succeeded halfway. Lin Fan's statement instantly captured the attention of Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng, who turned their gazes toward him. Lin Fan, without further ado, shared his thoughts. You were punished only after combining the characters. When writing a single character, the game remained oblivious. This is a flaw in the game's rules. If you write just one character, after completing it, simply have someone take the balloon near the garrison. After the station's soldiers finished reading, they punctured the balloon. Then they continued to write the second character and so forth, repeating the process in hopes of evading game supervision. Upon Lin Fan's conclusion, Qiu Jiyun and Li Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and they excitedly slapped their thighs, exclaiming, "Indeed! Damn it! How could I not have thought of that? We were only penalized after writing the 4 characters the apocalypse descends. This implies that if we write 1 character at a time, we won't be deemed in violation. Haha, let us go, Li Feng. While the students are still around, we must act quickly. The calamity brought about by the apocalypse is too severe that we must find a way to inform the military in advance." As Qiu Jiyun spoke, he disregarded the lingering numbness in his body and hurriedly led Li Feng out of the tea house. Seeing Qiao Jiyun's urgency, Lin Fan opened his mouth to warn them that even this would pose significant risks. But before he could utter a word, the two had already hastily departed. Gazing at the now empty doorway, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Perhaps this is what it means to be a soldier of the Great Xia. At the headquarters of the Wudu garrison, in the office of Governor Fang Jinghan, a loud knocking interrupted his concentration. Report: Fang Jinghan held a large stack of photographs taken from the K-231 train. Frowning as he examined the details, suddenly, a hurried knock resounded from outside. "Come in." Without lifting his head, Fang Jinghan continued to sift through the images filled with corpses. The heavy door of the office swung open, and a well-dressed aide, clutching a folder in his right hand, entered. After saluting the governor, he quickly said, "Governor Fang, we have encountered a peculiar situation. This evening from 6:38 to 6:52, more than 20 children holding balloons approached our military camp. Is this your first day as an aide?" Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghan, already irked due to the train incident, was instantly enraged. "This trivial matter. Do not report such things to me next time. Get out." However, the aide, with a wry smile, extracted an A4 sheet from his folder and respectfully presented it to Fang Jinghan. "Governor Fang, I've had the words from the balloons noted down. You should take a look." Bang! Seeing that the aide had not taken his leave and was still discussing this insignificant issue, Fang Jinghan slammed his palm on the desk. But then his expression, once filled with extreme anger, froze on his face. The apocalypse game descends. A certain area in Wu City is set to reenact the train incident shortly. What is this? Fang Jinghan sprang to his feet, disregarding the chair he had knocked over, and swiftly grabbed the A4 paper, reading each word with the reverence of a pilgrim poring over an esoteric scripture. After finishing, the once immaculate military uniform was unwittingly dampened by cold sweat. Where did this news originate? The aide paused, his expression peculiar as he continued. "We still do not know. The group of children with balloons mentioned that it was Patrick Star and SpongeBob SquarePants who instructed them to do this." Fang Jinghan clearly was taken aback. Patrick Star? SpongeBob SquarePants? In that fleeting moment, he considered countless possibilities, yet he never imagined that the deadly train incident could be associated with such childish terms. Investigate. Pursue this matter relentlessly. Spare no effort to find the source of this rumor. Understood. The aide, with utmost respect, saluted Fang Jinghan before promptly exiting the office. 10 minutes later, security personnel and military soldiers scoured the streets and alleys of the Jinhe district, particularly near Jinhe First Primary School. These officers and soldiers sternly interrogated passers-by. "Comrade, have you seen SpongeBob SquarePants or Patrick Star around here?" Passers-by. After delivering their warning to the military, Lin Fan and his companions left the tea house and stealthily headed south. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived near a mountain range. Qiao Jiyun glanced at the paper map in his hand, confirming that they were indeed at the Dongling Mountain Range in the Jinhe district, and led the group into the dense forest. The Dongling Mountain Range is a well-preserved semi-pristine forest, relatively small but exceptionally lush. Rarely do people venture here, making it an excellent hiding spot. As the group entered, sparrows fluttered away in alarm, scattering in all directions. They crossed over rocks, shallow streams, and ravines, as the dimming twilight cast its glow through the layers of green leaves, showering the group in a gentle floral scent, revealing 6 hurried silhouettes advancing forward. Chapter 39. The Near-Death Survivor and the Mysterious Explosive Power. Another 10 minutes passed, bringing the time to 8 o'clock in the evening. The moon replaced the sun, and stars adorned every corner of the night sky. At the entrance of an unmarked cave, a blazing orange fire crackled atop a wooden pile. Lin Fan sat by the fire, munching on compressed biscuits purchased from the game store. While addressing Qiao Jiyun and the others, "We need to send further warnings to the outside world that we've done our utmost to relay the information that I hope the military will respond appropriately." Qiao Jiyun lifted his water bottle and took a hearty swig. Governor Fang of the Wudu military is no ordinary person. Although I have not interacted with him directly before, tales of his remarkable deeds have circulated in both the military camp and the hospital where I work. Without him and the city's highest official, Nie Yuanming, Wudu would not be as prosperous as it is today. Even if he is initially caught off guard by the train incident, it won't be long before he formulates the most accurate response. And with us subtly advising him, I believe he will manage the situation adeptly during the next apocalypse game. Hearing Xiao Jun's words reassured the others considerably. The bald man added logs to the fire, stating, "But how did this apocalypse game come about? Damn it. I'm just an honest citizen. Because of this wretched game, I'm now forced to hide in the mountains. Who can argue with that?" Zhao Dahai echoed, "Who knows when this life will come to an end?" After a moment of venting frustration, Zhao Dahai frowned and pondered. "Do you think this game could have been created by another country specifically to target us?" "You overestimate other nations," Li Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "The technological level of this game is beyond what human civilization can produce. Just the transformation of ordinary people into evolvers alone. If other countries could achieve that, why wouldn't they implement it domestically? At that point, who would still be their opponent?" After contemplating, the bald man nodded in agreement. "If it isn't something humanity can create, could it be the work of deities?" Deities? All eyes, including Lin fans, turned towards the bald man, intrigued by this novel hypothesis. Though unscientific, no one could prove the non-existence of deities. The bald man, noticing the attention, chuckled and scratched his yellowed head illuminated by the firelight. Continuing, "I enjoy reading novels. This game feels like a divine breeding ground from stories. Zombies and humans are the lowly creatures within it. Yet, as they battle, mutated zombies emerge, and evolvers appear among humans. This cycle continues, with mutated zombies growing stronger and humans evolving as well, until deities are eventually created." "All right, that's enough." Zhao Dahai interrupted the bald man's analysis, exasperated. "Do you not realize how vast the imagination of novel authors can be? Given them a pen, and they could turn a falling leaf into an entire world. It's utterly absurd. Rather than discussing deities or a divine breeding ground, one might as well say aliens treat our Earth as a laboratory or playground." As Zhao Dahai and the bald man drifted further into their speculation, Qiao Jian directed his gaze towards Lin Fan, asking, "Lin Fan, what are your thoughts?" Lin Fan shook his head, pondering before replying, "Our contact with the game has been too brief, and the information we can gather is limited to AT this stage. It is exceedingly difficult to fully understand its origins. The only way to gradually uncover the answers we seek is to continue exploring during subsequent games. But before that, we must first strive to survive in the next game's arrival." Lin Fan spoke the truth. Zhao Dahai nodded in agreement, asserting that regardless of how the game comes about, the true purpose of its descent upon Daxiao remains a mystery. What truly matters is that we all manage to endure the next game. Upon hearing the discussion, Shen Mingxi felt a deep resonance within her. With her hands clasped over her knees, she gazed up at the resplendent starry sky. Ever since the apocalyptic game train had arrived, everything we have experienced feels as though it belongs to a different era. This sentiment struck a chord with everyone present, and silence enveloped the group. Lin Fan rested his chin on his hand, fixated on the roaring flames before him, reminiscing about his home. Just last night, at this very hour, he had been at the dining table, animatedly discussing with his parents his aspirations of becoming a great scientist after graduating from the University of Science and Technology. At that moment, his parents wore expressions brimming with kindness, admiration, and pride. The table was laden with his favorite dishes. Little did he know, merely a day later, he would find himself transformed into a game administrator, even becoming a terrifying butcher, drenched in the blood of the undead. Gone were the delightful meals, replaced only by dry, tasteless compressed biscuits. He longed for time to rewind, to return to last night, and once again hear his parents' gentle voices. Unbeknownst to him, a faint smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of elusive melancholy. After all, he was merely 18 years old. The night passed in silence as the bright moon, accompanied by countless stars, faded into dawn. The golden sun ascended the eastern horizon, casting its radiant light over the vast land. In the office of the director of the Wudu Military Hospital, Director Zhang, a man in his 50s clad in a white coat with black-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the list of escapees from the K-231 train. The list contained only 7 names, yet one stood out, a name he recognized all too well: Qiao Jiyun. Director Zhang sighed deeply. Qiao Jiyun, so young, had already risen to the position of chief surgeon at the hospital and was the most talented student he had ever encountered. That if only he could develop his career steadily at the hospital, he would undoubtedly become a director in the future. The prospects were unfathomable. Yet now, Chiojin's name lay upon this list. This implied that before long, his name would ascend to the wanted list of the Safety Investigation Bureau. A future obliterated, Director Zhang felt a tremor in his heart, filled with reluctance and a fragment of confusion. Based on his knowledge of Qiu Zhiyun, he could not fathom how he could commit the atrocity of slaughtering over 2,000 passengers. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door that a guard in a sergeant's uniform entered, announcing, "Director, it is now 7:40 to the Safety Investigation Bureau has sent someone to collect the list of personnel who fled the train." "All right," Director Zhang responded as he handed the list to the guard, that he then inquired, "By the way, what is the status of the sole survivor with only faint brainwave activity remaining?" The guard, wearing a peculiar expression, replied, "I just inquired with the attending physician. He stated that under normal circumstances, if the brain is pierced by a sharp instrument with 70 blood loss and a cessation of heartbeat and pulse for over 12 hours, survival is impossible. Yet, astonishingly, that survivor has not succumbed yet." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shining brightly. But soon, they dimmed again. Indeed, it was a miracle. However, in such a circumstance, even divine intervention could not save him. The guard nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, this was the only survivor found on the train. After relaying this, the guard exited the office with the list, leaving Director Zhang to ponder. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. This explosive data must be erroneous. 18 kilograms of TNT equivalent is sufficient to obliterate Carriage 9 into smithereens. But look at the photographs of Carriage 9, besides a few shattered windows. Is there any other destruction caused by explosives? Moreover, under such explosive force, not only humans but even a rhinoceros clad in body armor would be obliterated. How could anyone possibly escape the train alive? Furthermore, the volume of 18 kilograms of TNT is almost equivalent to half a suitcase. How could it be so easily smuggled onto the train? Do you think the Iron Security team are a bunch of blind fools?" At the Wudu City Explosive Disposal Headquarters, a dozen top domestic explosives experts, adorned with dark circles under their eyes from a night of toil, had finally deciphered the explosive data from the K231 train. However, the scene was chaotic. When I was an expert, you were still in diapers. Open your eyes and look at this photograph. The heat generated by the explosion has completely scorched the bloodstains. Is there any explosive capable of achieving such an effect? And look at the suitcases and corpses in the photos, riddled with shrapnel. Doesn't that prove the explosive power? A knock resounded again, and a middle-aged man in an Iron Security team uniform stepped in. "Excuse me, esteemed experts. Have you analyzed the explosive data and material composition from Carriage 9? Our new station chief is quite impatient." Upon hearing this, the faces of the experts turned ashen. This was beyond the realm of conventional science. Everything was steeped in contradictions. What could they possibly analyze? The current data seemed akin to a ruse designed to deceive fools. How could they submit it? It wasn't entirely their fault. The experts had genuinely exerted themselves. After all, they could not anticipate that the train remained unscathed due to the protective measures of the apocalyptic game. Nor could they fathom that Qiu Zhiyun was able to procure explosives because he could directly purchase materials from the game's marketplace. Had they been unaware of the existence of the Doomsday game, the explosion in Carriage 9 might have indeed become a conundrum perplexing the entire scientific community for eternity, forever eluding resolution. After spending a night in the cave, Lin Fan and his companions emerged as the sun rose. Shin Mingxi, stretching her wrists, addressed the group, "I'm heading out for a morning workout. Who is joining me?" Li Feng grinned. "Count me in. This is no time for slacking. Every bit of strength gained will enhance our chances of survival in the next game," with Shin Mingxi and Li Feng taking the lead. Zhao Dahai and the bald man exchanged glances before promptly responding, "In that case, we must not fall behind." "Exactly, let us all train together. By the way, Lin Fan, old Qiu, would you like to join us?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Qiu Zhiyun smiled and shook his head. "I plan to research how to configure a more powerful explosive and develop traps suited for urban combat. That I want to join you in training." The group was not surprised by Qiu Zhiyun's response, and their gazes shifted to Lin Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan nodded. "All right, I'll join as well," with the morning workout participants confirmed. Shinmingshi, hailing from an ancient martial arts family, began to explain, if we wish to enhance our strength in the shortest amount of time, I recommend everyone engage in weighted running. This method allows the body to transition from an aerobic to an anaerobic state rapidly, thereby strengthening endurance and significantly boosting muscle power and bone density. After Shinmingshi concluded her explanation, the group began searching for suitable stones to use for weighted running. Shinmingshi and Li Feng, due to their solid foundations, selected stones weighing around 80 pounds, while the bald man and Zhao Dahai chose stones weighing approximately 50 pounds. As for Lin Fan, he found himself in a quandary. With his arms capable of lifting 3 tons, even stones weighing dozens or hundreds of pounds felt as light as foam. After searching for a considerable time without success and finding a stone of suitable weight, Shinmingshi and Li Feng, along with others, decided to stop waiting. They placed the stone into their tactical backpacks and commenced their training along the winding mountain path. Within less than 5 minutes, Zhao Dahai and the bald man were already panting heavily, yet they did not halt, gritting their teeth and following closely behind Li Feng and Shinmingshi. 10 minutes later, Zhao Dahai and the bald man's legs began to tremble. Large beads of sweat dripped down their foreheads and fell to the ground. The extreme fatigue coursing through their bodies sparked thoughts of surrender in their minds, and their footsteps unconsciously slowed. Observing their condition, Li Feng swiftly turned around and exclaimed, Lao Zhao, Baldy, for heaven's sake, don't stop. Keep running. I really can't run any longer. The bald man rasped, I haven't run in ages. Jumping straight into weighted running is utterly exhausting. Despite his close relationship with the bald man and Zhao Dahai, Li Feng showed no leniency, instead reprimanding them sternly. Even if you feel you cannot continue, you must keep running. There's a saying in our unit, when you feel your body is on the verge of collapse, every additional second you endure is a breakthrough of your limits. If you don't strive now, do you intend to regret it when a zombie bites you? Upon hearing Li Feng's words, both the bald man and Zhao Dahai's expressions hardened as they recalled the gruesome scene of countless zombies lunging at them inside the train. And no longer indulging in self-pity, they clenched their jaws and resolutely followed closely behind Shinmingshi and Li Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous boom reverberated behind them. The ground trembled as if in fear, shaking violently. The entire mountain shook with a resounding thud. Something was approaching rapidly. Something is closing in on us. Li Feng's face paled. Judging by the sound of those footsteps, it must weigh at least several thousand pounds. Without Lin Fan, we are utterly defenseless. Everyone, quickly find a place to hide. Shinmingshi, leading the charge, halted abruptly, her expression grave as she glanced back. Li Feng was also directing the group, but before he could finish his instructions, his face froze in shock. What the hell? Lin Fan. They saw Lin Fan, hoisting a massive stone the size of a cart, covered in moss, leaping forward in an impeccable frog jump manner along the mountain path. Lin Fan stood only around 1.75 meters tall and was not particularly robust. The stone perched atop his head was nearly 5 to 6 times his size. The sight of a human leaping with such a boulder was nothing short of surreal. Is this even human? Shinmingshi and the others were so astonished that they momentarily forgot to run. Within 3 minutes, Lin Fan had leapt to their side, still balancing the giant stone overhead, glancing at them with a smirk. What's wrong? Why aren't you running? You guys are a bit slow. I've caught up to you with my frog jumps. With that, Lin Fan continued to leap forward. Unbelievable. This is beyond absurd. Shinmingshi and the others thought, feeling utterly demoralized that an hour later, Lin Fan, who had been leading the frog jumps, was drenched in sweat. He could distinctly feel his bones beginning to tremble, his waist ached unbearably, and even his lungs felt sore from rapid breathing. Only his hands and legs, significantly enhanced by his innate talent, remained in excellent condition without any adverse effects. Lin Fan suddenly realized that there was a flaw in the hunter evolution. Although his innate ability allowed him to achieve extraordinary strength in certain aspects, the rest of his body had not been similarly enhanced. The disparity between the two resulted in a lack of synergy in power and efficiency. It was akin to a low-end sedan suddenly fitted with a professional racing engine. While it could indeed accelerate faster, it would be unsustainable for long due to the inevitable breakdown of wheels, body, engine, or brakes. Chapter 41. Breaking through human limits. While the human body does not possess the same self-repair capabilities as a car, the ongoing stress raised concerns about potential risks. Lin Fan's heart raced as he pondered whether the hunter evolution direction was not a superior form of evolution compared to humans, but rather a grotesque pursuit of power and slaughter. No, that's not right. I overlooked a crucial point. The other bodily systems that have not been enhanced by the innate talent are not beyond improvement, that if I can elevate these non-inherited bodily systems to a standard that can support the explosive demands of the gifted attributes, this flaw would cease to exist. Currently, my bones, waist, and skin have reached the genetic limits of the human body. Due to the existence of genetic locks, without acquiring new abilities, I can no longer enhance myself solely through points. However, perhaps specialized training could allow me to break through this limit. With this thought, Lin Fan became resolute about the necessity of intensive training. After enduring another 10 minutes of relentless leaps, feeling as though his heart and lungs were about to burst, he finally set the heavy stone down gently. Supporting himself on his knees, he gasped for breath, contemplating the state of his body now that the weight had been lifted. Under such rigorous training, Lin Fan found that the cells in the non-enhanced parts of his body were surprisingly active, that he sensed that their regeneration and division rates had noticeably increased compared to before, although they could not match the advancements in his legs and arms. Yet there was indeed change. Gradual strengthening was occurring before long. He heard 4 rapid breaths behind him. Shinmingshi, Li Feng, the bald man, and Zhao Dahai had all run to the point of exhaustion. Were it not for their sheer willpower, they might have collapsed mid-run. Let us take a breather. Finally catching up to Lin Fan, the 4 figures dropped to the ground without hesitation, greedily inhaling the refreshingly crisp mountain air. Time passed to August 28th. 10 a.m. This was the day after the K-231 train incident that I, in the highest command office of the military station in Wudu, Governor Feng's office, received a report. Governor Feng, as of now, the hospital has submitted the list of individuals who fled the train to the Safety Investigation Department. There are 7 individuals in total. Upon receiving the list, the Safety Investigation Department immediately retrieved their fingerprints, iris scans, blood types, ID numbers, phone numbers, and home addresses from the police system. Through on-site comparisons, it has been confirmed that these 7 individuals' fingerprints were indeed found on the train. Additionally, their mobile phones and personal belongings were located aboard the train. At this point, the aide paused, letting out a deep sigh. However, it is peculiar that no lethal weapons were found on the train. Any weapons such as arrows left on the train had already been collected by Lin Fan. Based on the evidence currently collected, we cannot directly identify these 7 individuals as perpetrators. Nonetheless, the chief of police suspects that there is a possibility they may have removed the murder weapon from the train. The Safety Investigation Department has issued wanted notices for these 7 individuals to security units nationwide and has entered all information into the Skynet system. Should any of the suspects appear within the range of any street surveillance camera, the Skynet system will automatically lock onto their location. Capturing them is merely a matter of time. Fang Jinghan nodded, calmly stating, "Excellent. Regardless of whether they are the main culprits behind this horrifying incident, we must apprehend them first. What is the situation with the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit?" The experts from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit report that the explosives used by the criminals are quite rare. They have never encountered them before and require more time for research. Please forgive us, Governor. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinghan was somewhat taken aback and frowned. Tell them to expedite their efforts. Yes, the aide responded. Continuing, additionally, the hospital has reported that at 2:16 a.m. today, they detected a passenger on the train who was not entirely deceased through a life detection device. However, their brain had been penetrated by a sharp object, and their heart and pulse had stopped for over 12 hours. The chances of survival are extremely slim. What? Fang Jinghan abruptly stood from his seat, exclaiming, "We found a survivor. Spare no effort. Save this survivor. The military will bear all medical expenses. Inform the hospital. Even if it means venturing into the realm of the King of Hell to retrieve them, I demand that they be brought back." Yes. The aide saluted in response. By the way, how is the investigation I assigned to you yesterday coming along? The aide shook his head helplessly and replied, "At that time, the 2 individuals were dressed in SpongeBob and Patrick costumes, making it impossible to discern their identities. After the balloon incident concluded, they vanished completely." Fang Jinghan nodded, his brow furrowing as he pondered the contents of the document. The apocalyptic game has descended in a certain area of Wudu City. The train incident will soon be reenacted. Is this a provocation from the bandits or a warning? What exactly is this doomsday game? Is it a code name for the bandits, or does it signify something else? Everything remains shrouded in mystery. Regardless, he would not allow the train incident to occur once more. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to wear this military uniform. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Jinghan's expression hardened. Relay the orders. Effective immediately. The entire city of Wudu is to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. All local safety investigation departments, regional units, and armed systems must maintain the highest combat vigilance at all times. Furthermore, orders must be dispatched to the 1st, 5th, and 8th Divisions. They are to deploy all soldiers for round-the-clock patrols throughout Wudu. Upon discovering any anomalies or traces of the bandits, immediate reports must be made. In the Dongling mountain range of the Jina district, after an exhausting march, Xin Mingxi, Li Feng, the Bald Man, Zhao Dehai, and others, despite taking a moment to rest, still felt their thighs trembling from fatigue. They could hardly move. So they switched to strength training with their hands. Only Lin Fan persisted with weighted frog jumps until darkness fell at last. The weary group returned to the cave, where Qiu Jian had already ignited a bonfire outside. Roasting wild rabbits, snakes, and sparrows caught from the mountain. Welcome back. Upon seeing their return, Qiu Jian greeted them with a smile. Come, take a seat. Today, I prepared some game for you. It's almost ready. After glancing at the group, Qiu Jian suddenly froze. The caloric levels within your bodies have surged drastically. Old Qiu, if I tell you, it might surprise you. The bald man grinned proudly at Qiu Jian's astonished expression. I can now lift a stone weighing 300 pounds with one hand. Chapter 42, Dawn, the first light piercing the darkness. Are you certain you can lift 300 pounds with one hand? Qiu Jian furrowed his brow. Even professional weightlifters find it difficult to achieve this. Did I recall you mentioning that you sell fruits at the market? You haven't undergone any special training. How could such immense progress occur in just one day? Commander Qiu, what he says is true. Li Feng shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment that MY previous single-hand strength was around 150 pounds. But now, I can lift a boulder weighing 350 pounds with one hand. Could it be? Qiu Jian's gaze swiftly turned to Li Feng, and he quickly realized, the reason you all experienced such a significant improvement is related to the Doomsday game. Upon hearing Qiu Jian touch upon the crux of the matter, Lin Fan finally spoke up, indeed. Although none of them have yet become evolved beings, their bodies have been subtly transformed after undergoing one Doomsday game. The signs are not apparent during regular activities. But under high-intensity training, their cellular division rate and gene growth speed far exceed that of normal humans. At this rate, I believe it's only a matter of time before they all awaken their talents and become evolved beings. The progress is not limited to just these 4 ordinary individuals. Lin Fan himself has also made strides. His bone resilience and waist endurance have surpassed the original human genetic limits. His resilience rivals that of felines. And his bones can bend up to 32 degrees under pressure. In terms of endurance, his weighted frog jumps with a 2,000-pound boulder have increased from a maximum duration of 1 hour and 30 minutes to 1 hour and 40 minutes. The special training truly enhances their strength continuously. As another day passed, on August 30, 2135, at 2 p.m., 3 hours before the game descended, at the cave entrance in the Dongling mountain range of Jina district, Lin Fan checked everyone's attribute panels with administrator privileges. Player, Xinmingxi strength. Capable of exerting 1.5 tons of force, reaching the human genetic limit, unable to surpass this value until awakening any talent and becoming an evolved being. Speed, maximum speed of 112 kilometers. Defense, capable of resisting knife cuts. Note, to save space, subsequent attributes will only note strength and speed. Li Feng, capable of exerting 1.4 tons of force. Maximum speed of 96 kilometers. Zhao Dehai, capable of exerting 1.3 tons of force. Maximum speed of 87 kilometers. Bald Man Bald, surname Guang, given name 2, capable of exerting 1.3 tons of force. Maximum speed of 75 kilometers. After reviewing everyone's attributes, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. Through various inhuman enhancement trainings over the past few days, the combat power of Li Feng, Bald Man, and Zhao Dehai, although still somewhat lacking compared to hunters, is not significantly inferior. They would be able to ensure survival within 10 strikes against newly promoted hunters or mutated zombies. As for Xinmingxi, with a solid foundation, strength and training, coupled with a hunting rifle and high-density nylon combat gear. Along with the firearm techniques inherited from an ancient martial arts family, she is more than capable of contending with some newly promoted hunters. As for Qiu Jiyun, although he did not participate in the special training, his gains were substantial. It is said that he has already developed explosives equivalent to 30 kilograms of TNT. One of these could annihilate all zombies within a 30-meter radius. Even those within 100 meters would face considerable threat. With such astonishing power, the materials, of course, are quite expensive, with each costing over 100 points. Qiu Jiyun only has 2 such explosives on hand. Naturally, he has stockpiled a good number of smaller explosives. Besides explosives, Qiu Jiyun has also made groundbreaking progress in trap development, such as fast-drying glue that hinders zombies' movements, vibration-sensitive landmines that explode automatically, and blood-soaked sponges that actively attract zombies. Among others, after 3 days of time, this makeshift team, hastily assembled due to the train incident, has grown increasingly formidable. Just as Lin Fan was reflecting, Qiu Jiyun turned his gaze toward the group and suddenly asked, "What do you think poses the greatest threat to us when the game descends again?" Li Feng was the first to respond, "Mutated zombies." "Indeed, it is the mutated zombies." Qiu Jiyun nodded, continuing, "Given our current strength, ordinary zombies pose almost no threat to us. Therefore, I suggest that when the next game descends, we consider actively hunting mutated zombies." "What? Hunt mutated zombies?" Upon hearing this, Bald Man immediately recoiled in fear that he still vividly remembers the train conductor's sudden and merciless slaughter on the train for him. Encountering such a terrifying existence as mutated zombies would be a stroke of luck. To actively hunt them would be akin to seeking death, not just Bald Man. Even Zhao Dahai and Li Feng swallowed hard upon hearing Qiu Jiyun's suggestion. Their hearts filled with trepidation. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Qiu Jiyun shook his head and chuckled. "Mutated zombies are not as terrifying as you think. Do you remember the mutated zombie we encountered on the train? If we only consider its combat strength, even Li Se at that time could confront it directly. It was merely due to the presence of the zombie tide that maximized the mutated zombie's abilities, resulting in such devastating casualties that as long as we research and understand the capabilities of mutated zombies in advance and find ways to restrain them, they are not as fearsome as we imagine." As he spoke, Qiu Jiyun's eyes unknowingly took on a peculiar glint. After a pause, he continued, "Our team's strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. Actively hunting mutated zombies is not impossible. If we can eliminate the mutated zombies in advance, then the game's descent may end prematurely, sparing further sacrifices. Moreover, the rewards for hunting mutated zombies are incredibly generous, far surpassing those of ordinary zombies. We will become increasingly powerful, growing at an accelerated rate. Regardless of how one looks at it, this is undoubtedly a positive development." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and the other 4, excluding Qiu Jiyun, exchanged knowing glances. Silently acknowledging their shared understanding of the sacrifice, that it was evident to all that old Qiu was undoubtedly thinking of Luo Qing again, that in truth, having endured this period of fugitive existence, the camaraderie among the group had grown remarkably harmonious. They all made a concerted effort to avoid mentioning Luo Qing in front of Qiu Jiyun at this moment. Noticing the slight pallor in his expression, the boisterous bald man was the first to raise his right hand and scratch his head. Grinning as he declared, "Isn't it just a mutated zombie? We've already taken down one. Taking down a few more should be a piece of cake, right? Huh?" Although the bald man endeavored to project confidence through his laughter, no matter how hard he tried, his smile looked more like a grimace of despair, and his robust legs trembled uncontrollably, betraying his evident fear of mutated zombies. "Indeed." Zhao Dahai quickly interjected, throwing an arm around the bald man's shoulder. "Let's just go for it." In reality, Zhao Dahai's hands were also quaking incessantly. Shen Mingxi cast a bemused glance at these 2 inept actors, contemplated for a moment, shrugged, and naturally chimed in. "If we are to hunt mutated zombies, it is imperative that we act as a team. That I suggest we select a leader and establish a team name." Lin Fan and Li Feng, though silent, nodded in agreement, their eyes drawn to Qiu Jiyun. At that moment, a look of astonishment flickered across Qiu Jiyun's face. However, as he scanned the smiling faces of his companions, a warm realization dawned upon him. What they were affirming was not merely his suggestion, but their faith in him. A surge of warmth filled Qiu Jiyun's heart, and he smiled in return. After a moment of contemplation, Qiujian turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and continued along Shun Mingxi's line of thought. I propose that Lin Fan should be our leader. When it comes to hunting mutated zombies, the battlefield is ever-changing. Only someone capable of confronting them head-on can make the most accurate on-the-spot judgments. As the scout, my primary role is to monitor the movements of mutated zombies, set traps, and assist you in evaluating the situation. Lin Fan's prowess was evident to all, placing him on an entirely different level compared to the rest. There was a unanimous agreement among them. All right, Lin Fan shall be our captain. That certainly puts us at ease. Haha. I have no objections. Now, let us discuss our team name. With this, it was as if everyone had tacitly accepted Qiu Jiyun's suggestion. While Lin Fan was somewhat surprised that Qiu Jiyun had appointed him as captain, he saw no reason to decline now that the matter was settled. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up. Regarding the team name, I have an idea, Dawn. Our team is formed to hunt mutated zombies, akin to the first rays of sunlight piercing through the darkness. What do you think? Dawn sounds great. Quite powerful. I like it. All right, from this day forth, our team shall be called Dawn. Haha, I must say, this name has a certain grandeur to it. Thus, the Dawn team was hastily born in this desolate mountain range. The 6 individuals present were unaware that their impromptu decision would, in the future, reverberate throughout the world. The name Dawn would become a beacon of hope for countless humans and a nightmare for innumerable zombies. As the discussion continued, a series of game notification sounds erupted in their ears. Ding! The Apocalypse game has entered its second round. The location has been selected. Arrival point. Daxia University, number 889, Shuyuan Road, Jinhua District. Wudu City. All players must arrive at the game location within 1 hour to await the commencement of the game. Countdown to game arrival. 0 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When the countdown reached 0. Players who had not arrived at the location would be erased without a trace. Chapter 43. A Century of Anomalies. The Dog Star Devours the Sun. Daxia University, Lin Fan, and the others were taken aback. They had anticipated that the game arrival point would be a bustling area in Jinhua District, but to their astonishment, it turned out to be a university. Specifically, Daxia University, ranked 3rd in the nation. Renowned worldwide as the cradle of scientists. Why would the game choose this location? Was it mere coincidence or something deliberate? No one knew why the game had selected this university as the arrival point. But at this moment, they had no time for speculation or analysis. Old Qiu, quickly check how far we are from Daxia University. Lin Fan commanded gravely. Qiu Jiyun nodded, retrieving a map of Wudu City from his pocket, spreading it out on the ochre-colored ground. After a quick analysis with his fingers, he spoke rapidly to the group. We are currently situated in the Dongling mountain range. Daxia University is directly to the south of the mountain range. If we calculate the straight-line distance, it is approximately 30 kilometers between the two locations. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan mentally estimated and replied, 30 kilometers isn't too far for us. Considering our team's overall speed, we should be able to reach there in about 35 minutes. Everyone, hurry up and gather your gear. Put on your combat suits that we depart in 5 minutes. All right. The group responded in unison, turning back towards the cave. Time, 16:04. 34 game arrival countdown. 0 hours, 55 minutes, 26 seconds. 6 figures clad in black nylon combat suits streamed out of the cave, heading south at a swift pace. The sound of chirping birds startled the avian creatures in a flight as they passed. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of insects and birds were left behind. When Lin Fan and the others reached the urban area, the cacophony of city life filled their ears. Beep beep. On the broad Yubai Road, vehicles flowed incessantly, while shops on either side flashed with neon lights. Although it was not yet the end of the workday, the pedestrian streets were already bustling with activity. Dais Lin Fan and his companions darted through the throngs of people. Those who noticed them looked on with astonishment and confusion. Wow, did a few people in black just rush past us? I think so, but they were moving so fast that I couldn't see clearly. They zipped by in a flash. By the time I turned to look, all I saw was a sea of bodies that I didn't catch a thing. I almost thought I was seeing things, hearing this. Others who had not seen the spectacle wore expressions of disbelief. And oh, one runs that fast without being noticed. You must have imagined it. Come on, the rare dog star devours the sun phenomenon is about to occur. Make sure your cameras are ready. I've been prepared. We've been waiting here for over half an hour just to capture the dog star devours the sun event. As the crowd chattered, the golden sun hanging high in the sky appeared to be ripped from its corner by a ferocious beast. A refreshing breeze swept over the sun-scorched earth. The people on the street lifted their heads, eagerly raising their phones or cameras, their faces alight with excitement as they recorded the rare dog star devours the sun phenomenon. Unbeknownst to them, while they marveled at the celestial spectacle, the true apocalypse was silently approaching them from not far away. Time: 1623. 17-game arrival countdown. 0 hours, 36 minutes, 43 seconds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Clad in black combat gear, Lisey sped along on a striking black motorcycle of unknown origin, hurtling against the flow of traffic on the highway leading to Jinhua District. Honk honk, beep beep. The cacophony of blaring horns and curses filled his ears. What the hell? You're actually going the wrong way on the highway. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Damn it, I almost crashed into the guardrail. This guy really has a death wish. Lisey paid no heed, the clamor quickly drowned out by the howling wind that as time passed, the sun, which usually hung like a deity in the sky, was now gradually consumed by the dog star, obscuring nearly 1/3 of its brilliance. From a high vantage point, one could observe an endless expanse of darkness steadily encroaching upon the realm of light. Coincidentally, Lisey and his roaring motorcycle found themselves at the very threshold of light and darkness. If he could accelerate just a bit more, he would break into the light. If he slowed down, he would succumb to the encroaching darkness. Time: 1624. 36 report. Commander Nya, the observatory has informed us that this solar eclipse phenomenon will last until 5 o'clock. During this time, the moon will gradually obscure the sunlight, plunging the entire Earth into darkness. The grand entrance of the city's highest office swung open, revealing an aide clutching a dossier, reporting on the phenomenon of the dog eating the sun. With his head of white hair and middle-aged appearance, Nie Yuanming stood solemnly at the window, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently into the encroaching darkness that gradually enveloped the urban landscape. Immediately notify the Traffic Regulatory Department to activate the city's entire lighting system, he commanded, his expression grave. Just 3 days had passed since the train incident, and we had only just managed to stabilize the emotions of the victims' families. Wudu cannot succumb to darkness again. Hesitating at Nie Yuanming's order, the aide replied, but the people of Wudu are currently marveling at the spectacle of the dog eating the sun. I believe it would be better to allow them to fully immerse themselves in this extraordinary sight shrouded in night. This presents a splendid opportunity to divert public attention from the train incident. The populace is forgetful that if no one mentions the train incident again, it would aid us in stabilizing public sentiment. As for safety concerns, you need not worry. The Traffic Regulatory Department has dispatched numerous personnel to patrol the streets. Humph. Nie Yuanming scoffed, turning to fix the aide with a cold stare. The populace may be forgetful, but we cannot afford to forget. If the entire land is plunged into darkness, no one can predict what calamity may strike next. Relying solely on the limited forces of the Traffic Regulatory Department will only suffice to maintain order after an incident occurs. Attempting to divert public attention with a spectacle is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Enough of this chatter. Relay my orders immediately. After being reprimanded by Nie Yuanming, the aide felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He dared not speak further and hurriedly complied, exiting the office. Unbeknownst to the aide, General Fang Jinghan from the military had just placed a call, already informing Nie Yuanming of the contents of the note. However, they were unaware of the specific time and location. To prevent the spread of panic, they had refrained from informing too many individuals about today's dog eating the son of it. While to others it appeared to be a rare celestial phenomenon. It stirred a profound unease within these two high-ranking officials of Wudu, prompting them to insist on activating the city's lighting system in advance, while military patrols grew ever more vigilant. Time: 1640. 25 countdown to the game's arrival. 0 hours. 19 minutes, 35 seconds. The incandescent streetlights shone like stars in the night, illuminating the entire expanse of land. After more than half an hour of frantic running, Lin Fan and his companions arrived at the northern gate of Daxia University of Science and Technology. Before them stood a massive stone tablet, approximately 3 meters high, inscribed in bold red characters with the powerful motto, Pragmatism and Truthfulness for the People's Prosperity. Chapter 44. Daxia University of Science and Technology. The end times descend. Pragmatism and truthfulness for the people's prosperity. What a splendid motto for Dasha University of Science and Technology. Unfortunately, Qiu Jian paused before the stone tablet, expressing genuine admiration. Lin Fan, however, turned his gaze towards the university's entrance. The grand gate, approximately 30 meters wide and forged from steel alloys, was adorned with radiant neon lights gleaming like precious gems, casting the 6 characters of Dasha University of Science and Technology in a dragon and phoenix motif. If it were not for the impending apocalypse, I would likely have been a student at this institution. Today marks the final day for new students to register, yet I am not entering as a newcomer, but as a player, a hunter responsible for the indiscriminate slaughter aboard the K-231 train. After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan collected his thoughts, glanced at the game's countdown, and addressed his companions. Let us proceed. The game will commence in 18 minutes, though we should enter early to prepare ourselves. Indeed, Qiu Jiyun was the first to agree that if possible, let us find a way to evacuate some crowds before the game fully descends and see if we can relay any messages outside. Saving even one person counts. Just as Qiu Jiyun finished speaking, a series of chilling game notifications echoed in the ears of the 6 individuals. Detection of players arriving at the descent point. Time remaining until the game descends. 18 minutes. Commencing construction of a temporary space. Before the game officially commences, all veteran players are unable to exit the temporary space or convey any information to the outside world. Individuals outside the temporary space will also be oblivious to its existence. Please be patient, players Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, and others, as you await the beginning of the second game descent. Friendly reminder. The game's new features, Friend and Team, are now available for players to explore. As the game notifications concluded, countless ripples began to emerge from all directions around Lin Fan and his companions, gradually forming a transparent barrier spanning approximately 100 square meters. Ding! Temporary space successfully constructed. Note: the temporary space will automatically dissolve 10 minutes after the game descends a temporary space. Must we wait an additional 10 minutes for it to dissolve? Lin Fan frowned at this sudden development. One even he, as a game administrator, was unaware of. Qiu Jian quickly grasped the implications, his face turning ashen as he remarked, "The game system has likely implemented this to prevent us from making any arrangements that could disrupt the game's natural progression. As for the reason we must wait an extra 10 minutes, it is likely to allow the zombies to inflict as much carnage as possible during this interval." Damn it. Upon hearing Qiu Jiyun's analysis, Li Feng clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. Are we to simply wait idly here? Drawing a long hunting blade, approximately 1.6 meters in length and entirely black, from his tactical backpack, he approached the edge of the barrier and swung down with all his might. Ding! The sound of iron clashing echoed lightly, and the seemingly gossamer barrier bore not even a scratch. It is futile. Lin Fan shook his head at Li Feng's actions. The spatial barrier set by the game system cannot be breached by our current strength. At that moment, Lin Fan opened the A001 virus interface, attempting to modify the game settings. A series of green gibberish characters materialized before him. Zing! This modification touched upon the fundamental logic of the game system, the very foundation of the game's existence, impervious to alteration. Seeing this outcome, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Could it be that this aspect ties to the very essence of the game's existence? If in the future I could manipulate this, would it not mean I could completely dismantle the entire game? At that instant, no one was aware of the terrifying thought that had just taken root in Lin Fan's mind. Realizing that there was no feasible course of action, Qiu Jian could only let out a reluctant sigh. Lin Fan is right. It seems we have no choice but to wait. Damn it! The bald man, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, scratched his head and remarked, "By the way, I recall the game notification mentioned 2 new features were unlocked. Since we cannot do anything else, shall we explore those?" With no other alternatives, Lin Fan and the others began to investigate the new game features. The friend feature, as the name suggests, allows players to add friends within the game, enabling private messaging and email exchanges. Akin to a certain platform in reality, the team feature allows the formation of a squad not exceeding 10 members, within which all zombie kills will have points and rewards fairly distributed by the game system based on each player's performance in battle. Preventing instances of opportunistic kills or reward theft. As time ticked away, just 3 minutes remained until the game's arrival. Buzzing, rumbling, from the direction of the western gate of Dasha University of Science and Technology. A black motorcycle violently crashed through the gate's railing, charging into the campus like a wild beast. Shortly thereafter, an independent temporary space materialized, ensnaring both the motorcycle and its rider, Lisey, in place, the gatekeeper at the western entrance. Witnessing a motorcyclist crashing through the railing only to suddenly vanish wore an expression of sheer astonishment. What the hell? Is this some kind of ghost? Time, 1657. 25. The sun in the sky had dwindled to a crescent-shaped sliver, nearly vanishing from sight. Inside the brilliantly lit Dashia University of Science and Technology, towards the North Gate, numerous parents were helping their children settle their tuition fees before hoisting old, worn-out bags they had carried from the countryside. Preparing to leave the school and return home, the youthful new students, with faces full of innocence, sent them off as the parents' stooped figures approached the exit. A bittersweet sensation welled within the students. One young boy, unable to restrain himself, called out to his father's departing back, "Dad, don't worry. Once I graduate and find a good job, I promise to ensure you and Mom live a good life." The elderly father paused momentarily upon hearing those words. Turning to gaze at his child, a look of contentment spreading across his face. "Ha, my boy. With this thoughtfulness, your father feels truly grateful to be. By the way, there's a bag of oranges in your backpack. Once we return home, do not indulge in them all by yourself. Remember to share with your roommates. Understood? After today, who knows when he will have the chance to hear his father's ramblings again?" The new student, no longer harboring the previous annoyance, replied with a smile, "I understand. It just so happened that they encountered a solar eclipse today. Dad, be careful on your way back. Make sure to stay safe. Haha. What is there to fear? The streets are filled with street lights now, no different from daytime. It's perfectly safe. Rest assured. I'll call you once I get home." Before the father could finish his sentence, suddenly, the streetlights illuminating every corner of the campus, akin to broad daylight, seemed to have agreed upon something and extinguished in an instant. The sun in the sky was also devoured by a celestial dog, plunging the entire campus into darkness, where one could not see their own hand. Unbeknownst to them, the time had already reached exactly 5 p.m. What on earth is happening? Could it be a power outage? Impossible. I recall a senior mentioning that Dashia University of Technology has the highest priority for power supply, even surpassing all of Wudu. Since the establishment of the university, there has never been a power outage. As students and parents began to open their phones, attempting to add a flicker of light to the pitch-black campus, a series of chilling game notifications suddenly erupted in their ears. Welcome to the Apocalypse, an all-new 5D immersive game. The game is about to commence. Please, all players, prepare yourselves. We wish you a delightful experience. Chapter 45. In the left hand, prosperity. In the right hand, apocalypse. Hey, did you just hear that sound? Sound? What sound? Are you imagining things? I think I heard it too. Welcome to the Apocalypse, an all-new 5D immersive game. No way. Have you all been gaming all night in an internet CAF, and now your minds are scrambled? Which game company is audacious enough to claim 5D? It's true. I heard it as well. As discussions ensued among the students and parents, it quickly became apparent that some had heard the game notification while others had not. This proportion happened to be exactly 50. Among them were both new students and a portion of parents. In the next moment, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. Nearly 100 individuals who had not heard the game notification suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, those who could still stand were far too preoccupied with their loved ones to concern themselves with the unexpected voice from before. They surrounded their relatives, faces etched with anxiety, calling out frantically, "Mom, what is wrong with you? Son, please don't scare me. You were just fine a moment ago. Why did you suddenly collapse? Quick, call for an ambulance." Some, displaying a semblance of rationality, pulled out their phones, only to discover that there was no signal and calls could not be made. In the eerie darkness, phones emitting a faint glow illuminated the panic-stricken faces of the crowd. The game system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Game loading complete. Arrival location, Dashia University of Technology. Total participants, 60,000, including students, parents, and campus staff, etc. 30,000 have been randomly selected to become players in this Apocalypse game. The game interface has been open to all players. The remaining 30,000 non-player humans will be transformed into zombies in 1 minute. Survival mode has commenced. The following tasks are issued to all players. Task 1. Survive, endure for 12 hours after non-player humans transform into zombies. Reward, 10 points. Task 2. Become a strong individual, kill more than 10 zombies. Reward. The more you kill, the greater the reward. Note: the entire campus is now enveloped by the boundless domain. During the game, no one, whether human, zombie, or other life forms or non-life forms, may enter or exit Dasha University of Technology. Moreover, no information may be transmitted to the outside world in any manner at this moment. The players at the campus's northern entrance were nearly overwhelmed by the sight of their loved ones collapsing, their minds in disarray, utterly oblivious to the game notification. They continued to seek ways to assist their relatives. However, merely seconds later, their concerns morphed into terror. The people convulsing on the ground began to foam at the mouth, emitting a foul stench. Under the dim light of their phones, their eyes rolled back to the point where pupils were scarcely visible. Veins bulging on their foreheads, their visages grotesquely terrifying. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, the roadside lights flickered back to life, illuminating the campus once more. After all, Dasha University of Technology was a prestigious institution ranked among the top 3 in the nation. There was no shortage of backup generators. Yet, the transformation into zombies had also been completed. One by one, the zombies arose from the ground, their waists bent at a 90-degree angle, standing in an exceedingly eerie posture. With terrifying howls, the horde of zombies lunged toward the nearby, bewildered players. "No, Dad, it's me. Don't bite me. Heavens, what is happening? Are these people turning into zombies? The apocalypse is real. Get away, don't bite me. Run." Only then did the players finally react, scattering in all directions. Some rushed deeper into the campus, while more, overwhelmed by panic, forgot the game's warning about the boundless domain. They sought to escape the campus, desperate to distance themselves from the flesh-eating zombies. Fortunately, the game's designated location encompassed the entire campus, providing ample space. After the horde pounced upon the first batch of unsuspecting players, they congregated, tearing into their flesh. Neglecting to pursue any further, at least 30 or 40 players managed to escape from the pile of corpses. However, when they arrived at the campus entrance, bloodied and disheveled, ready to charge out, they suddenly found themselves as if obstructed by an invisible, transparent barrier. No matter how they rammed, Lin Fan's melee weapon remained the bone spur, pale with flecks of gray. Shen Mingxi's hunting spear needed no further elaboration. Qiu Jian wielded a hunting bayonet, approximately half a meter in length, with a blade featuring blood grooves, exhibiting formidable lethality. Zhao Dehai brandished a two-handed battle axe, measuring an impressive 1.2 meters in length, with a blade width of about half a meter and weighing over 100 pounds. It was capable of slashing, chopping, lifting, and blocking, proving to be exceedingly practical. The bald man's weapon, likely fangs, was a 1.6-meter-long sword, resembling an ancient saber, endowed with the advantages of extended reach and devastating power. For Lin Fan and his 5 companions, a mere 100 zombies posed no threat. Any one of them could effortlessly annihilate the undead without sustaining harm, amidst the flashing blades and flying bone spurs. The zombies had no opportunity to raise their claws, being instantaneously dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Nearby, the new players who witnessed this scene wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Who were these individuals? The flesh-eating zombies appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter before them, utterly powerless to resist. The battle concluded in a mere 6 minutes. Lin Fan casually retrieved the arrows he had shot, stowing them in his spatial backpack. Qiu Jian, accompanied by Li Feng and the others, approached the surviving new players once more. "Who are you?" This time, it was the new players who initiated the conversation. Qiu Jian gazed at their faces, which were marked by fear and confusion, and sighed deeply. "We are, like you, players in this apocalyptic game." "Players?" One of the new players paused in realization, recalling the prompt they had heard earlier in their minds. Although it all sounded absurd, the sea of corpses surrounding them served as a constant reminder of the grim reality. Anger flickered in his eyes as he clenched his fists, murmuring, "What is this apocalyptic game? Why has it turned our loved ones and classmates into zombies?" Qiu Jian shook his head, stating that no one had the answers to those questions. "You must explore and seek for yourselves within the game. But before that, you must survive. According to the game system, there are at least 30,000 zombies in this campus." He paused to point toward the site of the recent battle. cautioning that the scent of blood would attract even more zombies. "This place is not safe, that we need to find a building to serve as a shelter," to the girl who had narrowly escaped chimed in. "I know of a relatively safe place. The library. It's the closest building to us. Since the semester hasn't officially begun, there shouldn't be too many people inside." She pointed in a specific direction as she spoke. "Are you out of your mind?" a boy interjected, his face pale with fear. "Half the school has turned into zombies. Even if there are few people in the library, who can guarantee there are no zombies there?" As the two argued, Lin Fan approached with his bone spur, reassuring them, "You needn't worry about the zombies. We will clear out the undead in the library. Just follow us. But remember, we cannot protect you indefinitely. Ultimately, your survival depends on yourselves. Adapt quickly to this apocalyptic game and strive to live on. Otherwise, death awaits you." All the new players turned their gazes toward Lin Fan. Though he appeared to be no older than the students in the school, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from him, deterring them from approaching too closely. Moreover, after he arrived, Qiu Jiyun and the others instinctively positioned themselves beside or behind him. He was evidently the cornerstone of their small team. Who on earth was he? "Let us go." Lin Fan did not allow them time for contemplation or sorrow, leading Qiu Jiyun and the others toward the library. The library of Daxia University of Science and Technology presented a striking hemispherical shape, towering approximately 20 meters high, with a diameter exceeding 80 meters, constructed of insulated steel glass that exuded a profound sense of science fiction. Upon entering through the grand doors and arriving at the atrium, they were met with a shocking sight. The pristine white tiles were drenched in vivid red blood. Bookshelves lay in disarray, scattered throughout the space, and countless pristine books had been soaked crimson, resembling blooming roses. Moreover, zombies with milky white pupils were lowly growling as they feasted upon the corpses strewn across the floor. That a female new player, following Lin Fan, couldn't suppress a terrified scream upon witnessing this horrifying scene. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies turned their heads in unison, their glazed eyes fixating on the entrance. In the next instant, they erupted into chaos, rising as if ravenous beggars presented with a divine delicacy, lunging toward Lin Fan and his companions. The number of zombies in the library was indeed not overwhelming. This group in the atrium seemed ferocious, yet upon closer inspection, their numbers were merely in the dozens. Initially, Lin Fan anticipated yet another effortless slaughter. However, to his astonishment, among the zombies was one that could hold its ground against the bald man. This particular zombie stood approximately 2.1 meters tall, exhibiting extraordinary strength, capable of lifting heavy wooden bookshelves with ease, nearly crushing the bald man in the process. Fortunately, thanks to intensive training over the past few days, the bald man's abilities had significantly improved in terms of brute strength. He still surpassed the zombie, and coupled with his nylon combat gear and hunting knife, he managed to slay the creature after several intense exchanges. 5 minutes later, the battle came to a close. Qiu Jiyun fixed his gaze on the last zombie he had dispatched, stating, "These zombies are unusual. One I encountered was 3 times faster than a typical zombie. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. My hunting bayonet couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Yet it did not resemble a mutated zombie." In agreement, the bald man chimed in, "By the Great Mother, I also faced a zombie of immense strength. It took all my effort to take it down. What on earth is happening? This is unlike anything we experienced before." As the captain, Lin Fan had been attentively monitoring his teammates' battles. When Qiu Jiyun and the bald man encountered these extraordinary zombies, he had consulted the monster compendium to gather detailed information. He proceeded to explain to the group, "These are evolved zombies, specifically first-tier evolved zombies." "Evolved zombies?" All eyes turned toward Lin Fan, who paused before elaborating. "I previously mentioned that I slayed a mutated zombie on the train and received a special reward, a monster compendium. Through this compendium, I can access various monster information. This game appears not only to allow players to grow stronger, but also enables zombies to evolve. Ordinary zombies can enhance their physical attributes by consuming human flesh, drinking human blood, or ingesting other energy-rich substances, gradually transforming into evolved zombies. It parallels our own progression. Through rigorous training and ample sustenance, our physical capabilities can skyrocket." Chapter 47, A Place Ignored by the Divine. Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Li Feng furrowed his brow and queried, But why didn't we encounter evolved zombies on the train? Out of over 2,000 passengers, only 7 survived. Many were consumed by zombies back then. Lin Fan knew the answer to this question, that he had altered the game's parameters through a virus, preventing the appearance of evolved zombies on the train. This time, however, he was unable to make such modifications. Inside Daxia University, both the number of humans and zombies vastly exceeded those on the train. The virus could not be manipulated. Lin Fan had no intention of disclosing the virus's existence, so he shook his head and replied. Perhaps the train was the game's initial arrival, accompanied by numerous restrictions. Seeing Lin Fan's puzzled expression, the others refrained from pursuing the matter further. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Jian continued, "You mentioned we encountered first-tier, evolved zombies. Are there higher tiers? Additionally, do evolved zombies have different branches? For instance, the one I faced was extraordinarily fast, while the bald man's was incredibly strong." Lin Fan nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, the evolution of zombies can take 2 directions. One focused on strength, the other on speed." To put it simply, ordinary zombies possess basic attributes of strength, defense, and speed that are comparable to those of regular humans. The strength-type evolved zombie, on average, grows by 10 centimeters in height and increases its power by 100 kilograms, along with enhanced resistance to impact for every 3 humans it consumes. The speed-type evolved zombie, similarly, increases its claw length by 1 centimeter and its running speed by 8 kilometers per hour after consuming 3 humans, also gaining 100 kilograms in impact resistance. As for the initial direction of evolution, it is entirely random. Lin Fan paused momentarily to organize the data in his mind before continuing. Regardless of whether they are strength-type or speed-type, they all begin as first-level evolved zombies. However, once they consume 50 humans, their attributes become comparable to those of hunters. Their strength rivals that of a grizzly bear, or their speed matches that of a cheetah. At this point, they can be classified as second-level evolved zombies that if they continue to devour, evolving into 3rd or even 4th levels is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Qiu Jian also recognized the gravity of the situation and summarized. Although the evolved zombies only enhance strength or speed, alongside defense, lacking the unpredictable abilities of the mutated zombies, second-level evolved zombies are still more than capable of matching hunters. Should they be allowed to evolve unchecked to the 3rd or even 4th level, they would undoubtedly become our nightmare. Therefore, we must swiftly rescue the ordinary players trapped within the campus to prevent the zombies from over-evolving. Lin Fan took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Old Qiu is right. He then turned to the new players who had followed him. The zombies in the first-floor hall have essentially been cleared out. Our next destination is the 2nd floor and higher. You are welcome to join us in the endeavor to slay some zombies. Or you may choose to remain on the 1st floor and find a safe place to hide. The choice is yours. Upon hearing the suggestion to confront the zombies, the new players turned pale with fear. We think we should stay on the 1st floor for now. Each person's fate is a matter of personal choice. Lin Fan did not press the issue further and, accompanied by Qiu Jian and the others, proceeded towards the 2nd floor of the library. Bang, bang, bang. On the 2nd floor of the library, dozens of zombies were violently crashing against the iron bookshelves leaning against the wall. On the inner side of the bookshelf, 8 pale-faced youths huddled trembling in the corner. They could not comprehend why their school had been selected by the apocalypse game. They had cursed in their hearts, but to no avail. They did not wish to die. They wished to survive. When the game first descended upon them, they had desperately cried for help in the public chat channel, only to discover that their fellow students were in similar predicaments. They had struggled and screamed, but now all that remained was despair and numbness. The dozens of zombies were far beyond the capabilities of these 8 unarmed youths. What could they do? It seemed they could do nothing but wait for death. At that moment, a boy clad in a blue shirt knelt on the ground with his hands clasped, his lips trembling as if he were murmuring something. What on earth is happening? What are you still doing? Praying. The entire school has been forsaken by the divine. We are all doomed. A boy in white, perhaps driven by fear, became unusually irritable and shouted angrily at the boy in blue. The blue-clad youth pressed his lips together and shook his head, saying, "I am not praying for salvation, that I only hope my girlfriend remains safe." Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Through the gaps between the bookshelves, they witnessed one zombie after another falling to the ground, struck down by black arrows piercing their necks. Subsequently, 6 individuals clad in striking black attire, armed with weapons, charged into the horde of zombies. The zombies fell one after another, as if these figures were reapers emerging from hell, harvesting the lives of the undead. Seeing this scene, the 8 youths were filled with astonishment, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. Look, someone is killing the zombies. Are these people special forces? They are so fast and powerful. These zombies are no match for them. The military must have noticed the situation at the school and sent reinforcements. We are saved. We will survive, haha. In just a few minutes, the horde of zombies piled up before the bookshelf was completely eliminated. The youths hurriedly removed the iron partitions from the bookshelf and crawled through the gap to approach Lin Fan and the 6 others, cautiously asking, "Hello, are you military personnel? Did the higher-ups send you to rescue us?" Lin Fan turned his gaze towards them, about to respond, when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw, in a distant corner of the second floor, a peculiar zombie covered in snake-like scales, its cold, gray vertical pupils fixated on the group, resembling a beast of the wild eyeing its delectable prey. Lin Fan's hair stood on end. There was actually a mutated zombie hiding here. Chapter 48, Terrifying Power. Lin Fan overwhelmingly crushes the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was undoubtedly the most dangerous entity within the apocalyptic game. Each possessed unknown abilities. Lin Fan had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Without hesitation, he raised his compound crossbow and unleashed a flurry of shots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 arrows shot forth at lightning speed, aimed directly at the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie, upon witnessing this, its gray vertical pupils flickering, began to twist its body like a massive gray python. Clang, clang, clang. Each arrow narrowly missed, whizzing past its side, ultimately embedding themselves in the tempered glass behind it. This creature's evasion capabilities were remarkably strong. Hissing, the mutated zombie glanced at the arrows beside it, flicking its snake-like tongue as if mocking Lin Fan's archery skills. Observing this, Lin Fan snorted coldly, stowing the crossbow in his spatial backpack, and charged at the mutated zombie wielding a bone spike dusted with gray. With a flash of crimson in his pupils, the instinct for slaughter was instantly ignited. The mutated zombie, which had previously been filled with mockery, suddenly felt a deep-seated sense of dread emanating from its very soul. It was akin to a sheep sensing a wolf, an instinctual reaction. However, this fear was quickly suppressed in its perception. Humans were merely a group of weak prey. Why should they invoke such feelings of dread and fear? It was the superior life form, the master of existence. Hissing, as it flicked its tongue, a ferocity appeared in the mutated zombie's eyes that lunged toward Lin Fan, intent on tearing apart this bothersome creature before it. The mutated zombie's movements were erratic. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Overall, it resembled a snake slithering rapidly across the ground, making it difficult to track its movements. Yet with the instinct for slaughter activated, Lin Fan could instantly discern the pattern of the mutated zombie's movements, even analyzing several countermeasures to its erratic approach and methods to eliminate it. Suddenly, a gray flash surged through Lin Fan's legs as his hunter-level muscles erupted, propelling him to peak speed in a swift motion. He appeared behind the mutated zombie, the bone spike aimed directly at the vulnerable spot on its back. The sudden acceleration left the mutated zombie momentarily stunned, its only thought being how fast Lin Fan was. Yet it had no time to ponder how this prey could possess such speed. The location of Lin Fan's attack filled it with dread. As the saying goes, strike at the critical point, and even if not slain, it would be severely injured. Its mutation leaned towards serpentine traits, naturally inheriting this biological weakness. The vulnerable spot on its back was its Achilles heel. Lin Fan's burst of speed was too rapid. At this juncture, evasion was impossible. Hissing, the mutated zombie emitted a hurried shriek, its eyes flashing with determination as it charged its shoulder toward Lin Fan's bone spike. Sacrificing defense to protect its vital points, the mutated zombie made the most prudent choice in its moment of crisis. One must admit, its combat awareness was quite commendable. At this moment, Qiujun and the others also reacted, recognizing that Lin Fan was overpowering the mutated zombie. They refrained from recklessly intervening and instead formed a surrounding circle, standing ready to prevent the mutated zombie from escaping. With a thrust, The bone spike pierced the mutated zombie's shoulder, a torrent of blood erupting from its body. Strangely, however, this blood did not flow to the ground, but rather, as if under control, flowed backward, enveloping the mutated zombie's body. It congealed into a crust of blood. When Lin Fan's bone spike struck the mutated zombie again, it merely produced a sound akin to metal clashing. As the once razor-sharp spike failed to penetrate that layer of blood crust, a flash of crimson light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes, and in an instant, he grasped the unique capabilities of the mutated zombie through his instinct for slaughter, blood manipulation, and the solidification of clotted blood. The more grievous the injury sustained by the foe, the greater the blood loss, and consequently, the stronger the defense. Unlike the train conductor, who was a control-type mutated zombie focused on manipulation, stealth, and survival, this was a purely combat-oriented mutated zombie. Nevertheless, even in this scenario, his instinct for slaughter swiftly guided Lin Fan to an effective method of extermination. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the bone spikes into his spatial backpack, seized the mutated zombie's arm with his left hand, and forcefully hurled it to the ground. His right hand clenched into a fist the size of a sandbag, delivering a staggering onslaught of blows at a rate of 38 punches per second, each strike carrying a weight of at least 3 tons. He rained down upon the mutated zombie's head with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, the mutated zombie was momentarily dazed. It desperately endeavored to escape Lin Fan's grasp, yet was horrified to discover that it could not match Lin Fan's speed, nor could it compete with his strength. Thud, thud, thud. Under such brutal strikes, the floor of the second level began to buckle under the pressure, spiderweb-like cracks spreading relentlessly. Returning to 10 minutes prior, Lin Fan and his companions had yet to arrive at the library. On the third floor of the library, within the tightly shut tea room, a girl clad in a red dress lay on the pristine white porcelain floor, her countenance pale with fear at a middle-aged man in a security uniform, sporting a lewd mustache and a grotesque expression, leered at her exquisite yet terrified visage, contemplating acts that would surely draw the ire of the deities of censorship. Did I say, campus beauty? Do not resist. Just submit to me. He sneered. Close your eyes, and you can still relish the pleasure. Ha ha ha, this apocalyptic world has truly descended at the perfect moment. Were it not for this game, I would never have had the chance to experience such a woman in my lifetime. Ha ha. Just as the man erupted into laughter, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his groin, followed by a series of notification chimes echoing in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, player Wang Ergo. You have awakened the skin-type branch talent, Iron Egg. Iron Egg, your groin's defense is comparable to a steel plate 1 centimeter thick, while your entire skin's defensive power has significantly increased, reaching the level of cowhide. Congratulations, player Wang Ergo. You have evolved from an ordinary human to a hunter. Wang Ergo, clad in a security uniform, froze momentarily. What is this? I merely sought to toy with a campus beauty and awakened a talent, and I evolved into a hunter. Does this mean I am about to soar to great heights? Chapter 49. The black and white facets of humanity in the apocalypse. Happiness arrived too suddenly. Wang Ergo even forgot to engage in actions that would incur the wrath of the deities of censorship. In the next moment, the campus beauty suddenly struggled to her feet and lunged at Wang Ergo, sinking her teeth into his neck. Unfortunately, she was unable to pierce the skin of Wang Ergo, now a hunter, leaving only 2 shallow bite marks. Wang Ergo, realizing the situation, exploded in rage, slapping her forehead with tremendous force while screaming, "You filthy wench! How dare you bite me? Get off me!" He did not hold back on the strength of that slap. After the impact, the campus beauty rolled her eyes back and fell unconscious. Wang Ergo frowned and cursed. Humph, do you think playing dead will help? He reached out to check the campus beauty's breath, only to abruptly realize something was amiss. He quickly checked her pulse. What the hell? She is dead? With a face full of frustration, Wang Ergo hoisted the campus beauty's lifeless body and approached the window. After glancing outside and seeing no one, he decisively opened the window and threw the corpse out. Just then, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the second floor. Wang Ergo was momentarily stunned, his gaze drawn to the second floor. Unfortunately, the tempered glass walls obscured his view, preventing him from seeing anything. The heavy thuds continued, increasing in frequency, resembling a herd of elephants rampaging on the second floor of the library. What is happening? Wang Ergo mused at no good. I must go down and investigate. If there is danger, I need to be able to escape. Being trapped on the third floor would undoubtedly lead to death. Fortunately, he had just awakened as a hunter, his defensive capabilities skyrocketing. The campus beauty's teeth could not even puncture his skin. So the zombies surely could not either. Once I escape, even if I encounter zombies, my safety is assured. Wang Ergo organized his thoughts and picked up the subpar belt he had discarded earlier. As he reattached the belt around his waist, he opened the door to the tea room. With classes not yet in session, the duty teachers on the third floor and above had not yet arrived, meaning the area was temporarily closed to students and thus free of zombies. Upon exiting, Wang Ergo stealthily made his way down the staircase. When he reached the second floor, he was stunned to find a large number of people present, among whom were 8 students from the school. One boy in a blue outfit caught his attention. He vaguely remembered him as the campus beauty's boyfriend. As Wang Ergo's gaze shifted, he quickly noticed the corpses of numerous zombies strewn across the ground. Blood everywhere. Dozens of zombies had been exterminated. Who could have done this? His attention moved again to Lin Fan and his companions, 5 of whom wielded bloodied weapons and donned black nylon combat gear. Clearly not to be trifled with. Most astonishingly, there was a boy, unarmed, straddling a mutated zombie covered in clotted blood, furiously pummeling it. The tremendous thuds he had heard earlier were indeed the result of this. My heavens, with each strike, the entire library trembled. The porcelain tiles beneath had been reduced to dust, and even the sturdy concrete floor had sunk over 20 centimeters. Is this truly human? Witnessing this scene, Wang Ergo's face was filled with disbelief. As Lin Fan swung his fist down once more, a chilling notification chime suddenly erupted in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully slain a combat-type mutated zombie. Reward 1, 300 points. Reward 2. Spatial backpack capacity increased to 100 cubic meters. The Dawn Squad, including Xiao Jiyun and Shin Mingxi, provided encircling assistance, earning 30 points. Lin Fan had indeed shattered the mutated zombie's flesh and brain through sheer brute force. Upon receiving the game notification, Lin Fan finally released his tightly clenched fist. At last, he had killed this creature. The rewards were substantial, amounting to 300 points. Moreover, his spatial backpack's capacity had increased tenfold. Initial 10 cubic meters. In comparison, Qiu Jiyun and the others' 30-point reward felt like a mere consolation prize for participation. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation and glanced once more at the corpse of the mutated zombie. A flash of inspiration igniting in his mind. Yes, perhaps I can conduct an experiment with it. With that thought, Lin Fan deftly retrieved the bone spike from his spatial backpack and plunged it into the mutated zombie's eyelid. Thud! The bone spike penetrated into its skull. Upon withdrawal, Lin Fan noticed that the gray spot at the tip of the bone spike had noticeably expanded. Previously, he had been uncertain of the significance of the gray spot's existence. But now he could roughly surmise that it represented some form of substance or energy within the mutated zombie's body. By piercing a dying or freshly deceased mutated zombie with a bone spike, he could extract this energy. As for how to utilize this substance or energy, Lin Fan was still unclear and would have to explore it further in due time. After stowing the bone spike back into his spatial backpack, Lin Fan turned to Qiu Jiyun and the others. Just as he was about to speak when he sensed someone on the staircase, he immediately bellowed, "Who goes there? Come down." Wang Ergo, clad in a security uniform and looking somewhat shifty, slowly descended the staircase with an awkward grin. A hunter's aura, Lin Fan, intrigued, accessed his administrator privileges to inspect the attributes of this individual. Player. Wang Ergo occupation. Hunter background. Regular security guard at Dasha University of Science and Technology age. 42 years talent. Iron Egg C-Class. Skin Defense Branch talent. Weapon. Non-combat power assessment. Despite having evolved into a hunter, due to the peculiar nature of his evolution, his combat power is the lowest among all hunters, posing no threat whatsoever. Administrator special privilege. Copy others' talents. Iron Egg. This talent exists. Lin Fan cast a peculiar glance at Wang Ergo. While he deemed this talent somewhat lackluster, he still quietly copied it using his administrator privileges. Cough cough. The groin is indeed one of the human body's vital weaknesses. Acquiring this talent would at least alleviate concerns regarding attacks like the monkey stealing the moon during combat, activating the points and directly enhancing the talent to the hunter's limit. Just as Lin Fan was reinforcing the talent, A boy in a blue outfit rushed up to Wang Ergo, his face filled with urgency as he asked security, "Have you seen my girlfriend? Xiao Jiqing. She is wearing a red dress today." Before the apocalypse descended, she was in the library but did not see anything. Wang Ergo shrugged his shoulders, his demeanor remarkably nonchalant. "Did I ask there no one on the first or second floor?" "The third floor and above of the library have yet to be officially opened. The students lack the keys, so they cannot ascend," came the reply. Upon hearing this, the youth in blue attire wore a look of profound disappointment, mingled with a deep sense of desolation. Chapter 50. The world's leading technological university also holds combat power. This implies that the upper floors are now devoid of any presence. Did I ask that's so? Wang Ergo's words piqued Xiao Jiyun's interest, prompting him to inquire further. Indeed. Wang Ergo nodded in affirmation. "The deal you know where the highest concentration of people on campus is at present." Xiao Jiyun continued to probe. Wang Ergo pondered for a moment before responding. "If we are talking about populated areas, there are indeed several. Which location is closest to us? The University Activity Center, I suppose, with the semester just commencing. Many students are congregating there, that it's situated just behind the library, approximately 500 to 600 meters away." Having obtained the desired information, Xiao Jiyun turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. "The zombies in the library have essentially been eradicated. We cannot afford to linger here any longer. Zombies are evolving, and the longer we delay, the more detrimental it becomes for us. We should first investigate the University Activity Center." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "All right." He then turned to the youth in blue and the others, asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" The youth in blue shook his head. "I wish to continue searching for my girlfriend in the library." The other students gazed at Lin Fan with a mixture of hope and trepidation. One of them could not contain himself and asked, "Are you military personnel?" "Not at all." Lin Fan shook his head, his expression grave. The game notification mentioned that the entire campus has been sealed off by an unbounded domain. No one from the outside can enter. You should not expect any military or saviors to appear. In this apocalyptic game, the only ones who can save you are yourselves. Upon hearing Lin Fan's unequivocal and serious response, the expressions of the crowd turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair and fear, replacing the earlier glimmers of hope. "Then let us take refuge on the second floor of the library for now. There are no zombies here, at least it's somewhat safer." "Indeed," Lin Fan replied, not at all surprised that he casually remarked, "The public chat channel in the game's interface contains a document on zombie behavior and combat experience that if you wish to venture out, you can purchase it for reference. If you lack points, you may defer payment. Then seek tools to craft weapons and attempt to slay solitary zombies." The youth in blue and the others nodded in understanding. "Got it. Thank you, by the way. We still do not know your name?" "Lin Fan," he replied succinctly, before leading Xiao Jiyun and the others towards the library's exit. Before they could step out the door, Wang Ergo suddenly caught up with them, exclaiming, "Wait! I want to go with you." Lin Fan, taken aback, halted his steps and turned to him. "You wish to accompany us?" It was unclear whether Wang Ergo was intentional or merely coincidental. Upon catching up, he stood beside Shin Mingxi, thumping his chest as he declared, as a school security guard, "It is my duty to ensure the safety of the students." The bald-headed one chuckled. "I just hope you don't wet your pants when you see a horde of zombies." "We certainly don't have the time to babysit you." Feeling belittled, Wang Ergo quickly retorted, "Who are you underestimating? I have now become a hunter with formidable defense. I doubt the zombies could even pierce my skin." "Very well, if you wish to join, then join," Lin Fan said dismissively. Keen to avoid wasting time, that he continued with the group towards the library's exit, the AT that moment. The time had reached 6:18 p.m. The phenomenon of the solar eclipse had long faded, the sun re-emerging in the sky, gradually descending like a traveler. Lin Fan and the others proceeded southward. They had not walked far when the distinctive howls of a horde of zombies reached their ears. Ahead, a vast square stretching several thousand square meters showcased a red and white building approximately 10 meters high. At the top of the structure was a sign reading University Activity Center. On either side of the building hung vibrant red banners declaring, "Dasha University of Technology welcomes new students, and new student registration and tuition payment." Before this edifice lay a series of shattered canopies, remnants of which bore witness to the chaos. Blood-stained signs scattered on the ground read, "Literature Club Recruitment, Football Club Recruitment, New Energy Research Society Recruitment," that if it were not for the onset of the apocalypse, The University Activity Center would now be bustling with students sporting bashful smiles. But now, it was overrun with grotesque, bloodied zombies, their eyes glazed and pupils pale, all clad in tattered garments. The entire square was devoid of any living soul. A rough estimate suggested that the number of zombies exceeded 3,000. Some towered over 2 meters, their physiques imposing, while others were mere remnants, their arms reduced to skeletal frames, their bellies riddled with bite marks. Intestines hanging out. Besides the zombies, the ground was littered with various-sized charred craters, within which lay the remains of skeletal remains, clearly devoured by the horde. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it the nauseating stench that invaded the nostrils of the gathered crowd from afar. Wang Ergu, trailing behind Lin Fan and the others, was already pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the hellish scene before him. This wind, along with the overwhelming stench, became the final straw that broke his inner resolve. Ugh! Wang Ergu collapsed beside a large tree at the square's edge, retching violently, drool cascading from his mouth and dripping onto the grass below. Between gasps, he croaked, "Damn, are all the people here dead?" Lin Fan and the others did not respond. Their gazes fixated on the horde, or more accurately, on the figure hovering above them. In midair, a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit and adorned with a red tie was flapping a pair of gray, featherless flesh wings, suspended several meters above the ground. His back was turned to Lin Fan and the others, preventing them from discerning whether his eyes glimmered with a gray hue. However, it was evident that this was a mutated zombie, and one that possessed the ability to fly, holding dominion over the skies. How peculiar! This mutated zombie has been fixated on the activity center. Could it be that there are still people inside? Otherwise, there would be no reason for it to linger here, as it would have already begun its rampage. After all, mutated zombies possess a degree of intelligence. Beside another tree, Shin Mingshi tightened her grip on her long gun, frowning as she spoke. Indeed, there are still people inside, and quite a number at that. Look, there are many charred craters in front of the building. These must have been created by explosives to blast the concrete ground in such a manner. The explosive power must be at least equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. Upon closer inspection, beneath the smaller craters lies a massive one with a diameter exceeding 50 meters, if I am not mistaken. The explosive power of this device is likely around 50 kilograms of TNT. Such a level of explosive is beyond my capability to manufacture. Truly, this is the world's top technological university. These students are not without the means to defend themselves. Since Lin Fan and the others were situated over 400 meters away from the activity center, neither Qiujin nor Lin Fan could utilize thermal imaging to ascertain the building's condition. Yet, Qiujin, relying solely on his observational skills, swiftly analyzed a wealth of data that he himself was no ordinary individual. Chapter 51. The Shining Light, Fan Xuanhao. Oh, does this imply that this mutated zombie and the horde previously suffered losses at the hands of these newcomers? The bald-headed one mused. No wonder the mutated zombie hesitates to lead the horde into the activity center. Zhao Dehai nodded in agreement, adding, "Fortunately, the second wave of the game has descended upon Daxia University of Technology. Anyone who gains admission to this university possesses sufficient intellect. As long as the students can adapt to the panic of the apocalypse's onset, they will swiftly devise a response and form a certain level of combat capability. It will not be akin to being on a train. The game has only just begun, and already the human players are nearly obliterated. Otherwise, with just a handful of us, it would be a daunting task to clear out the tens of thousands of zombies throughout the school. Not to mention the countless mutated and evolved zombies. That would indeed pose a significant challenge. You have overlooked an important detail." Lin Fan gazed cautiously at the flying zombies above and added, "Relying solely on the immense power of explosives, while they can inflict unimaginable damage on ordinary zombies, they do not pose a threat to the flying mutated zombie. I suspect that there are still a certain number of evolved beings within the building. This must be what keeps that mutated zombie wary, preventing it from launching an attack. This has led to the current standoff. These students may be even stronger than we imagine." At this point, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he summoned a bone spike from his spatial backpack, gripping it firmly as he advanced towards the densely packed horde in the plaza. That he continued, "With so many zombies, relying solely on our strength to eliminate them all would consume an inordinate amount of time. Let us first breach the building and rendezvous with the survivors inside. Then we can discuss a collaborative strategy to annihilate the horde. Understood. Chiu and the others nodded in agreement, arming themselves and following closely behind Lin Fan as for Wang Ergu. He remained hunched by a tree, retching incessantly, seemingly oblivious to Lin Fan's words and showing no intention of joining them. Initially, he was willing to follow Lin Fan and the others because he had witnessed Lin Fan's formidable strength firsthand, an inhuman power that filled him with envy. He knew that these individuals were privy to many secrets of the game that he was unaware of, and he hoped to accompany them to become stronger himself. Moreover, being with the strong would ensure his own survival to some extent. However, who could have predicted that this group was composed of lunatics? Did they not see the massive throng of zombies ahead? Yet, they still chose to charge forward. Was this not madness? He had no intention of joining them. Naturally, Lin Fan and the others did not expect him to keep pace. After all, he was a hunter. Staying put posed little danger, so they left him be. But before Lin Fan and his group could venture far, a sudden and urgent shout erupted from the direction of the building. "Do not come over! Be careful!" No sooner had the voice faded than a faint sound of something breaking through the earth reached their ears that, "Help me! There's a zombie!" This was followed by Wang Ergu's blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The group was momentarily stunned and quickly turned to look behind them, only to see a broad, grayish hand thrusting up from the ground, gripping Wang Ergu's ankle with a vice-like grip. Another hand shot up from below, aiming directly at Wang Ergu's groin. With a resounding thud, Wang Ergu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Fortunately, his innate talent had fortified his defenses down below, sparing him from a fatal fate at the hands of the mutated zombie. Nonetheless, his pants were torn, leaving a jagged rip across the wrinkled skin, which bore a shallow mark of blood. Feeling the sharp pain, Wang Ergu's little dog nearly retreated back into his belly in an instant. His face flushed crimson, and he instinctively kicked at the urgent cry that had echoed from the building resounded once again. The sound faded. A young boy wearing a cap leaned out of the car window, slowly extending his right hand toward the sky where a flying mutated zombie hovered, his palm facing upwards. With fingers slightly curled, a crackling sound emerged in the next instant. Shimmering blue electric arcs manifested in his palm. Thunderous roars erupted, deafening to the ears. Yet this time, it was not the sound of an explosive detonation, but rather the thunder emanating from the boy's palm. Immediately, a blue lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, surged upward like a long blue spear, slicing through the air with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at the mutated zombie suspended in midair. In an instant, the world dimmed, and the surrounding area was illuminated by a dense blue radiance, stunning all who beheld this extraordinary display of power, akin to that of a divine being, shattering the very laws of nature. For Chiu and his companions, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, the shock they felt was beyond imagination. It was a complete upheaval of all scientific understanding. How swift was the speed of lightning? The mutated zombie had no time to evade and was struck instantaneously by the electric light. Arcs of electricity flickered across its body, causing it to convulse in midair. Roaring in agony, it emitted deep, pain growls, desperately flapping its nearly numbed wings to avoid crashing to the ground. Fear and trepidation filled its eyes. As the numbing sensation began to dissipate, the mutated zombie dared not linger any longer. It immediately beat its wings, ascending into the higher skies. Having gauged the human's attack range during their earlier confrontation, it understood that as long as it maintained a distance of over 200 meters, it would be safe from electric strikes. With the horde of corpses dispersed by the explosives, the airborne mutated zombie was once again forced back by the cap-wearing boy's strike. Once Chiu and the others regained their senses from the earlier shock, they exchanged glances, feeling that the situation had become rather intense. Could the boy capable of unleashing lightning be the exceedingly rare evolved being, the Mystifier, mentioned in the game system? On another front, the mutated zombie that had ambushed Wang Ergu had already retreated underground the moment the thunder rumbled, leaving behind a dark pit approximately half a meter in diameter. Wang Ergu, with his thigh grievously clawed and bleeding, sat on the ground, clutching an empty vial of T-virus immunity serum, grumbling, "Damn it, that bald head." Taking advantage of the chaos, the serum in the mall costs only 10 points, and he made me sign a loan agreement for 100 points. This is absolutely outrageous. The bald man naturally heard these complaints but chose not to respond. The loan agreement was a built-in feature of the game. As long as Wang Ergu was alive, his points would automatically be deducted from his account until the loan was repaid, not to mention the 10% daily interest. The roar of engines grew increasingly closer. Lin Fan paid no mind to the exchange between the bald man and Wang Ergu, instead guiding Qiu Jiyun and the others to stand by the lawn. Watching three vehicles navigate through the horde of corpses toward them. With a screech of tires, the first SUV came to a halt. "Quick! Get in!" shouted Fan Xuanhao, who was at the wheel, adjusting his gold-framed glasses. Lin Fan, Qiu Jiyun, and Shin Mingxi did not hesitate, swiftly opening the rear doors and climbing inside. Meanwhile, the bald man, Zhao Dehai, Li Feng, and Wang Ergu took their seats in the two following private cars. The engines roared to life as the convoy set off again, veering slightly to choose a route with a sparser zombie presence. Lin Fan's SUV was notably larger, featuring 3 rows of seats. The front row accommodated Fan Xuanhao and Zhu Datsong, while the second row held Lei Xian and Qiu Jiyun, and the third row included Lin Fan and Shin Mingxi. Once aboard, both Lin Fan and Qiu Jiyun turned their gazes toward Lei Xian, who wore a cap, realizing that he was the one responsible for the earlier lightning. Fan Xuanhao, seemingly unfazed, continued driving while addressing Lin Fan and the others. "Hello, I'm Fan Xuanhao. Thank you for your assistance." "I am Qiu Jun, I'm Shin Mingxi." Lin Fan, the three replied in turn. After a moment's contemplation, Fan Xuanhao added, "I don't believe I've seen you at school before. You must not be from our institution." "Correct. To be precise, we arrived here due to the onset of the apocalypse game." Qiu Jiyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Dutto." As Qiu Jiyun and Fan Xuanhao engaged in conversation, Lin Fan quietly utilized his administrator privileges to inspect the attributes of the three. Player: Fan Xuanhao. Profession: Scout. Age: 20. Background: recommended to Dasha University's Military Science Department at 18. He has made significant contributions to military technology in just a year, rivaling seasoned professors, and served as the Student Council President at 19. Talent: bad ear, sea-level talent, can hear ultrasonic waves up to 300 kHz. Ordinary humans can hear up to 14 kHz. Ability: capable of crafting homemade explosives within a 50 kilograms TNT equivalent. Firearms, mortars, grenades, landmines, RPGs, and other military weaponry, except for homemade explosives, which require no special equipment. Combat power assessment: his talent and remarkable photographic memory, combined with ample time, could yield immeasurable achievements. Note: administrator privilege can copy others' talents. Player: Lei Xian. Profession: Mystify. Age: 18. Background: a freshman at Dasha University, he has harbored a profound curiosity about lightning since childhood. Mystical power: 810, 8 points remaining, current storage limit is 10 points. Talent: palm electric discharge. Sea level, can unleash high-voltage electric shocks ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 volts, with a maximum attack distance of 200 meters. Note 1. Each 1,000 volts consumed 1 point of mystical power. Multiple points can be expended simultaneously to release thousands or even tens of thousands of volts. Note 2. Each increase of 1 point in mystical power storage limit extends the maximum attack distance by 10 meters and enhances voltage output by 1,000 volts. The maximum mystical power storage for mystifiers is 40 points. The maximum attack distance can reach 500 meters and voltage strength can peak at 40,000 volts. Mystical power naturally recovers at a rate of 1 point per hour. Purchasing mystical potions in the mall accelerates recovery speed by 10-fold. Combat power assessment: the power of lightning combines control and explosive force, with an incredibly rapid attack speed that is nearly impossible to evade, making it exceptionally terrifying. Note: administrator privilege can copy others' talents. After reviewing the attributes of both individuals, Lin Fan was astonished to find they were both evolved beings, one of whom was a highly rare and newly emerged mystifier. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan decisively copied both talents. Point activation: just as Lin Fan fortified these two talents to their utmost limits, a series of green garbled texts appeared in his vision, detected that player Lin Fan has simultaneously mastered the 3 major professional talents: Hunter, Scout, and Mystifier. Conditions for opening the Reincarnation Management Office met. Would you like to expend 97 virus computing power to construct the Reincarnation Management Office? Construction time: 10 hours. Reincarnation Management Office. What is this? It requires 97 virus computing power and a full 10 hours for construction. Lin Fan was filled with perplexity. However, based on his prior understanding of the virus, the higher the computing power consumed, the more potent the effects achieved. Although he was uncertain of the precise function of the so-called Reincarnation Management Office, Lin Fan resolved to take a gamble. This latest game onset differed significantly from the previous train incident, presenting a far greater challenge. Even Lin Fan could not guarantee what uncontrollable changes might occur in the latter stages of the game. Thus, the more powerful cards he held in hand now, the greater his chances of survival later. Construct. Upon making the choice, Lin Fan's vision blurred once again. Lines of green garbled text rapidly materialized, densely populating his entire field of view. It resembled a deranged artist with a green brush sketching something on a pristine, white wall. At the top of his vision, a string of green garbled text read, Reincarnation Management Office Construction Countdown. 9 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Another countdown. However, this time, Lin Fan's heart was filled with anticipation, yearning for the countdown to reach its end sooner. With a mere thought, the green wall of garbled code gradually dissipated, restoring his vision to its original state. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the last university student member, Zhu Dezhang. Unfortunately, Zhu Dezhang was merely an ordinary individual with a strong physique, having practiced Sanda since childhood. The sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed, pulling Lin Fan's thoughts back to reality. After circling with a horde of corpses for over 10 minutes, the three vehicles finally entered the activity center building. With a clang, Fan Xuanhao pressed the remote, causing the heavy iron door at the entrance to close once more. Lin Fan and the others disembarked. The first floor hall of the activity center was vast, measuring over 20 meters in width and length, covering nearly 500 square meters done on the pristine white ceramic tiles. Aside from the spots where the three vehicles had driven in and out, the rest of the floor was drenched in fresh red blood and scattered corpses that a rough estimate revealed at least hundreds of bodies. This indicated that the building had undoubtedly endured a fierce battle before being secured by Fan Xuanhao and his team. Every corpse is rigged with a trap, Lin Fan cautioned as they moved. Be careful not to touch the bodies on the ground, that if any trap detonates, it will trigger a chain reaction, leading to an explosion that could engulf the entire hall. As Fan Xuanhao ascended the stairs, he addressed Lin Fan and the others. Upon hearing this, Wang Erga shuddered in fear, retracting his head as he couldn't help but inquire, "Brother, weren't the zombies kept outside the heavy iron door? Why bury so many traps inside the building?" Zhu Dezhang explained that heavy iron door can only keep out ordinary zombies, but it cannot withstand evolved or mutated zombies. By the way, you should be aware of the existence of evolved and mutated zombies, right? If not, you can find a record in the chat channel, where 1 point equals 1 piece of information about zombies, habits, and kill experiences. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and the others exchanged peculiar glances. As Lin Fan and the others showed no signs of surprise upon hearing about mutated and evolved zombies, Zhu Dezhang continued. The reason our heavy iron door hasn't been breached yet is that once an evolved or mutated zombie approaches, we can throw explosives down to drive it back or eliminate it. Additionally, we have a lightning attribute mystic stationed here. The mutated zombie flying above dares not approach us easily, which is why we can hold this building. However, there is also a mutated zombie with tunneling abilities, elusive and ghostly. Had it not fallen into our traps a few times, it would have likely been rampaging throughout the building. Of course, Zhu Dezhang paused. If the heavy iron door is unfortunately breached, these explosives can serve as our first line of defense. All of this is arranged by our leader, Fan Xuanhao. Without him, we might struggle to survive, let alone secure a foothold amidst the zombie tide. After hearing Zhu Dezhang's explanation, Wang Erga finally understood. Even Lin Fan and Xiao Jian couldn't help but glance at Fan Xuanhao. This young man, despite his tender age, exhibited a meticulous mind and a rigorous approach to planning that was truly commendable. It was no wonder he managed to lead the survivors to swiftly occupy the activity center building at the onset of the apocalypse, defending it and providing hope for many to survive. He indeed possessed this capability. In the unfolding apocalypse, such individuals were the most precious resources. Whether mystics or hunters, they were powerful individuals but could not strengthen a group. Through the train incident, Lin Fan and his companions realized that individual strength was insufficient in the final stages of this deadly game. It was the collective that mattered for survival. As they contemplated this, They followed closely behind Fan Xuanhao, making their way up to the third floor. Upon pushing open the door at the entrance of the third floor, a pungent odor of sulfur and saltpeter assaulted their senses. Minerals, materials, arrows, short sticks, and polyethylene cords were categorized and piled high all around. Hundreds of ragged students were busy at work, some grinding mineral powder to produce the primary components for explosives, others wrapping the finished explosives in craft paper, while yet others were binding polyethylene cords to resilient short sticks to create makeshift bows. Some stood by the windows, holding two explosives and vigilantly observing the movements of the evolved zombies outside. Everyone was engaged in their tasks, functioning like a finely tuned machine. Chapter 54, Lin Fan's First Encounter. Throughout the journey, Fan Xuanhao remained silent. Upon reaching the third floor, he turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and the others. 7 of you, why don't we head to the conference room for a discussion? All right, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Old Lei, Old Zhu, you two come along as well. After calling out to them, Fan Xuanhao led Lin Fan and the others toward the adjacent conference room. Once seated, Zhu Dezhang filled paper cups with water from the water dispenser in the conference room on the third floor. Fan Xuanhao then adjusted his gold-framed glasses and spoke with a serious demeanor. Although you are not from our school, you are players in this game as well. I do not wish to pry into your backgrounds. I know that if I ask, you will not disclose anything. I only know that you can assist us, and that is sufficient. There is no need for excessive pleasantries. Lin Fan nodded. In this apocalyptic game, we are all striving to survive. What lies before us is how to deal with the thousands of zombies outside. Along with 2 mutated zombies, seeing Lin Fan and Fan Xuanhao approach the matter so directly, the bald-headed man scratched his head and chimed in. I noticed that there are hundreds of people here making explosives. The stockpile of explosives should be quite substantial, right? If we unleash them all, while we may not eliminate the entire horde of thousands of zombies at once, we could certainly inflict significant casualties. Sitting to the right of Fan Xuanhao, the sociable Zhu Dezhang shook his head and responded, currently, we have approximately 800 kilograms of TNT equivalent in explosives. The quantity is indeed considerable. However, there is an issue. The mutated zombies possess a degree of intelligence. Upon realizing the power of explosives, they command the horde to spread out, even deliberately avoiding the explosives we throw, while the explosives are effective for defense. Their offensive capability, especially in open areas, is not as high as you might expect. Qiu Zhiyun, stroking his chin with his left hand, pondered for a moment before speaking. I have also considered the issue of battling the horde in open areas. I even devised a few gadgets for this purpose. Everyone, why not take a look? With that, Qiu Zhiyun deftly produced a transparent glass bottle from his spatial backpack. The bottle was filled with bright red blood. Extracted from sparrows, rabbits, and other wild game he had hunted on the mountain, along with a sponge the size of a palm soaking within, that I have named this the zombie lure bottle. The principle is simple. It is designed based on the zombie's extreme sensitivity to blood. Of course, I also took into account the battlefield itself, where the scent of blood is already quite strong. Thus, I specifically purchased a batch of materials from the game mall to concoct a scent enhancer. After adding the scent enhancer, the pungency of the blood in the lure bottle will increase tenfold. Such an intense scent of blood will be irresistible to the zombies. All we need to do is throw it. Once the bottle shatters on the ground, the blood will flow out, quickly masking the battlefield's existing scent of blood and attracting a large number of zombies. To prevent the blood from evaporating quickly under the scorching sun or seeping into the ground, I added a sponge inside. Upon hearing Qiu Zhiyun's explanation, others may not have grasped the significance, but a rare glimmer of surprise flickered in Fan Xuanhao's otherwise calm eyes as he scrutinized Qiu Zhiyun. Astonished that this individual could devise a scent enhancer using materials from the mall. While it seems simple, those engaged in scientific research understood the intricacies involved. Enhancing the scent tenfold was not merely a matter of mixing some materials together. It required a solid foundation of extensive chemical knowledge and substantial practical experience, something not everyone could achieve, at least not him. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xuanhao nodded, using the zombie lure bottle to gather a large number of zombies together. Then we can bombard them with explosives. The efficiency of our attacks will undoubtedly increase significantly. However, there remains a pressing issue that must be addressed first. Those 2 mutated zombies. Indeed, Zhu Dezhang said gravely. Otherwise, even with powerful tools like the corpse-drawing vials, we may initially catch the zombie tied off guard. But once the mutated zombies react, they will undoubtedly command the horde to respond strategically. This will severely disrupt our plans. Yet those two mutated zombies, one can burrow underground, and the other can fly. It is exceedingly difficult to slay them. Even Lei Xan can only manage to restrain one of them at best. Zhu Dezhang shook his head and sighed deeply. Even Fan Xuanhao involuntarily furrowed his brow. Those two mutated zombies were indeed troublesome. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, then it simplifies matters. The zombie horde will be your responsibility to clear. The mutated zombies, leave them to us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dezhang's expression darkened. Even Lei Xan, who had remained silent thus far, lifted his head to look at Lin Fan. Ah, such bravado! He scoffed. We are all trapped here by those two mutated zombies, and you think you few can kill them? Don't forget, if we hadn't come to your aid earlier, you might already be dead. We are discussing how to resolve this crisis, not indulging in fanciful talk. Every word you utter could affect the lives of many. Zhu Dezhang was known for his bluntness, and upon hearing Lin Fan propose that they handle the mutated zombies, he openly expressed his skepticism and dissatisfaction, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Instantly, the expressions of Li Feng, Qiu Zhiyun, Bald Head, Xin Mingxi, and Zhao Dehai, who were beside Lin Fan, shifted. Lin Fan was the captain of the Dawn Squad. Criticizing him was tantamount to criticizing the entire team. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, Fan Xuanhao gazed deeply at Lin Fan and inquired, "Do you truly have the confidence to kill the mutated zombies?" Lin Fan disregarded Zhu Dezhang's doubts and nodded. "If I lacked confidence, I wouldn't say so." Lin Fan genuinely bore no hint of bragging, nor did he wish to flaunt or undermine anyone. He simply sought to resolve the crisis at the activity center swiftly so they could move on to other areas. After all, the entire school was teeming with tens of thousands of zombies. If they did not act quickly to clear them, allowing them to continuously devour players and evolve, the latter stages of the game would present real trouble. Had he encountered Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian before, he would not have been entirely confident. The abilities of those two mutated zombies were indeed daunting. One could hide underground, eluding even Lin Fan's thermal vision, while the other soared in the skies. Impervious to conventional attacks, although Lin Fan's crossbow bolts could reach them, their insufficient power posed no threat. Killing them was exceedingly difficult. But now, with Lin Fan having replicated the bat ear and palm electric shock abilities, he possessed the means to slay them. Firstly, bat ear could detect the burrowing zombie's location beneath the ground, while the palm electric shock ability could unleash a powerful attack that the flying zombie could not evade, incapacitating its body. This represented their opportunity to kill them. It could be said that Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian's abilities perfectly countered those two mutated zombies. As the saying goes, where venomous snakes lurk, antidote herbs often grow. However, what was lacking in Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xian's team was a formidable hunter. Merely having an opportunity was insufficient to vanquish the two mutated zombies. Lin Fan's arrival perfectly filled that gap. Fan Xuanhao gazed intently into Lin Fan's eyes. Noticing that Lin Fan exhibited no signs of evasion or hesitation, he suddenly became deeply intrigued by this seemingly unremarkable youth. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. Fan Xuanhao was not one to dither. Having made his judgment, he decisively declared, "All right, but to ensure greater confidence, I and Lei Xian, the two evolved beings, will join you in action, that I will scout the movements of the burrowing zombie, while Lei Xian will deal with the one in the sky. The rest of you will clear the horde. This will maximize efficiency." Hearing this, Lin Fan did not refuse. Instead, he nodded. This arrangement allowed him to avoid prematurely revealing his bat ear and palm electric shock abilities. "All right, then let us proceed together." Fan Xuanhao held significant sway among the student body. Though Zhu Dezhang and Lei Xian remained somewhat skeptical of Lin Fan, they trusted Fan Xuanhao's judgment. Thus, the group rose and made their way towards the conference room door. Just as they were about to step outside, Fan Xuanhao suddenly turned, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Ergo, who sat alone on a chair, his face filled with confusion, as if to ask, "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Chapter 55. Crisis approaches. At the northern gate of Daxia University of Science and Technology, within the library, the young man in blue scoured every corner of the library, but still could not find any trace of his girlfriend. Just as he was dejectedly returning to the second floor, The 7 companions who had previously hidden behind the bookshelves completed their research on zombie elimination tactics and found a batch of long sticks to serve as weapons. Upon seeing the young man in blue return, the 7 immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, look, that kid is back. Should we pull him into our team? Why bring him in? He is so scrawny. Can he even lift a stick? The apocalypse has descended, and he is still out looking for his girlfriend. This type will be dead soon. Are you foolish? We can use him as cannon fodder in front." I think Oldley makes a valid point. Killing zombies is too dangerous. If we have a cannon fodder in front, we can be safer. All right, let us do it. This group, having previously lingered in the brink of life and death behind the bookshelves, was now saved, and their hearts yearned to survive more than anyone else. This desire, once magnified infinitely, gradually morphed into selfishness to ensure their own survival and better lives. They were capable of anything after their discussion. A boy dressed in a white shirt called out to the young man in blue. "Hey, we think that guy named Lin Fan was right that I end this apocalypse game to survive until the end. One must continually grow stronger. We're planning to hunt for stray zombies to practice. Would you like to join us?" Meanwhile, the other boys chimed in with laughter. "The more, the merrier. With us, at least you'll have a team. Furthermore, if your girlfriend isn't in the library, perhaps she went outside. Following us to look outside would be safer." The young man in blue, originally hesitant to join them, considered that searching for his girlfriend alone was indeed less safe than sticking with a team. He then nodded in agreement. All right. Upon his acceptance, the other 7 boys exchanged knowing smiles. The boy in white casually tossed an extra long stick to the young man in blue. "By the way, what is your name?" "Yang Song Ditto. We'll just call you Old Yang then." "You can call me Oldly. Grab the stick to protect yourself, and let us set off." "Thank you." After Yang Song accepted the stick and expressed his gratitude to the boy who called himself Oldly, the 8 of them cautiously made their way out of the library. As they passed the first floor, they also spotted the group of over 30 survivors previously saved by Lin Fan at the school gate. After some communication, they found that these individuals were unwilling to venture out to kill zombies, so they had no choice but to continue on their way. As they stepped out of the library, they were greeted by a breathtaking crimson sunset, a beauty that was difficult to articulate in words. However, the grim sight on the ground left them no time to appreciate the scenery. Less than 30 meters away lay a blood-soaked expanse, littered with over 100 mangled corpses, resembling a hell's cape. These were precisely the zombies slain by Lin Fan's squad upon entering the game. Oldly sighed, saying, "Half an hour ago, we were still in the library, dreaming of a beautiful future. Now that we're out, the world has changed." Another boy, discerning the underlying meaning of Oldly's words, subtly shifted his gaze to the young man in blue, Yang Song, noticing that he remained oblivious to the implication and appeared lost in thought. The boy hastily redirected the conversation. "What is there to lament? The apocalypse has arrived. What can we do but face it? I am just thinking about when I can kill 30 ordinary zombies that go procure a combat uniform. This will certainly enhance our safety." Old Zhao is right. I share the same sentiment. The apocalypse has descended, and perhaps it is not entirely a misfortune. Now, we are liberated from the shackles of societal constraints that if we encounter the renowned goddesses of the school, we must be cautious, my friends. Oldly, mind your words. With a sharp reprimand, the naturally cautious Old Zhao quickly turned his gaze to Yang Song, smiling as he said, "Old Yang, please don't take offense. Oldly merely speaks without thinking. He means no harm." Yang Song, seemingly oblivious to their earlier conversation, continued to survey his surroundings, desperately searching for his girlfriend's whereabouts. Initially, he did not harbor much hope, as they had just exited the library, and it was unlikely that she would be hiding nearby if she had survived. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his eyes narrowing that on the lawn beside the library lay a figure in a red dress, though the garment appeared to have been torn into ragged shreds. Expanses of delicate skin glowed under the twilight. And as he looked up from the dress, he beheld a breathtaking face, the visage he had longed to see, the face of Xiao Jiqing. Upon recognizing the girl, Yang Song froze, his mind momentarily blank. Then, as if possessed, he began to call her name while sprinting towards her. "Jiqing." Suddenly, the motionless girl shuddered violently, her body contorting at an unnatural angle as she sat upon the grass in a grotesque pose. From her throat erupted a series of chilling, ghastly howls. The others, upon hearing this dreadful sound, instinctively recoiled in fear, their eyes wide with terror. "Zombies? Where are the zombies?" Look, Yang Song seems to be running towards them. That emaciated creature. What gall? Let us observe from a distance. If he can withstand it, we'll join in. If he falls prey to the zombie, we can make our escape. Though they had reviewed documents on zombie extermination and possessed weapons, the thought of facing a zombie transformed their bravado into cowardice. After all, they had been utterly petrified in the library. At that moment, Yang Song reached his girlfriend, Xiao Jiqing. Observing her bizarre posture and low, menacing growls, he understood, even in his love-struck days, that she had succumbed to the undead. Yet he did not flee, nor did he grasp his weapon to strike. Instead, he stood there, eyes reddened and face pale, murmuring, "How could this be? Jiqing, I'm so sorry. Did I fail to protect you? Did I?" In the next instant, Xiao Jiqing's tightly shut eyes flung open, a strange gray light engulfing her once dark pupils. Her howl sharpened into a terrifying clarity. With a rush of wind, a strikingly vivid crimson figure darted past. Xiao Jiqing vanished, to be precise. She did not simply disappear. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived at the library entrance with a speed beyond human comprehension. For reasons unknown, she seemed utterly oblivious to Yang Song standing before her. What the hell? Why did she come here? How could she not see Yang Song so close? This zombie looks oddly familiar. Wait, she asked the campus beauty, Xiao Jiqing. We even considered using a drone to spy on her while she bathed. Now it's not the time for that. Run. The 7 startled youths, filled with confusion and dread, began to scream and scatter. But could they escape? A deep, ancient voice emanated from Xiao Jiqing. Perverts shall perish. You all shall die. With that, she extended her pale, delicate hand and seized old Li, her nails elongating at an alarming rate, transforming her once gentle hands into exquisite instruments of death. With a sickening squelch, the life that had once flourished was reduced to mere remnants, a heap of shredded flesh. She can talk. Her eyes are gray. This is a mutated zombie. Please no, don't kill me. Help. Yet the pleas for mercy only incited Xiao Jiqing to unleash her brutality further. Within a minute, all 7 survivors, including old Li, lay dismembered, scattered across the ground. Outside the library, only Yang Song and the now mutated Xiao Jiqing remained. At that moment, she finally noticed Yang Song, swiftly closing the distance between them, her eyes radiating a frigid, piercing light. She yearned to rend him asunder, just as she had with old Li and the others. In her memory, all men were to be condemned. She grasped Yang Song's throat, yet for reasons unknown, she hesitated to exert her strength. Her body resisted the urge to kill this man. Yang Song, aware that his end was imminent at the hands of his beloved, felt neither fear nor resentment towards death. Instead, he was engulfed in profound sorrow and guilt, even in the face of demise. He gazed tenderly at the terrifying figure before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. "That I'm so sorry. Jiqing, that it's my fault. I couldn't protect you." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of anguish crossed Xiao Jiqing's face. Her heart, which should have been devoid of emotion, began to throb with agonizing pain. This torment, coupled with a suffocating heaviness, threatened to shatter her sanity. She could not fathom why she felt such anguish. She yearned to kill him, but no matter how hard she tried, her body trembled as she struggled to comply. The pain deepened, threatening to consume her entirely. Unable to bear it any longer, she let out a piercing, heart-wrenching scream, clutching her head in madness as she transformed into a crimson shadow, vanishing into the bamboo forest beside the library. Unbeknownst to anyone, as she fled, a swirling mist of fresh blood began to envelop her, coalescing into a scarlet robe adorned with flowing tassels, a majestic garment woven from blood. Yang Song stood frozen, confusion and disbelief etched across his face, oblivious to the game notification sounding in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, player Yang Song. You have successfully awakened the exceedingly rare mental talent. Mental interference. Mental interference, to some extent, perceive and influence the thoughts of enemies. If your mental power vastly surpasses that of the target, you may even obliterate their consciousness. Jiqing, she remembers me. She still has consciousness. No, I must find her. I will not leave her alone. With that, Yang Song, consumed by fervor, pursued the direction in which Xiao Jiqing had vanished, like a madman. Meanwhile, the survivors on the first floor of the library, having caught a glimpse of the preceding events through the windows, trembled in fear. A mutated zombie has appeared. Quick, hide. We mustn't let it discover us. But wait, why hasn't that person in blue been killed by the mutated zombie? And why is he pursuing it? What on earth is going on? The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars and explosive blasts, reverberating across the vast plaza. Lin Fan and Fan Xuanhao, resolute in their actions, led the group outside the activity center. Due to the burrowing zombie's formidable tunneling abilities, the entire underground of the University Activity Square had been transformed into a labyrinth. To slay it within this subterranean maze was no easy feat. The first step was to pierce the ground with weapons and drop explosives into the tunnels to obliterate the paths the burrowing zombies had carved, thereby minimizing their movement space. On the other side, Lei Xin was tasked with keeping watch for flying zombies in the sky, while Zhu Dezhang led a group of over a dozen university students, driving 3 vehicles and employing homemade explosives to assist Lin Fan and others in clearing the surrounding horde of corpses. Everyone was working in unison. However, as time passed and the commotion escalated, they still had not located the position of the burrowing zombie. Doubts began to stir within Lei Xin and Zhu Dezhang concerning Lin Fan's capabilities. Old Lei, Zhu Dezhang murmured, "Do you think Lin Fan's approach will work? I have my reservations. If that burrowing zombie were so easily dealt with, we wouldn't be in such a predicament that let's not place our hopes on them. Old Zhu, while you're clearing the ordinary zombies, keep your eyes peeled that if anything seems amiss, prioritize rescuing people. Once we retreat to the activity center, we can devise a new plan." Upon hearing Lei Xion's words, Zhu Dezhang nodded deeply. Even at this moment, they still did not believe Lin Fan could handle the burrowing zombie. Chapter 57. The shocking emergence of the monstrous Lin Fan. Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang's discussions did not escape Lin Fan, who possessed the talent of bat-like hearing. Yet, he did not even cast them a glance, nor did he feel inclined to explain himself. That would merely be a waste of time and energy. After experiencing the train incident, Lin Fan had come to understand a vital truth. In this apocalyptic game, doubts, fears, pride, self-esteem, vanity, and sorrow, all were insignificant. Only strength mattered in order to survive. Only survival was real. It was the only thing of true importance. Lin Fan yearned solely to grow stronger and to live on, to protect those dear to him, his family and friends. For this, he would not hesitate to become a terrifying, blood-soaked monster of slaughter. No one could replace him in living, and he could not concern himself with others. Thus, the opinions of others were inconsequential to him, as long as they did not provoke him or cross his bottom line. It sufficed. After 5 or 6 minutes of repeated explosions, the ground of the entire plaza was nearly littered with charred, collapsed craters. The space available for the burrowing zombie to maneuver was diminishing rapidly. Though it could dig, its speed paled in comparison to the efficiency of explosives. Soon, Fan Xuanhao heard a faint scraping sound from underground, barely below 10 hertz. His eyes widened in alarm. "Lin Fan, the burrowing zombie, is just 30 meters ahead of you. Its surrounding passages are completely blocked. It's digging deeper. Quickly, use explosives to stop it." In truth, Lin Fan was already aware of the burrowing zombie's trajectory without Fan Xuanhao's prompt, activating his talent of leopard-like swiftness. The countless cells in his legs erupted with energy. His rock-solid muscles bulged, appearing as if hardened stone was bound to his thighs. It looked immensely out of place, yet within that dissonance lay a beauty of explosive power. What no one knew was that at the moment Lin Fan unleashed his talent, gray patterns resembling leopard spots began to emerge on his skin beneath the black nylon combat suit. At that instant of talent activation, Lin Fan's demeanor transformed drastically. No longer was he the quiet, reserved youth. He became fiercely formidable and dangerously intimidating. In that moment, he transcended ordinary humanity, becoming a predator perched at the apex of the food chain, a fearsome existence that inspired dread. Zhu Dezhang and the other unevolved individuals assisting with explosives felt the sudden shift in Lin Fan's aura, causing their hair to stand on end. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and profound fear. Under such an atmosphere, they experienced for the first time what it meant to feel insignificant. Even Fan Xuanhao and Lei Xin, both evolved, wore expressions of astonishment. They had suspected Lin Fan was a predator, but they never anticipated the magnitude of his presence would be so overwhelming. It was powerful enough to create a sense of trepidation even among fellow evolved beings. Was it that the predator was too strong? Or was it Lin Fan himself? No one provided them with the answer. This was their first genuine encounter with a predator. However, at that moment, Lin Fan was indifferent to the feelings of others. His figure transformed into a dark shadow, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the human eye, weaving past the ordinary zombies that had yet to be eliminated in an instant. He arrived directly above the burrowing zombie. Had anyone been holding a speed measuring device to observe Lin Fan's velocity, they would have been left speechless. His speed reached an astonishing 240 kilometers per hour. In other words, he covered 66 meters every second. It is essential to note that the initial distance between Lin Fan and the burrowing zombie was merely around 30 meters. With such speed, Fan Xuanhao, Lei Exin, Zhu Dezhang, and the others had not even managed to blink before Lin Fan had already materialized 30 meters away. But that was not the end of it. An even more astonishing scene was unfolding. Upon reaching his designated position, Lin Fan wasted no time that he raised his arm, directing it towards the ground, his eyes gleaming with a gray light. The instinct of slaughter was reactivated. In that moment, the already ferocious aura emanating from Lin Fan transformed into something even more brutal and chilling. Utilizing his bat-like hearing, Lin Fan discerned that the burrowing zombie was located approximately 3 meters underground, continuously digging downwards at a rate of around 1 meter per minute. At such a distance, neither bone spikes nor any other weapon could reach it. Although it was possible to use explosives to blast the earth and expose the burrowing zombie, it was unnecessary. With the instinct of slaughter guiding him, Lin Fan's mind conjured up a more efficient and effective killing scheme. He snorted disdainfully, his arms adorned with serpentine scales, and without a shred of hesitation. He violently struck the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the plaza, shaking the earth within several meters. The solid concrete surface abruptly caved in, sending clouds of dust, bits of flesh, and dried blood soaring into the air. Suspended momentarily, moreover, as Lin Fan's fist stirred up a violent gale, the floating dust, flesh, and blood spread outward like ripples on water from a distance. It appeared as though Lin Fan's punch had created a sonic explosion, resonating through the surrounding debris. On the third floor of the activity center, hundreds of ordinary players gathered by the windows, witnessing the spectacle. Their eyes widened and mouths agape. They were filled with shock and uncertainty. Holy cow, that was almost a punch that created a sonic boom. What is this? Is he even human anymore? Goodness, his speed is so fast that my eyes can't keep up, and the force of that punch is enough to shatter the air itself. I feel like Lin Fan is even more terrifying than the mutated zombies. Who is the real monster here? In contrast to those watching from the building, Fan Xuanhao, Lei Exin, Zhu Dezhang, and the ordinary individuals sitting in vehicles with explosives experienced an even greater shock. They stood several dozen meters away, some even over 100 meters distant. Yet when Lin Fan's fist struck down, they felt the entire ground tremble beneath them. What kind of strength could possibly yield such terrifying power? They could scarcely fathom it. The burrowing zombie, 3 meters beneath the surface, was equally stunned by Lin Fan's overwhelming display of strength. It was unafraid of the predator's presence. After all, as a mutated zombie, it considered itself the most powerful life form on the planet. Ordinary predators posed no threat to it. However, when it was locked onto by the aura of slaughter, an instinctive fear surged within it, a panic it had never before experienced. It could not comprehend what manner of being the human above was. It could not fathom it. Lin Fan, unfazed by the zombie's confusion, continued his relentless assault on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The series of resounding impacts echoed forth, each punch delivering approximately 3 tons of force. With a striking speed of 38 punches per second, such power unleashed in acceleration was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. The earth beneath the plaza had already been hollowed out by the burrowing zombie, and under this barrage, it could not withstand the onslaught. Crack! The sound of crumbling concrete echoed as countless shattered pieces, entwined with brownish soil, collapsed downwards, pinning the burrowing zombie firmly within the tunnel it had excavated. A viscous stream of blood erupted from its mouth, and in that moment, the once dreaded mutated zombie was left with only fear in its eyes. Nothing more. Chapter 58. The bald man confronts his inner fears. Phew! The exaggerated eruption of power had left Lin Fan's aura slightly disordered. After exhaling, he did not pause for a moment, but instead focused his gaze on the 3-meter-deep pit he had forcefully created. Shaking off the slight numbness in his hands, he leaped down. In the depths of the pit, the black soil exuded a distinct aroma, effectively isolating the acrid scent of blood from the battlefield outside. The burrowing zombie, partially emerging from the earth with its drill-like hands, intended to leverage its strength to climb out of the pit. But in the next instant, a robust hand seized its wrist. A torrent of immense force surged forth, brutally yanking its entire body from the ground, utterly disregarding its plight. The facial contours of the burrowing zombie, though vaguely reminiscent of a human, diverged greatly in form. Its spine arched prominently, presenting a streamlined silhouette, covered in scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen, somewhat akin to that of a pangolin. Its feet were broad yet stubby, with claws measuring over 20 centimeters. Caked in dark brown soil, such a physical structure was indeed well-suited for tunneling underground. Once lifted from the earth by Lin Fan, the burrowing zombie's eyes, radiating a menacing gray glow, immediately shrank to the size of pinpricks. Although it had not previously taken note of Lin Fan's appearance, the aura of murderous intent emanating from him was an indelible presence it could never forget. With an instinctual fear, the burrowing zombie emitted a low, raspy growl from its throat, attempting to warn Lin Fan of its own formidable strength. Yet its warning was met with utter disregard as Lin Fan gripped its wrist, slightly bent his knees, and leapt, propelling both himself and the burrowing zombie out of the pit. With a swift motion, he slammed the creature onto the concrete ground. The impact left the zombie feeling as though its bones were about to shatter. A fresh spurt of blood erupted from its maw, the intense agony contorting its body like a writhing worm, issuing mournful cries that at that moment. Qiujian, Shinmingshi, Li Feng, the bald man, and Zhao Dahai rushed over. "Quick, everyone! Let us go all out! Remember, the final blow is for Lin Fan. After all, he's the one who caught it. That burrowing beast. You think just because you can dig, you're impressive? We'll drag you out from underground." Seeing the burrowing zombie dazed and disoriented from Lin Fan's throw, the group wasted no time, brandishing their weapons and striking it without hesitation. Despite the thick gray scales covering its back, which rendered ordinary blades ineffective, its chest and abdomen were devoid of such protection, offering no defense at all. Under the relentless assault from Lin Fan and the others, it was soon riddled with wounds. In the air, the flying zombie, witnessing the predicament of its burrowing counterpart, exhibited a mix of fury and urgency in its eyes. Though it had just undergone evolution and lacked high intelligence, it understood that this group of humans posed a significant challenge. It could not afford to lose the burrowing zombie as an ally. Otherwise, it would have to forsake the delectable feast of over 500 fresh corpses. If it could consume them all, its power would undoubtedly surge. It was determined to take the risk and assist. With a thunderous roar, the flying zombie's gray, wingless flesh wings flapped violently as it swooped down toward the ground. However, despite its desperation, it retained its wits. Instead of flying directly towards Lin Fan and the others, it maneuvered in a zigzag pattern, clearly preparing to evade any electrical strikes. Simultaneously, the horde of zombies erupted into a frenzy. They charged recklessly, even braving the explosions, towards Lei Xen and Lin Fan. With the remnants of over 2,000 zombies in a chaotic uproar, the square reverberated with the sound of thundering footsteps and the shrieks of the undead. Those caught in the midst felt as though they were but a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous ocean. Most terrifying of all was that these ordinary zombies were not attacking aimlessly. They had a clear objective. One was to disrupt Lei Xen, preventing him from aiding Lin Fan and the others. The second was to rescue the burrowing zombie from their grasp. As the battle escalated, it reached a boiling point, and the most critical moment had arrived. Fan Xuanhao could see this clearly. He immediately shouted to everyone, "We must not allow the flying zombie and the horde to interfere with Lin Fan and the others. We must buy them enough time to slay the burrowing zombie. Old Lei, old Zhu, at all costs, hold off the flying zombie and the horde." At the same time, Qiujian was also roaring angrily. "Damn it! The vital spot of this burrowing zombie is not its nape. These zombies are becoming increasingly frantic, indicating the necessity of eliminating the burrowing zombie. Everyone strike fiercely, chop it into pieces. I refuse to believe it can survive. At this juncture, there was no need for Qiu Zhiyun's orders. The 6 members of Dawn were akin to those invigorated by a potent elixir, wielding their weapons with fervor against the burrowing zombie. Notably, the bald man was the fiercest, driven by the desire to personally slay this mutated beast. Only in doing so could he conquer the fear instilled in him by the train conductor during that fateful encounter. In less than a minute, the neck, chest, and abdomen of the burrowing zombie, every conceivable vital area, were transformed into a sieve by the relentless barrage of various weapons, reduced to a pulpy mess. Even the heavily armored back was forcibly torn open. Revealing gaping, grotesque wounds, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the burrowing zombie, as if it were flowing freely without consequence. The severity of its injuries rendered the distinction between vital and non-vital spots irrelevant. Unless it possessed the exceptionally unique liquefying ability of the train conductor, even a mutated zombie with robust vitality had no hope of survival. As the burrowing zombie watched the 6 humans frantically stabbing its body, it felt the life force within it rapidly waning. That it realized that its end was near. Perhaps out of unwillingness or fury, it emitted a series of excruciating roars that in its final moments, its battered body radiated a rich gray light. Surging with one last burst of power as it lunged toward the nearest target, the bald man. Even in death, it sought to take someone down with it. Why target the bald man? One reason was that he exuded the weakest presence, making him the easiest target. More importantly, he was the one who had attacked the fiercest and most ruthlessly. Who else could it drag down but him? Chapter 59. The Bald Man's Resolve. I am not worthless. Everyone, be cautious. This beast is making its last stand. Dodge this wave of attacks. Do not get hurt. Li Feng, standing beside the bald man, was the first to sense the burrowing zombie's final counterattack. As he retreated, he warned everyone, but the bald man seemed completely oblivious. It was as if he had consumed some elixir, his eyes red with determination, charging forward instead of retreating. Now, the burrowing zombie had locked onto him completely. Li Feng, who had been retreating, turned back, racing towards the burrowing zombie, while simultaneously shouting in anger and concern at the bald man. Bald man, get the hell out of the way. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Move aside. Everyone understood the bald man's capabilities. He was no match for the burrowing zombie. If he were to be caught in its dying lunge, no one could predict the outcome. What was he thinking? The shouts and warnings reached the bald man's ears. It wasn't that he was unafraid of death. Everyone knew he was the most fearful among the 6, the one with the smallest courage. But at this moment, he was on the brink of panic. The gaping maw of the burrowing zombie loomed ever closer. How terrifying was that? He didn't need to test it. He knew that a bite from such a creature would be excruciating. Fear gripped him, making his legs tremble as if they had been fitted with motors, his pant legs shaking uncontrollably. The large knife in his hand swung back and forth. Yet despite his overwhelming fear, he showed no signs of retreat. He was acutely aware that if he took a step back now, the fear of the mutated zombie would haunt him forever. Among the Dawn team, not to mention Lin Fan and Qiu Zhiyun, even Li Feng and Zhao Dehai, both of military background, and Xin Mingxi, a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, were formidable in their own right. And what was he? Just a fruit vendor from the market. The combat prowess and qualities of everyone surpassed his by leaps and bounds. Had it not been for the apocalyptic game and his joining of the Dawn team, he would likely have drifted through life aimlessly. But now he had become a member of Dawn. Everyone was so strong. He could not be weak. He could not be the burden trailing behind everyone, even if it meant risking his life, even if it meant death. He was determined not to hold his teammates back in future battles. He had to conquer his fear. He had to grow stronger. If it came down to it, he would rather die than be a disgrace. Let us go kill. After a tumultuous roar within his heart, the bald man's eyes seemed to ignite with a blazing flame, fueled by an unwavering resolve and a fierce determination. With a sudden bend of his knees, he leaped into the air with ferocity. A roar erupted from his throat, akin to a lion's roar. Damn it! I won't back down. The long sword was raised high above him, and he struck down with unparalleled ferocity. In that moment, he forgot life and death, and he also forgot fear. His eyes were filled with a fierce light. The eyes of the ground-dwelling zombie mirrored his own, brimming with brutality and malice. Upon witnessing the bald man daring to attack, a low, hoarse growl emanated from its throat, as if it had been met with endless mockery and humiliation. Roar! A zombie claw met the bald man's great sword with violent force. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. Without any suspense, the long sword was sent flying. The bald man's hands trembled from the immense force. Bleeding profusely, at this moment, he was utterly devoid of any offensive or defensive weapon. The ground-dwelling zombie had already surged right before him, its massive maw, reeking of decay, gaping wide, ready to bite down on his head, though the bald man's strength and defenses had been honed through rigorous training. They paled in comparison to the mutated zombie. If its bite connected, his head would surely burst like a watermelon. In the nick of time, a chilling mechanical notification echoed in the bald man's ears. Ding! Congratulations, player bald man. In the face of life and death, you have awakened your latent potential through your fearless will, unlocking the dual talents of Copperhead and Iron Skin. Copperhead, the skull, being the hardest part of the human body, boasts formidable attack and defense after evolution. Iron Skin. The evolution of the skin on the head grants defense comparable to a 1 centimeter thick steel plate, while the defense of the entire skin can reach that of cowhide. Congratulations, player bald man. You have evolved from an ordinary person to a hunter. With the notification's conclusion, the bald man's aura transformed dramatically. From this moment forth, he was no longer an ordinary person. He had become an evolved being, a hunter endowed with both aggression and defense. Everything transpired too swiftly, too suddenly. The ground-dwelling zombie had just sensed a shift in the bald man's demeanor when, before it could even process the change, its massive maw had already clamped down on the bald man's head. A jolt of excruciating pain and swelling surged from within, as the zombie felt as though it had bitten into an immense iron ball rather than flesh. Its teeth shattered instantly, blood pouring from its mouth. But that was not the end. The bald man wrenched his head free from its jaws, his eyes ablaze with fury, and charged headfirst into the zombie's chest. The ground-dwelling zombie attempted to extend its foreclaws to intercept. Bang! A mist of blood erupted. Not only its wrist, but its entire forearm began to explode in a sequence of gruesome destruction. Its body and arm had already been nearly obliterated by the previous assaults from the others. With such a powerful headbutt from the bald man, it could no longer withstand the force. Shattered flesh, pale bones, and the stench of blood were scattered everywhere. Damn it. Die already, at this moment. The bald man was drenched in blood, with pieces of rotting flesh clinging to his face, resembling a butcher emerging from a slaughterhouse. Yet he paid no heed to his appearance. After smashing the zombie's wrist with his head, he leaned forward, ready to crush its chest once more. However, as he had just awakened, he had yet to fully master his new body. His foot slipped on the bits of flesh, causing him to tumble to the ground, exposing his neck beneath the zombie's maw. Despite having suffered such a significant setback, the ground-dwelling zombie would not let such a golden opportunity escape. It lunged for the bald man's throat, while its other, relatively intact claw swiped at his chest and abdomen. Though this sequence of events may seem intricate, they transpired in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard. Yet there was one person who could react, and only he could. Just as the bald man was about to meet his end beneath the claws of the ground-dwelling zombie, a flash of white light appeared. The zombie's movements halted entirely. 3 seconds later, its battered body, most of its scales shattered, began to sprout countless tiny red lines. Its entire form disintegrated along these red lines, ultimately collapsing into a heap of gore. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have successfully killed a ground-dwelling mutated zombie. Reward 1. 300 points. Reward 2. Unlock of the frozen arrow in the shop. Frozen arrow. A special arrow equipped with a mini rapid freeze device at the tip, capable of inflicting a 30-second freezing effect on the target, significantly impairing its mobility. Price: 100 points per flask, 30 arrows. Bald man's reward: 200 points, 10 talent-enhancing potions. The Dawn Squad members, including Xiao Zhiyun and Shin Mingxi, received rewards of 50 to 100 points and 3 to 5 talent-enhancing potions. A series of system notifications echoed in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, The ground lay scattered with the dismembered remains of the ground-dwelling zombie, its eyes dimming to gray as it met its end. Its gaze fixated on Lin Fan's somewhat gaunt yet terrifying figure. IT understood that this human was unlike any other. He was an anomaly, a variable that should not exist. He possessed a monumental secret, one that must not be allowed to flourish, that if he were to grow, he would become a nightmare for all zombies, perhaps for all living beings. He must be eliminated before he could mature. At any cost, it was imperative to inform the other mutated zombies. But such thoughts were no longer of importance, irrelevant now. Damn it! The bald man stared blankly at the ground, now a pile of flesh, before suddenly extending his hand to wipe the blood and guts from his face. A raucous, exhilarating laugh erupted from him. He knew that from this moment on, he would no longer harbor any fear of the mutated zombies. He was no longer afraid. He stood tall. He was not a burden. Zhao Dahai and Li Feng were the true burdens. Damn it, bald man. What on earth just happened? I told you to dodge. Why did you insist on facing the ground-dwelling zombie head-on? Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, and the others looked at the bald man, initially intending to reprimand him. But they quickly noticed that his aura seemed markedly different than before. The bald man appeared to have awakened. Li Feng and Zhao Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was absurd. Lin Fan approached the bald man, scrutinizing him for a moment before speaking. Next time, do not engage in such reckless actions. If I had not arrived in time to kill it, you would have been the one to perish. Remember, to become stronger, you must first survive. Although the bald man said nothing, Lin Fan could easily discern his thoughts from his recent actions. Hearing Lin Fan's admonishment and the acknowledgement of his intentions, the bald man felt at a loss for words. He had indeed been somewhat reckless, causing concern among his comrades. However, Lin Fan continued, nevertheless, awakening your talent in the face of life and death is a fortuitous event. Congratulations on becoming the third evolved member of the Dawn Squad. However, in the future, please consult with us before taking action. Once dead, you truly have nothing left. I understand, Captain. It won't happen again. The bald man scratched his gleaming head, feeling the iron-like texture beneath his palm, and smiled at Lin Fan. I was determined to kill that ground-dwelling zombie. I never expected to awaken my talent just like that. On the other side of the square, Fan Xuanhao, Lei Xian, Zhu Dezhang, and the others observed as Lin Fan's team successfully dispatched the ground-dwelling zombie, their expressions revealing an indescribable thrill and excitement. Haha, look! Lin Fan and his team really took down the ground-dwelling zombie. Old Fan, your judgment is spot on. I'm glad we listened to you and brought Lin Fan and his crew back. No kidding, they really have some skills. Incredible! It cannot be denied that the news of the ground-dwelling zombie's demise, which had caused them endless headaches, was a monumental source of exhilaration and encouragement for everyone. In that moment, no one doubted Lin Fan's team anymore. No one questioned Lin Fan. They had said it and done it. Zhu Dezhang, responsible for leading the team and clearing out the ordinary zombies, slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom vroom. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the square like a triumphant battle cry. Chapter 60. Fan Xuanhao's Hidden Card. Brothers, victory is within reach. Everyone, give it your all. Kill them. Zhu Dezhang shouted excitedly as he drove the vehicle into the horde of corpses. Explosives were hurled from the back seat of the off-road vehicle like raindrops. Whether it was due to their soaring morale or some other reason, this team of college students was now dispatching ordinary zombies with efficiency and speed far surpassing their previous efforts to delay for Lin Fan's crew. In the sky, the flying zombies that had initially intended to assist abruptly halted their descent towards Lin Fan and his team. In the icy depths of its gaze, a flicker of gray light danced with an air of deep trepidation and wavering panic. Had it truly perished so swiftly, this group of humans? How could they possess such formidable strength? Infuriating. Now, it was left utterly alone to IT hesitated, torn between indecision and turmoil over what course of action to take. Lao Lei, Lao Zhu. The time has come, strike. Unlike the others who cheered with fervor and excitement, Fan Xuanhao, who had been calmly observing the battlefield, turned his attention to the airborne zombie once the ground-dwelling undead was utterly defeated. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he made a decisive choice, issuing a resolute command. Seated in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, Lei Xian remained silent, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He adjusted his cap with his left hand while his right hand withdrew from his pocket, extending outward toward the flying zombie. Blue electric spark coalesced in his palm at his will. The flying zombie, ever vigilant of Lei Xin, detected his movement at once. With a swift flap of its fleshy wings, it ascended rapidly into the sky, quickly soaring beyond 200 meters. It halted at that altitude, surveying the world below from a position of dominance. The other students in the distance also noticed Lei Xin's actions. Having witnessed his prowess before, they were aware of his attack's limit, only 200 meters. Initially, they had prepared to voice their grievances about the flying zombie escaping yet again. However, upon turning their gaze back to Lei Xin, they noticed that he seemed undeterred in his intent. The blue electric spark in his palm had grown even more blinding. What was happening? Moreover, had not Lei Xin's previous attacks always been instantaneous? Why was he gathering energy this time? And why did his expression appear so grim? Lei Xin dismissed their thoughts, calling out Lao Zhu. "Prepare yourself, screech." The sound of brakes echoed as the off-road vehicle came to a halt. Did I end that moment? Zhu Dezang had produced an imposing weapon, approximately half a meter long and 20 centimeters in diameter. Forged from pitch-black steel and resembling a cylindrical shape, it was a makeshift rocket launcher, also known as an RPG, after Zhu Dezang inserted an ammunition round roughly the length of an infant's forearm into the launcher. He nodded at Lei Xin. Receiving Zhu Dezang's signal, a peculiar gray light erupted in Lei Xin's eyes. Blood gushed from his nostrils. In his palm, the blue electric spark transformed into an aurora as thick as a bowl, swirling with crackling arcs of electricity, hurtling towards the airborne zombie boom. Under the mysterious power of the lightning, the entire realm darkened once more. Only the blue electric spark remained, roaring and howling as it pierced the sky at an astonishing velocity. This familiar scene did not go unnoticed by the flying zombie. However, it exhibited little concern, for it was positioned at least 210 meters away from Lei X, quite safe. Yet, its indifference swiftly morphed into disbelief and terror. As the blue lightning approached within 10 meters of it, it shattered all conventions, showing no signs of halting. Defying limits, it surged forward with unrelenting momentum, striking the flying zombie directly. A chilling and excruciating howl reverberated throughout the square. Arcs of electricity danced upon the flying zombie's form, raking across its body like a relentless torment, causing it to writhe in agony, its body twisting in midair like an anguished worm. The overwhelming numbness rendered it nearly incapable of sensing its own wings. However, the assault was far from over. In the next instant, a projectile the length of an infant's forearm, trailing dense smoke, collided with it. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed. The explosion unleashed a golden blaze of flames and flying shrapnel, engulfing the airborne zombie in an inferno. On the ground, Fan Xuanhao, with his eyes squinted, fixated on the sky, observed as Lei Xin and Zhu Dezang's offensive successfully struck the flying zombie. Within the off-road vehicle, Lei Xin's complexion had turned as pale as snow, waves of dizziness crashing through his mind, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Yet he persevered, his gaze fixed firmly on the heavens. After firing the single specialized shell, Zhu Dezang stowed away the rocket launcher, watching the flying zombie consumed by flames and golden light with a confident demeanor. With this shot, even a tank would be obliterated. The flying zombie was doomed. Across the battlefield, Lin Fan and his companions, having just dealt with the ground-dwelling zombie, took notice of Fan Xuanhao's actions. Confusion flickered across their faces. Why had they suddenly turned their attention to the flying zombie without informing them? Had they not initially agreed to collaborate after neutralizing the ground-dwelling undead? Indeed. What were they up to? Wait. I recall they previously mentioned that Lei Xin's maximum attack range was only 200 meters. Yet just now, his range clearly exceeded that. Moreover, Zhu Dezang possessed a rocket launcher, a fact they had never been informed of. As the bald-headed, Zhao Dehai and Li Feng expressed their dissatisfaction, Qiujian suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. With a cold huff, he stated, "They are wary of us? Or rather, they are utilizing us. With their group strength, they cannot simultaneously contend with two mutated zombies. Thus, they opted to collaborate with us, willingly creating opportunities and environments for us to eliminate the ground-dwelling zombies. Once we succeed, our presence will hold no value for them. Hence, they acted without even a word, striking at the flying zombie. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed man's expression darkened, muttering, "Damn it! Why are these university students so cunning? We haven't wronged them, have we? Why are they treating us like intruders?" Qiu Jian shook his head. After all, in their eyes, we are outsiders, unacquainted with this school. They are bound to be cautious of us. Although unexpected, it is not entirely unreasonable. As he spoke, Qiu Jian's gaze shifted to Lin Fan. Though Lin Fan and his companions possess considerable abilities, they should not be deeply trusted. Lin Fan, understanding Qiu Jian's caution, nodded knowingly that I am well aware. Chapter 61. Diverging Paths, Incompatible Aspirations. Though Lin Fan was not one for many words, he possessed an exceptionally keen perception. From the moment he encountered Fan Xuanhao and his group, Lin Fan sensed a subtle distance. For instance, when they first entered the activity center, Fan Xuanhao did not introduce Lin Fan and his companions to the other students, but instead led them directly to a conference room. While this may seem an inconspicuous detail, it conveyed a deeper meaning. Fan Xuanhao was reluctant for Lin Fan and his group to engage too closely with his team, although Lin Fan was indifferent to this. Fan Xuanhao's actions indicated that he viewed their two factions as merely collaborators, never to become friends. Moreover, Lin Fan discerned from Fan Xuanhao's meticulous organization of the remaining students that he was an extremely rational individual, perhaps to the point of coldness, and possessed a strong desire for control, valuing order and rules above all. Lin Fan understood that he could not abide by the order and rules that Fan Xuanhao held dear. Nor could he indulge his need for control. They were fundamentally at odds. In fact, Qiu Jian had similarly recognized this during his initial interactions with Fan Xuanhao's group. Thus, while he offered them the corpse drawing bottles, he withheld the crucial formula for the sin-enhancing agent. This was his bottom line. However, there was another detail. Lin Fan's decision to exert his full strength when extracting the ground-dwelling zombie was not solely for efficiency. It was also an act of intimidation aimed at Fan Xuanhao that he sought to convey that while they need not be friends, it would be unwise to become his enemies. Otherwise, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to bear. With Fan Xuanhao's intelligence, he naturally recognized Lin Fan's intent to intimidate, that he understood that Lin Fan had seen through his thoughts. Therefore, when deciding to strike at the flying zombie, he did not feel the need to inform Lin Fan, for it was unnecessary. This was the unspoken understanding between intelligent individuals, each with their own agendas, yet fully aware of each other's boundaries, allowing them to navigate this temporary alliance smoothly, each obtaining their desired benefits. It could be said that when Fan Xuanhao commanded Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang to engage the flying zombie, the two factions had laid their cards on the table. At this juncture, even the honest and simple bald-headed man grasped the entire situation. With narrowed eyes, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! This bunch of scoundrels has been scheming all along to exploit our strength and monopolize the rewards of the flying zombies. Damn it! Their cunning knows no bounds. This is unacceptable. As a businessman, I find this deal quite unprofitable." Initially, it was agreed that the mutated zombies would belong to us, while the ordinary corpses were theirs. Yet now, they seek to claim our share. The bald-headed man was visibly displeased. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed, gazing at the thick, billowing smoke in the sky. He remarked, "They have never slain a mutated zombie and are unaware of its astonishing vitality. It is not as easy to kill as they imagine, that we still have a chance. If it were earlier, when we were collaborating to eliminate the zombies, I would have felt reluctant to seize others' rewards. But now that they have torn up the agreement, it's every man for himself." In mid-air, as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, the figure of the flying zombie re-emerged before everyone. Just as Lin Fan had predicted, the mutated zombie had not perished in the recent assault. It had merely sustained severe injuries. Its form was no longer agile, drenched in blood, and its once powerful wings were riddled with bullet holes, each flap appearing laborious. And even its altitude was gradually decreasing, that if the original flying zombie resembled an eagle soaring through the heavens, capable of ascending dozens of meters with a mere flap, then now it was akin to a butterfly struggling in a storm, as if it could be cast down by an invisible gale at any moment. In the square lay Exen, Zhu Dezhang, and a dozen students tasked with clearing ordinary zombies. widened their eyes in disbelief upon witnessing this scene. Their voices trembled slightly. How is this possible? Lei Xian's full-power electric shock, combined with a projectile equivalent to 20 kilograms of TNT, sufficient to penetrate a tank, failed to slay it. How can the life force of a mutated zombie be so resilient? On the third floor of the activity center, hundreds of students looked up, staring at the battered figure of the flying zombie in midair. They clenched their fists, their eyes filled with hatred and reluctance. Why? Why couldn't we obliterate it with that attack? Are we really going to let it escape right under our noses if it recovers? How shall we deal with it then? This is infuriating. Not only Lei Xian and Zhu Dezhang, but even the students in the building were perplexed and discontented at this moment. Even Fan Xuanhao, behind his gold-rimmed glasses, wore a grave expression. This scene had completely exceeded his expectations and control. Yet he knew that after Lei Xian's full-force eruption, his mysterious energy had long been depleted. Within an hour, he was no longer capable of making a move, and the rocket launcher and shells in Zhu Dezhang's hands were crafted by Fan Xuanhao himself, but he was acutely aware of whether they had a second shell. With both trump cards revealed, and still failing to successfully kill the flying zombie, Fan Xuanhao found himself at a complete loss. But soon, he turned his gaze towards Lin Fan and his companions. Fan Xuanhao understood that if anyone had the potential to slay the flying zombie at this moment, it was undoubtedly Lin Fan and his group. However, having just issued orders to attack the flying zombie without any prior notice, seeking to monopolize the reward, it would indeed be quite disgraceful to now turn back and implore Lin Fan and the others for assistance. Nonetheless, Fan Xuanhao was an exceedingly rational individual. After a brief flicker of hesitation, not exceeding a second, he cast aside his pride. Regardless of who ultimately claimed the reward, it was far better than allowing the creature to live. However, before Fan Xuanhao could take any action, Lin Fan had already sprung into action, dashing towards the activity center building at an astonishing speed that in fact, just moments earlier, Lin Fan had utilized thermal sensory vision to ascertain that the flying zombie had not been killed by the explosion. At that moment, he had already set off. The flying zombie, descending gradually, was now only about 30 meters from the ground. Yet this height was still beyond the reach of an ordinary person. The activity center building was the closest structure to the flying zombie, towering over 20 meters high. It was the only place where Lin Fan had a chance to confront the mutated zombie. Upon reaching the base of the activity center building, a glimmer of gray flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Assisted by his instinct for slaughter, he ascended the drainage pipe directly to the rooftop with the agility of a cunning monkey. Due to Lin Fan's unprecedented speed in climbing, the group of students watching from the glass windows on the third floor had not even realized what had transpired. Their faces were filled with confusion and disbelief. What just darted past my face? How did it vanish so quickly? Was that Lin Fan? Did he really climb up the drainage pipe? What? Someone just went up in front of us? I saw nothing. Chapter 62. The intersecting shadows beneath the setting sun. As the scorching summer air swirled, it stirred a fierce wind, howling past Lin Fan's ears. His black hair danced wildly in the breeze. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Fan instinctively glanced downwards. The ground below, cluttered with countless corpses and 3 vehicles recklessly navigating through the horde, appeared significantly diminished. Being 22 meters above, he no longer perceived the stench of decaying flesh or the acrid scent of blood. Yet the battle was far from over. Lin Fan merely glanced down before raising his gaze towards the position of the flying zombie in the sky. A flicker of gray flashed in his eyes, and his instinct for slaughter activated instantaneously. A series of data manifested in Lin Fan's mind. The flying zombie's altitude, the distance from the ground to the flying zombie, was 32.8 meters. In its severely injured state, its forward flight speed was approximately 2.3 meters per second. The distance between the flying zombie and himself was 21.8 meters, with a height difference of 10.8 meters. If he charged with all his might, utilizing the building as a springboard, he could leap a maximum of 25 meters, thereby gaining altitude. After swiftly processing the data in his mind, Lin Fan retrieved a composite crossbow filled with frost arrows from his spatial backpack. Firing successive shots at the mutated zombie. Whoosh, 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 the flying zombie's ears twitched. Already a frightened creature, upon hearing the whistling sounds, panic and fear flickered in its gray pupils that hastily turned its head. 3 pale blue arrows, enveloped in an icy chill, rapidly approached. Had it been in its uninjured state, it could have easily evaded these arrows with a mere flap of its wings. But now, its injuries were too severe. Its body was riddled with wounds, and its wings were in tatters. Even if it exerted every ounce of strength to evade, its clumsy body could not execute the movements envisioned by its brain. Boom! It barely dodged two of the frost arrows, but the last one struck its body. The freezing mechanism within the arrowhead was triggered by the violent impact, and a brilliant blue chill rapidly engulfed the flying zombie. In the sweltering August heat, though it was near dusk, the air remained searing, akin to a furnace. Yet at that moment, the mutated zombie felt no warmth. Instead, it perceived its body plummeting into an icy abyss. Shivering uncontrollably, its already sluggish body became even more cumbersome. Its flying speed diminished drastically, unable to exceed 1 meter per second, and it began to slowly descend towards the ground. After shooting the frost arrows, Lin Fan promptly stowed the crossbow back into his spatial backpack, summoned the bone spikes, and gripped them in his right hand. He swiftly retreated several meters. Then a surge of gray energy erupted from his thigh, empowering him like a poised cheetah. Witnessing this scene, the flying zombie sensed the terrifying aura of a predator emanating from Lin Fan, alongside the instinct for slaughter, which instantly reminded it of the image of the ground zombie being shredded to pieces. It was him, the human who had slain the ground zombie. Roar, roar, roar! Faced with a life-and-death crisis, the flying zombie's gray pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, its survival instincts igniting an adrenaline surge. It frantically flapped its wings, attempting to distance itself from this extremely dangerous human. Just then, Lin Fan made his move. Whoosh, a blur, too swift for the naked eye to perceive, darted across the rooftop. Bang! An extraordinarily deep and resonant sound erupted in midair. As Lin Fan's foot struck down, the solid concrete surface of the rooftop's edge yielded to a profound pit, reaching 20 centimeters deep and several meters in diameter, with cracks radiating like spider webs. Even the steel reinforcements beneath the ground were shattered by Lin Fan's powerful strike. What an astonishing display of strength! The explosive force was beyond imagination, as countless fragments cascaded from the rooftop. Lin Fan's figure surged forth like a cannonball roaring from its barrel, hurtling towards the flying zombie. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Lin Fan and the flying zombie grew ever smaller, until both parties crossed each other in the air. The orange-yellow sunset cascaded upon them. One person held a blood-stained bone spike, cold glints flashing in their eyes that a corpse's roar abruptly ceased, fear reflected in its gaze. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. On the ground at the activity center, everyone, countless pairs of eyes, fixated on this stunning yet blood-soaked scene in the sky. All mouths were closed, even breaths held, for fear of disturbing the young warrior in the air. Resembling a deity of war, no one knew the outcome. They could only wait. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds passed. Boom! A burst of crimson light erupted, as if the entire sky had been stained a deep red. The body of the flying zombie, struck by the scythe of death, split in two from the forehead. Fragments of its entrails scattered in the blood-red sky, resembling smudges of dirt painted across the horizon by a child's careless strokes. Below, the crowd, fixated on the sky, could no longer contain their tension. Their eyes filled with shock and ecstasy, they roared in madness. Damn it. He truly leaped over 30 meters with his own flesh and blood. He even decisively slayed the flying zombie. Oh my God! Incredible! The flying zombie has been killed. Damn it, it's really dead. Haha, that person. He killed the flying zombie. He did it. He really did it. Damn it, this beast tormented us for hours. Slaughtered countless friends and family, and has finally been dispatched. What a spectacle! Everyone shouted out, what a spectacle! At this moment, all the students who witnessed this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their voices hoarse with cheers, seemingly wanting to release the fear and anger that had been instilled in them by the flying zombie. Even Fan Xuanhao, Zhu Dezhang, and others could not help but display signs of excitement in their eyes. The flying zombie was dead, and so was the burrowing zombie. Now, there were no mutated zombies left in the entire activity center. This meant they had won. Everyone rejoiced and cheered, yet one person gazed at the faint silhouette in the sky. Their eyes filled with worry and gravity, As the flying zombie was slain in midair, Lin Fan's body began to plummet freely downwards. Shinmingshi watched as Lin Fan's descent accelerated, without any cushioning or safety measures. Resembling a cannonball hurtling towards the ground. Her face was etched with anxiety. Unable to hold back, she shouted loudly, "Lin Fan, hurry, think of a way!" Falling from over 30 meters. Even if he were a hunter, his body wouldn't withstand it. Hearing Shinmingshi's urgent cries, Bald Zhao, Li Feng, and others also reacted, but they were on the ground while Lin Fan was in the air. How could they help? Not only the Dawn team, but even Fan Xuanhao and Zhu Dezhang realized this. A hint of worry instinctively appearing in their eyes. This height was perilous for humans, and indeed for most beings. Just as everyone wore anxious expressions, Qiujian looked calmly at Lin Fan in the sky and said to the others, "Don't worry. When have you ever seen Lin Fan undertake something without confidence? If he dared to leap from the rooftop into midair to slay the flying zombie, it indicates he surely has the means to land safely after killing it. Do you see any hint of anxiety or fear in his expression? No. He will be fine." Chapter 63. As long as I can still move, the slaughter will not cease. Boom, 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 just as Qiujian finished speaking. A series of heart-shaking roars echoed from the ground nearby. Dust billowed into the air. Lin Fan, along with the bisected body of the flying zombie, had landed. They crashed heavily onto the concrete of the activity square. The two halves of the flying zombie's body, upon striking the ground, sent its blood and entrails splattering in every direction due to the immense impact. Blood mingled with dust, obscuring everyone's view of Lin Fan's condition. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent in an instant. They anxiously stared at the empty space, eager to know the outcome. Was the boy who had slain the mutated zombie unharmed? Yet it was impossible to see. Just then, the wind picked up. A fierce gust, carrying with it a scorching heat, swept across the square, dispersing the dust. Lin Fan's figure was revealed to all. He was seen crouching on his knees, hands on the ground, firmly stabilizing himself. Beneath him lay a massive crater, as if he were adapting to the impact. After 2 seconds of rigidity, Lin Fan stood up. All eyes turned to him. The once jet-black nylon combat suit, the pale bone spikes, even that slightly delicate and youthful face, were now drenched in crimson. This hue was so striking, so captivating. It bore witness to the carnage. The earlier explosion had fully unveiled Lin Fan's aura. The essence of a peak hunter intertwined with the instinct for slaughter. Centered around his body, it spread outward. This aura was excessively violent, fiercely ferocious, dangerously chilling. He resembled a blood-soaked butcher emerging from hell. Whether among the students or among evolved beings like Fan Xuanhao, even the other 5 members of the Dawn team, all were shaken by the overwhelming presence. A question surfaced in everyone's mind. Is he truly still human? Fear surged forth, but it wasn't solely humans who were fixated on Lin Fan. Due to the thunderous sound generated when Lin Fan landed, ordinary zombies and a few evolved zombies in the vicinity turned to face him. Yet, for some unknown reason, although they encircled Lin Fan in a massive ring, not a single zombie dared to attack him. It is known that ordinary zombies or first-stage mutated zombies possess no intelligence, driven solely by their hunger. Yet they seem to instinctively fear Lin Fan, not daring to step closer than 3 meters. They merely huddled together, trembling and growling softly, "Grr," without acknowledging the gazes upon him. Lin Fan effortlessly withdrew the bone spike embedded in the ground and turned his attention to the horde of zombies around him. Without uttering a word, he wielded the bone spike and charged into the throng. To ordinary people, zombies are the devils of death, but in Lin Fan's eyes, these zombies represented points, opportunities for him to grow stronger. He would not miss any chance to enhance himself, as long as he could still move. The slaughter would continue. The setting sun and severed heads soared together. Blood and battle robes blended as one. Although most were intimidated by Lin Fan's aura, the members of the Dawn team quickly regained their composure. After all, having spent so long with Lin Fan, they understood his nature. Regardless of how terrifying or savage Lin Fan appeared before the world, they would not think much of it. Their only concern was whether Lin Fan had sustained any injuries from his fall. Seeing him still lively amidst the horde, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chiojin quickly drew 2 military knives from his waist and shouted to the other Dawn members, "Let's go. We need to score some points too, damn it. There are so many ordinary zombies. It's enough for me to kill once." Baldly Foam, Zhao Dezai, Shen Mingxi, and others did not hesitate, swiftly retrieving their weapons and joining the fray. With no mutated zombies to command them, the crowd of over 2,000 zombies posed little threat beyond their daunting numbers. They were merely a disorganized mass as the 6 members of Dawn charged forward. This horde was swiftly reduced to chaos. Upon witnessing this, Fan Xuanhao's expression sharpened. Before he could issue any commands, the previously shut iron gates of the activity center suddenly swung open with a loud crash. Bloodied, trembling students rushed out from the gates, eyes wide and shouting, "Brothers, kill! Don't be afraid! Slaughter these beasts! Wipe them out!" These students wielded a variety of weapons. Some grasped makeshift spears with arrowheads, others brandished fire axes found within the activity center, and some even held mere brooms. They surged out in a frenzy, directly plunging into the horde. Observing this scene, Fan Xuanhao was taken aback, but then he quickly understood their mindset. The apocalyptic game had descended upon the school at 5 in the afternoon, and now it was already 7:30. In just 2.5 hours, these students had experienced so much fear, sorrow, helplessness, confusion, despair. Friends and family had perished before their eyes, devoured into cold, pale skeletons, some even transforming into zombies, seeking to bite them. All of this, had it not been lived through, had it not been for the bloody realities unfolding before them, it is likely no one could comprehend their current madness. It was the collapse of faith, the subversion of understanding and worldview. It is an indescribable psychological torment. They feel compelled to unleash the pent-up emotions within them through slaughter, through combat, and through blood. Under normal circumstances, they would likely never dare to step beyond the imposing iron gates of the activity center. The reason they now possess the audacity and strength to break free is inextricably linked to 2 individuals. One of them is Fan Xuanhao, the president of the student council and their leader. Without Fan Xuanhao's presence, it is uncertain whether they could have survived amidst the tide of corpses, let alone seek vengeance and release their fury at this moment. It can be said that Fan Xuanhao has granted them the opportunity to live. However, if it were not for Lin Fan, they would only exist in a state of trepidation, lacking the courage to venture forth and kill. Lin Fan's arrival has bestowed upon them the bravery to conquer their inner fears, especially just now. Lin Fan's magnificent leap, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, forcefully vanquished the flying zombie, which everyone regarded as a nightmare. With his mortal body, this stunning spectacle ignited everything. That moment was like a spark that set the entire prairie ablaze, transforming it into a roaring inferno. This flame consumed fear and annihilated monsters. It brought forth unimaginable strength and courage. It instilled hope. Lin Fan's formidable prowess and his actions made these students realize that, indeed, mutated zombies are not invincible, even if they possess extraordinarily unique abilities. Even if they can effortlessly tear human bodies asunder and crush human bones. Even if their eyes emanate a disquieting glow. So what? They can still be slain. Humanity need not cower before the undead. Lin Fan, being of similar age, posed the question. Why can he navigate the tide of corpses with such ease while they remain confined to hiding within the activity center? No. They too shall kill. They too shall grow stronger. Armed with their weapons, they shall defend their campus. They shall protect their loved ones and friends. They aspire to live with dignity and pride, rather than cowering like worthless wretches. At that moment, the battle cries resounded like thunder. Fan Xuanhao granted them the chance to survive, while Lin Fan offered them the hope to grow stronger and the courage to seek vengeance in the face of an apocalyptic world. Chapter 64. When power surpasses rules as hundreds of students, their eyes ablaze with fervor and gritting their teeth, surged forth from the building. The chaos of battle began to unfold. The square itself was not particularly large. Merely several thousand square meters, and previously, Lin Fan and his companions had already bombarded the area, creating a treacherous landscape filled with craters to obstruct the retreat of the burrowing zombies. Over 2,000 zombies. 500 students, hundreds of skeletal remains, and countless mangled corpses, along with remnants of the club's welcoming tents and assorted debris, lay strewn across the ravaged earth at this moment. the scene appeared somewhat congested. Even some students or zombies stumbled over the obstacles and pits beneath their feet. Nonetheless, whenever these students encountered Lin Fan, Qiujin, Shinmingshi, Zhao Dahai, Li Feng, or Baldi amidst their fight against the zombies, they would willingly cede that section of the battlefield to them, allowing them to accrue more points before retreating to other areas to mingle with others. They merely wished to express their respect and gratitude toward Lin Fan and the others. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. This scene left Zhu Dezhang feeling quite distressed, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "Damn it, these traitorous fellows. Those ordinary zombies were ours. Can't they tell who their allies are?" As the saying goes, enduring for a moment becomes increasingly unbearable, and taking a step back only leads to further frustration. After witnessing this situation multiple times, Zhu Dezhang could no longer contain himself. He shouted at a dozen students who had been clearing zombies alongside him, "You lot, come with me." Due to Lin Fan's swift and ghost-like maneuvers amidst the horde, Zhu Dezhang could not locate him and ultimately resorted to seeking out Qiu Zhiyun. Upon seeing Qiu Zhiyun, his expression darkened ominously, as if Qiu Zhiyun owed him a substantial sum of money. He bellowed, "Qiu Zhiyun, you've crossed the line." Initially, it had been agreed that the mutated zombies would belong to them, while the ordinary zombies would be theirs. Before Zhu Dezhang could finish his grievance, Baldi interjected, tugging at his own head and shouting, "What did you say? Speak louder. There are too many zombies here. I can't hear you. You've crossed the line." Zhu Dezhang was about to repeat himself when Baldi interrupted again. "Oh, you mean the part about crossing the line? It's just a minor issue. We're all brothers here. There's no need to be so petty. You didn't have to come all this way to apologize. No need to worry. We won't get upset over something so trivial." Originally, Zhu Dezhang had approached with the intent to confront them, but Baldi's unexpected response left him somewhat dazed. However, it was true that their side had breached the agreement first, seeking to monopolize the rewards from the flying zombies. Now, faced with Baldi's retort, Zhu Dezhang found himself at a loss for words, his face flushing with indignation as he stood there, wide-eyed, unable to utter a single word. Nearby, Zhao Dahai and Li Feng observed Zhu Dezhang's expression, reminiscent of someone who had just swallowed a fly, and nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, they were all military personnel or former soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. Unless they could no longer contain themselves, they usually wouldn't laugh out loud at this moment. However, an aggrieved student behind Zhu Dezhang stepped forward, his face dark with displeasure, and shouted, "What are you pretending to be foolish about? It was you who crossed the line, according to our previous agreement." Just then, Fan Xuanhao arrived, his gaze concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses, emanating a commanding presence as he regarded the outspoken student. With a single glance, the student recoiled, falling silent. Old Fan, Zhu Dezhang was clearly unwilling to relent, preparing to voice his grievances to Fan Xuanhao to be quiet. Fan Xuanhao's low admonition silenced him, and he turned his attention to Qiu Zhiyun. "Despite the minor altercation, we are genuinely grateful for your assistance in slaying those two mutated zombies. That it has been a pleasure collaborating with you." Qiu Zhiyun nodded in acknowledgement, although Fan Xuanhao did not explicitly state it. He implied that they were permitted to continue eliminating ordinary zombies and subtly conveyed the possibility of future cooperation with Qiu Zhiyun's group. However, Qiu Zhiyun refrained from making any declarations. As the captain of the Dawn Squad, it was Lin Fan who would ultimately decide whether to continue the collaboration. After exchanging pleasantries with Fan Xuanhao, Qiu Zhiyun ceased further discussion and led Baldi and the others into the throng of zombies once more. At this point, Zhu Dezhang could no longer contain himself and began to complain to Fan Xuanhao, "Old Fan, what do you mean by this? Yes, we indeed crossed the line first and engaged the flying zombies without notice. But if we hadn't severely weakened them beforehand, Lin Fan wouldn't have been able to reach the flying zombies, no matter how high he could jump. In the end, we received not a single reward from slaying the flying zombies. It all went to their team, and now they're coming over to seize our ordinary zombies." This time, Fan Xuanhao did not reprimand Zhu Dezhang, but patiently allowed him to finish speaking. Afterward, he shook his head and replied, "We were indeed at fault first, and you have no grounds to blame them, that it's merely a matter of points for slaying ordinary zombies, that do not place too much importance on it. There are at least tens of thousands of ordinary zombies throughout the entire campus. It is not worth offending Lin Fan's group over such a trivial matter. Moreover, And most importantly, although we are not on the same side, we are all humans, united in the same cause. The stronger they are, the more mutated zombies they can eliminate, thereby reducing casualties. This is beneficial for our entire campus and for the remaining survivors. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dezhang furrowed his brow, contemplating Fan Xuanhao's words, and ultimately chose not to voice further objections. He gathered his dozen or so comrades and charged back into the horde of zombies, continuing their hunt. Fan Xuanhao cast a glance at Zhu Dezhang and the others as they departed before shifting his focus to Lin Fan, who seemed like a divine being, weaving through the sea of corpses with ease, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Lin Fan, softly murmuring to himself, caused a complex glimmer to flicker beneath Fan Xuanhao's golden-rimmed glasses. A sense of unease began to stir within him. Lin Fan's combat prowess was beyond his comprehension, surpassing the bounds of normal understanding. He was far too powerful. His speed was such that one had no time to react. His strength capable of shattering concrete with a single punch, and his formidable defense allowed him to fall from 30 meters without a scratch. Where lay his limits? What were his weaknesses? How many aspects of his being had he evolved? Everything that has transpired eludes Fan Xuanhao's understanding, and this sense of incomprehensibility is far from a pleasant experience for someone like him, who requires clarity, comprehension, and a sense of control over all matters. It breeds an anxiety concerning the unknown. Chapter 65. A single thought can slaughter all beings. A single thought can restore peace to a turbulent world. Fan Xuanhao comes from a military science background and places great importance on rules and regulations. In his view, a key reason humanity is able to live peacefully and securely in today's society is due to the civilization that has forged rules and the legal system that constrains behavior. Everyone lives under these regulations. It is undeniable that rules can limit individual freedom. However, they also protect this world and safeguard the majority. The existence of force is intended to uphold these rules. Yet now, everything has changed with the emergence of apocalyptic games. Individuals have arisen, some even more in the future, who possess power that transcends these rules. The influence of force will increasingly struggle to impose constraints upon them. What implications does such existence hold for society? The collapse of regulations, chaotic laws, or perhaps a complete reshuffling of society? Fan Xuanhao cannot fathom it, nor does he dare to imagine it. It would undoubtedly be an unimaginable catastrophe. Yet, paradoxically, the current era of the Great Xia University of Science and Technology, or the future world, necessitates the presence of such a formidable individual to combat and eradicate those powerful mutated zombies. It is indeed a double-edged sword. The consequences are so complex that even Fan Xuanhao finds himself unable to discern them in the moment. That if Lin Fan harbors benevolent intentions, he may become a hero in the future society. But if Lin Fan harbors malevolent intent, the world may very well welcome a demon, plunging into chaos because of him. Contemplating this, Fan Xuanhao lets out a long, silent sigh, his emotions in turmoil. I end the square. Lin Fan, who is ruthlessly slaughtering ordinary zombies, remains oblivious to Fan Xuanhao's myriad thoughts that he initially believed this carnage would conclude without incident. However, surprises often lurk in the unlikeliest of moments. What the hell? Have I awakened as a scout? A voice filled with astonishment and delight suddenly reaches Lin Fan's ears. It is Li Feng. Lin Fan turns to look back, seeing Li Feng lying amidst several evolved zombies, each towering over 2 meters. A clear indication that he has just survived a grueling battle. Congratulations to player Li Feng. Successfully awakened the talent Wild Wolf Tracking. Wild Wolf Tracking. Significantly enhanced sense of smell. Capable of distinguishing up to 2 million different scents within a range of 180 meters. Olfactory sense is comparable to canines. After reading the game prompt, Li Feng quickly inhales in an instant. All scents within a 200-meter radius rush towards his nostrils like swallows returning home. Blood, rot, char, sulfur, and even the subtle scents of ants, cockroaches, flies, and other small insects buried in the earth are all crystal clear. With careful discernment, he could even ascertain the locations and numbers of these tiny creatures. While Li Feng ecstatically experiments with his newfound abilities, Zhao Dahai also lets out a cheer. Ha ha, I have awakened too. From this day forth, I am a hunter. As his voice fades, gray lines resembling turtle shells suddenly emerge on Zhao Dahai's skin. Rock tortoise skin. skin defense significantly increased, comparable to 1 centimeter thick steel plates. Able to withstand rifle fire. The members of the Dawn Squad awaken in succession, presenting Lin Fan with a tremendous surprise. However, upon reflection, he realizes that Li Feng, the bald man, and Zhao Dahai all experienced the train incident, coupled with several days of intense training, giving them a substantial foundation. This massacre merely served as the catalyst for their talent awakenings. Although it seems unexpected, it is in fact quite reasonable. Thus, Lin Fan silently opens the administrator permissions and copies their awakened talents. He then shifts his gaze, hopefully toward Shen Mingxi. Amidst the densely packed tide of corpses, Shen Mingxi moves like a graceful butterfly, her hunting rifle resembling the butterfly's wings, continually reaping the lives of zombies. Whenever she pauses to catch her breath, her cheeks as red as apples, and the rising and falling of her chest captivate onlookers. Ahem, that if one were to solely evaluate the speed at which zombies are slain, Shen Mingxi far surpasses the newly awakened Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, and the bald man. Unfortunately, Lin Fan does not sense any aura of an evolved being emanating from her that a flicker of contemplation crosses his eyes. Logically, Shen Mingxi's experiences should surpass those of Li Feng and the others by a significant margin. So, why has she yet to awaken? Lin Fan is not the only one noticing the awakenings of Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, and others. Fan Xuanhao is acutely aware as well. His own awakened talent is the enhanced hearing of Bat's ear. How could he possibly miss Li Feng, Zhao Dahai, and others' jubilant cheers, moreover, as an evolved being himself? He naturally senses the extraordinary aura surrounding his fellow evolved beings. In a team of 6, 5 members are evolved beings, while one possesses exceptional marksmanship, rivaling ordinary evolved beings. Fan Xuanhao gradually shifts his gaze away from Li Feng and the others, ultimately resting it upon Lin Fan. Beneath golden spectacles, a face that rarely exhibits emotional fluctuation is filled with gravity that he initially believed he had sufficiently overestimated Lin Fan. Yet, only a brief time has passed. And this small team led by Lin Fan has delivered yet another shock. After much contemplation, Fan Xuanhao finally casts his gaze upon Lei Xian, who slumbers in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. Having exhausted his mysterious powers, his eyes glimmer with thoughtful light. The sun hangs low in the western sky, helplessly descending below the horizon. Dusk has passed, and night envelopes the land. The slaughter persists for nearly 2 hours, gradually coming to a close around 9 o'clock. The battle has concluded. The square is strewn with fragmented corpses, some areas piled high enough to form hills of the dead. Upon closer inspection, one can still discern traces of youth upon the faces of these corpses. Yet, at this moment, no one mourns their demise, for they are no longer human. They are zombies, the sworn enemies of humanity. Clang! An iron rod falls from a student's hand, utterly unnoticed. The silvery moonlight caresses his blood-stained face like a mother's gentle touch. Thus concludes the chapter. Chapter 66. The budding of the Supreme Legion. It seems as if a domino has been toppled. Just as the studentess' cracked lips tremble slightly, all weapons in the hands of the students in the square begin to drop one after another. Countless throats emit a collective, hoarse, and deep lament that I want to go home. Why has this damned apocalypse descended upon our school? What, Admum? As the text suggests, when weary and exhausted, one may call upon the heavens. In times of pain and suffering, one may call upon their parents. From Chu Yuan's biography, that at this moment, these students likely embody this sentiment. Beside the off-road vehicle, Fan Xuanhao gently covers the sleeping Lei Xian with a heavy coat. He then gazes at the desolate square and the students weeping in despair, letting out a deep sigh that he understands the emotional turmoil these students are experiencing, having just endured a brutal slaughter. Their adrenaline is rapidly dissipating, and as they return to reality, confronted by the sea of corpses and blood, their spirits are on the verge of collapse. Yet, Fan Xuanhao says nothing, for he knows that at this moment, they require an outlet for their emotions. Whether it be through tears or loud curses, such expressions can alleviate the pressure within their hearts. Fan Xuanhao stands quietly beside the off-road vehicle, watching his tears and snot flow freely from the students. At this moment, Lin Fan, Qiu Zhiyun, and the other members of the Dawn Squad also sheath their weapons. Their choice mirrors that of Fan Xuanhao. They remain silent. Qiu Zhiyun casts a few extra glances at Fan Xuanhao. surprised by the calmness and composure he displays, that he is merely a student. Yet his character and resolve far exceed those of the ordinary students in the square. Even many commanders in the military may not possess such fortitude. This youth is indeed extraordinary. After several minutes, seeing that the students have largely expressed their emotions, Fan Xuanhao calls upon everyone to begin cleaning the battlefield. After all, if the numerous corpses are not dealt with promptly, the sun's rays tomorrow could easily trigger the spread of disease, potentially leading to an outbreak. Furthermore, the pervasive stench of blood is overwhelming. If neglected for too long, there exists a considerable likelihood that zombies from other regions will be drawn to us. After toiling for over half an hour, all the corpses were interred within the craters created by the explosives. The stench of blood was masked by a substantial quantity of lime powder purchased from the marketplace, as well as soil excavated from the grassy terrain by Fan Xuanhao and his companions. Once everything was taken care of, the students began to return to the interior of the activity center building, followed closely by Lin Fan and others. After enduring such an extended period of intense combat, even the hunters required a respite. Damn it, old Fan. A power pole outside our building has been toppled by an evolved zombie. The building is without electricity now. What are we to do? Before Lin Fan and the others could step inside, the irate voice of Zhu Dezhang rang in their ears. The power pole has been struck down. At the entrance, Fan Xuanhao furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Behind our building, there are a dozen large metal barrels. Old Zhu, take a few people and bring those barrels over. We can then use the office desks and chairs in the building as kindling. This will at least provide us with some light." Another flurry of activity ensued. Inside the activity center, the orange flames danced within the hollow metal barrels, casting flickering reflections upon the pristine white walls, resembling a horde of demons clawing at the air. Surrounding each barrel sat dozens of students, some with heads bowed in deep thought, while others, their hands clasped around their knees, stared vacantly at the leaping flames. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, granting them temporary safety, all were acutely aware that the entire campus was still besieged by tens of thousands of zombies. The terrifying mutated zombies, such as the flying and burrowing types, remained concealed in unknown numbers that no one knew what path lay ahead or whether tomorrow's sun would still shine brightly. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressively silent. Why is it so quiet? The somewhat oblivious bald-headed student, seated beside Lin Fan and the other five, fidgeted with a pot of boiling water while muttering, "It's quite unsettling to at that moment." Fan Xuanhao abruptly rose, casting his gaze upon the faces of all the students. He clapped his hands together with vigor, commanding attention. "Everyone, look over here and allow me to share a few words." Upon hearing Fan Xuanhao's voice, all heads lifted, focusing intently on him, bathed in the gentle glow of the flames. The depths of his eyes, framed by gold-rimmed glasses, seemed to radiate a sense of tranquility. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Fan Xuanhao began to speak slowly. "I understand that since the arrival of the apocalypse, you have all endured far more than one could fathom, and it is difficult to process it all at once. That I comprehend this fully." He paused briefly, his voice resonating softly yet distinctly, reaching the ears of every student. These few words struck a chord within their hearts, drawing their attention even closer. "However, I implore you to grasp one essential truth. You are all students of Daxia University of Science and Technology. You are the geniuses of the world's foremost academic institution. You have toiled for a decade, emerging from the throng of countless students." Fan Xuanhao's voice rose in intensity, his expression growing more somber as he surveyed the bloodied and muddied faces of his fellow students, locking eyes with each one that reflected confusion and fear. "Upon graduation, you will enter premier research institutions as scientists. Many among you, like myself, will choose military research as your path. That in the future, some may even join the military as soldiers. Whether as scientists or soldiers, we are the backbone of our nation. We are the pillars that uphold our country. What is this but a game of apocalypse? What are zombies but mere adversaries? Should we allow such trivialities to bend our resolve? Even if the apocalypse descends upon us with over 3,000 zombies encircling us, what of it? Have we not already vanquished them? Even the very pits used for burying the corpses were dug by your own hands. You have triumphed over the zombies, and you shall undoubtedly conquer even more until they are entirely eradicated from our campus." At this moment, Fan Xuanhao's gaze was akin to a razor-sharp blade. All the students who looked at him were captivated, their spirits stirred. His words pierced through the veil of fear, awakening the indomitable spirit within the hearts of the youth. Each pair of eyes shone with newfound determination as they fixated upon him. Chapter 67. Oaths and Monsters. Fan Xuanhao's not-so-broad shoulders appeared as a banner that would never be toppled by a storm. Just by observing him, students found themselves inspired by his spirit. One by one, they silently clenched their fists, swallowing their fears, anxieties, and helplessness, digesting the negativity within them. Do you remember the pledge we made during our first-year orientation ceremony? Everyone, join me. Place your hands over your hearts. Under Fan Xuanhao's guidance, hundreds of students clenched their right fists, passing them over their blood-stained garments to rest upon their fervently beating hearts. I pledge. I pledge. In unison, they roared, I shall dedicate my life to my motherland. No hardship or obstacle shall deter my growth. I shall offer my heart and my passion to those who need us. With a pragmatic and earnest attitude, I shall seek the existence of truth. I shall. The fervent motto of Daxia University of Science and Technology. The impassioned oath ignited the souls of the youth, transforming their youthful faces, replacing innocence with resolve. Their previously slightly stooped spines gradually straightened during the pledge. The defiance in their eyes awakened quietly. Each student held their head high, their resonant voices echoing throughout the hall, reverberating endlessly. The fervent shouts persisted for a full 5 minutes, only subsiding once the oath was complete, at which point the students, flushed and breathless, lowered their fists from their hearts. Although Lin Fan and his companions did not join in the pledge, they too were moved by the palpable energy. This cohort of students, under Fan Xuanhao's leadership, had undergone a profound transformation. They were no longer the same. They had matured. If they could survive this apocalyptic game, they would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable team in the future. Even the usually carefree, bald-headed student now regarded Fan Xuanhao and the hundreds of students with solemnity. I am truly glad to see you all rejuvenated. Fan Xuanhao scanned the crowd, nodding earnestly before picking up a disposable plastic cup from the ground. Raising it to his chest. Raise your cups. Let us toast with water instead of wine. This first cup is for our alma mater, Daxia University of Science and Technology. Upon witnessing this, the students promptly retrieved bottles of water, filling their plastic cups to the brim before joining Fan Xuanhao in a hearty drink. A toast to our deceased relatives and friends. May the departed find peace. May the lost rest in tranquility. Cheers! This third cup is for ourselves, to our survival, and to our unwavering strength. Cheers! After 3 consecutive toasts, the atmosphere in the activity center surged to an exhilarating climax. Then, Fan Xuanhao suddenly pivoted, directing his gaze towards Lin Fan and his group. Raising his cup once more. This final cup is dedicated to the 6 heroes who bravely vanquished 2 mutated zombies, aiding us in overcoming this crisis. Though he had previously wished to keep his team at arm's length from Lin Fan and his companions, and even now felt a sense of wariness towards them, he could not disguise the contributions they made in decisively slaying the 2 mutated zombies. Heroes, in truth, deserve respect. The line between right and wrong was clear in Fan Xuanhao's mind. Moreover, he hoped to leverage their strength, particularly Lin Fan's formidable presence, to instill within the students the conviction of humanity's inevitable triumph. Thus, in this moment, Fan Xuanhao raised his water cup towards Lin Fan and the others from a distance. Although Lin Fan and his companions were somewhat taken aback by Fan Xuanhao's initiative to mention himself in such circumstances, they promptly rose to their feet, reciprocating the gesture by lifting their own cups in honor of Fan Xuanhao and the numerous other students. At that moment, a young girl with a ponytail approached them, holding a cup in her hand. Her delicate face was flushed with a rosy hue from the recent oath, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. Particularly when they met Lin Fan's gaze, that a tremor coursed through her entire being, the source of which remained a mystery, whether it stemmed from excitement or a deep-seated fear hidden within her heart. With a slight tremor in her voice, she greeted, "Hello. Thank you so much for helping us eliminate the mutated zombies." "You're too kind," Lin Fan replied with a slight nod, taking a small sip from his cup. During non-combat periods, Lin Fan would consciously suppress the aura of a hunter that surrounded him. Typically, the students would not feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. However, his earlier display had been so astonishing that it left an indelible mark in the minds of all present. Even in the absence of an oppressive aura, no one dared to engage in normal conversation with Lin Fan, let alone make eye contact. With the first person leading the way, more students lifted their cups and approached. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would likely still be surrounded by hordes of zombies that be by the way. May we know your names?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Fan and his companions exchanged glances before Chiojin stepped forward to respond with a remarkably concise declaration, "Dawn." The students were momentarily taken aback upon hearing those two words, before they began to chew on them, understanding that this was likely the code name for the six-person team. What they did not realize was the significance that these two words would hold in the future. If they were fortunate enough to survive the calamity of the apocalypse and continue to live, they would come to know that Dawn would be among the most memorable words of their lives. After the students dispersed from Lin Fan and his group, returning to their respective campfires, Fan Xuanhao said nothing further. He merely nodded at Lin Fan and the others before sitting down to close his eyes and rest. Having just endured a fierce battle, he was indeed fatigued and in need of recuperation. However, the atmosphere in the hall had shifted from its earlier oppressive gloom. Students began to gather in small clusters, engaging in lighthearted conversation. "Old Ma, by the way, how many points did you earn this time?" 23. "How about you?" 31. "Just enough to purchase a high-density nylon combat suit that I'm still a bit short, but I can buy an immunity potion to keep on hand as a backup. By the way, when you toasted to Dawn earlier, did you notice how they seemed a bit different from us?" "Yes, I felt that too, but I can't quite put my finger on what it was. I remember now. It was how their eyes or other parts of their bodies seemed to emit a grayish glow during combat, almost reminiscent of mutated zombies. Although they returned to normal by the time we approached them, the memory of their terrifying appearance lingered in our minds, causing us to unwittingly view them as monsters that it wasn't intentional." Though their murmurs were hushed, Lin Fan, possessing the keen sense of hearing of a bat, caught their words. Initially, he paid little heed, but soon found himself unable to shake off the term monster, which echoed relentlessly in his mind, that he involuntarily recalled the scenes of battle where he had unleashed his full power, the overwhelming exhilaration, the astonishing speed exceeding 60 meters per second, the remarkable endurance, skin as resilient as steel, and a plethora of extraordinary sensory abilities. All of these elements had filled him with unparalleled delight during combat. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that such exhilaration came at a cost. The most pressing question lingered. Did he still qualify as a human? Had he truly transformed into the monster that others described? After assimilating so many talents, Lin Fan had long sensed a critical truth. Whether as a hunter, scout, or mystic, all forms of evolution continuously altered the human body, enhancing its organization, organs, and capabilities to become stronger, more lethal, and better suited for slaughter than if he were to shed the nylon combat suit that concealed his form, revealing the python-like patterns on his arms and the leopard-like markings on his thighs. Would anyone dare to approach him for a toast? Lin Fan could dismiss the opinions of these students, but what if, one day, his parents saw the abnormalities on his body and regarded him as a monster? Their eyes filled with fear and dread. How would he confront such a reality? In that instant, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Lin Fan. Silently, he rose and made his way to the window. Chapter 68. Conditions for Talent Awakening.